Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most Road Hill, the Road Hill, coming to you right here on Kick.com and on YouTube as well. Let's start the show. I need something just to like automatically like pick up the fact that I have this going here too. This was yesterday. We watched this for a little bit. Public health officials of emergency preparedness. Then you had intelligence officials speaking on worldwide threats. But we're gonna be, Secretary Blinken. But I don't think we have two 9:30 and a half hour Senate pro forma session and a House pro forma session at 11. But we're gonna be listening to our fellow Americans. Did not mean to do that.
And you all kind of depend too much on, well, you need to kind of alternate your topics and make, and kind of, why don't we try to extract the fetus? No one's talked about that.
Got your point, Roberto. We try to alternate topics every day here and try to keep up with what's going on here in Washington and on Capitol Hill. But we also like to set aside time for you guys to bring up your own topics, and that's open forum. That's where we are now. This is Homer in Shreveport, Louisiana. Good morning. You're next.
Good morning, and thanks for taking my call. I'm going to be a little bit messy. I think that Liz Cheney and Harris ought to crisscross the Democratic. Everybody hollering Democrat and Republican. So why don't they crisscross it? I say Liz Cheney and Harris. Thank you. I know
Excuse me.
Messy. And women gonna rule this thing, though. Thank you.
That's Homer in Shreveport. This is John, Damascus, Maryland, Republican. Good morning.
Did he say women are gonna lose this thing? I didn't get that.
John, you with us out of Damascus?
Yes, I'm very excited to see where the North Carolina state legislature stood up for the unborn with the recent 12-week abortion ban. As a proud pro-life conservative, I think this is a great bill, but more work needs to be done to ensure life is protected at all stages.
That's John. This is Greg in Mississippi. Good morning. You're next.
Yes, I just want to say, y'all know that Trump ain't but 2 years younger than Biden. Y'all need to give Biden a break on that age, man. Come on, that's a big joke.
Greg, why don't you think there are as many questions about
Ladies and gentlemen, your fellow Americans,
age and acuity as there are about Joe Biden's in the media, in political discussions? Why do you think it's more on Joe Biden? I think it's less than 4 years is the difference.
It's bias. That's all it is. Because they don't want. See, I've been watching you this morning. Yeah, man, so many people on Trump bandwagon. It ain't even funny. I used to have a good thinking about you. I just started back watching C-SPAN, and you lean a lot to the right this time. Go 2 years over than Trump. Ain't nothing at all.
That's Greg in Mississippi. Try not to lean anyway. Just try to lean into your calls and give you a chance to run the discussion. That's what we do here. This is Chris in the Natural State. Independent, good morning.
Thank you for CSPAN. I would like for you to tell me the name and composer of the little ditty that Washington Journal plays in the morning whenever it comes on. I love the tune. I'd like to listen to it in its entirety.
And Chris, I should know that, and I've known it in the past. My producer is going to get that for me, and I'm gonna get it for you before the end of this segment. I'm embarrassed to say I don't have it off the top of my head, but I'm gonna get it for you. Scott, Rick Springs, Wyoming. Good morning. It's Rock Springs. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, yes, I wanted to set a couple of things straight. I was in D.C. on the 6th of January at the rally. 25% of the crowd there, including the Proud Boys, 25% were minorities, including immigrants that couldn't even speak English. Donald Trump is standing up for his country.
FBI?
And disinformation, I can't believe. And as far as Biden's competency, he can't remember where his last foreign country was in 3 weeks ago.
Scott, you were at the rally at the Ellipse. Did you come up to the Capitol afterwards?
I did not go to the Capitol.
Why didn't you go? Other people were going from that rally. What was your decision making there?
I was totally emotionally drained from being at the rally. It was such a strong spirit, and there were, as far as the Proud Boys go, they're fine patriots. That Toriano is a black Puerto Rican. And
you can't help it, man. These motherfuckers can't help but like admit like crimes.
That is total fabrication.
I'm pretty sure the FBI's like listening in. We got another one, boys. They called it on C-SPAN. Greg, where's my $20? I told you one of them boys are gonna call in. I'm telling you, the FBI is listening in. There was a bet. Which one of these dumb fucks gonna call into C-SPAN in the morning?
The bureaucrats was a Washington D.C. bubble. And they live in a total fantasy land. This country's driving off a cliff financially. We're destroying the economy.
How?
Giving up our energy for this new religion of this cult of the climate. It's called weather, stupid. And variation in the weather over the geological history of the Earth. It warms, it cools, it's
oh my God.
Weather.
Your fellow Americans, everyone.
This is Ed, Lawrenceville, Georgia, Republican. Good morning.
Good morning.
Here's the thing: the oil and gas industry knows about like these like change. They knew about climate change like back in the day, and they hid that knowledge because they wanted to make a profit. They knew that what they were doing was negatively affecting the environment, and that would lead to climate change. And they hid that knowledge too. They produced the initial report that actually a lot of us like quote. On my side, they quote. It was produced by them, but they purposely hid it. It'd be years later before we could have gotten ahead of it too back in the day too.
Democrat, good morning.
Good morning. I'd like to thank President Biden for taking on the challenges of the world right now that we live in. And I'd like to ask that all Americans understand that all the other countries, everybody look alike. In America, everybody looks different. But we're all in the same boat, and we need to pull together and pull ourselves into the future as leaders. Thank you.
That's Ed in Texas. We'll head back to Maryland. This is Lawrence, Laurel, Maryland, Democrat. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I just want to talk about the inflation. And during the 2008-2009 crisis, the Republicans allowed industries to fail. They didn't bail out industries, and so many people lost their job. The unemployment rate was above 16%. A lot of people were out of work. People suffered. Even the gas prices would have been $1. You wouldn't even have money to buy it because you don't have a job. This time, Joe Biden did the opposite. He used the PPP loan
gave industries, people hired employees. If you can pay your workers, you don't need to pay this money back. Companies retained their employees. People kept their job. Gas prices rose a little bit, $3 something, and everybody was crying. That is stupid. At least you have money to buy the gas. You have a job. The unemployment rate came below 4%. That's a good thing for the economy. I don't know why people were crying, oh, inflation, this, and this. At least they had a job. But 2008, 2009, I even lost my house. So many people lost their lifetime savings, you know? So I don't know if these American people can think, know that Joe Biden or the Democrats are the best people to rule this country. That's just all I have to say.
Lawrence in Laurel, Maryland, on
Your fellow Americans, everybody.
Spending more from Capitol Hill yesterday during a Senate hearing on the House Republican plan on the debt ceiling. It was Indiana Republican Mike
Tricia Kaufman. For all you guys that want to know who that North Carolina legislator was or is, her name is Tricia Kaufman. She switches to the VOP and then she goes on and votes for that 12-week abortion ban.
So in other words, just because you were able to spend it and borrow the money to do it, is that the new baseline that we should operate on that takes us up to 25% plus of our GDP? Or should we go back to where we were?
See, Chud is covering lands from the serfs.
Spending took place in the first place. We'll start over with Mr. Zandy again.
Well,
spamming in the morning.
A lot of numbers.
But that's where we are. Those are actuals.
I need a spreadsheet to disentangle all of that. But let me just say this, Senator. The fiscal problems we have today are ecumenical. They're both Republican and Democrat. I'd
agree.
The Trump tax cuts were $2 trillion, and they were not paid for.
Well, that's $200 billion over 10 years, so put it in per year.
The fiscal response to the pandemic, which was bipartisan up until the American Rescue Plan, but in 2020, that was an additional $3 trillion, ecumenical. Both sides agree to that. And then the $2 trillion on the ARP, that was Democrats.
Yep.
So it's the situation we're in now is both on both parties.
And I'm talking about going ahead.
And go
back to the original baseline, or should we be at the elevated level?
I think we need to get government, I don't know precisely where it should go, because I have to look at the numbers more carefully, but that the spending as a share of GDP has to get back down to something close to 20 to 22%, where I think revenue should be.
It's like a big thing right now.
Where spending's got to get. And it shouldn't get there next year. It doesn't need to get there in the next 5 years. It doesn't need to get there in the next 10.
But this argument that he was definitely 100% being threatening to the point
over the next
where,
10, 20 years.
Force is justified. Lethal force is just bullshit.
That exchange on Capitol Hill yesterday, if you want to watch that hearing. And
I've looked more into that Jordan Neely situation too, and it's not looking good for that guy. But like a lot of New Yorkers are very much like divided.
Here in open forum, this is Tony. Thanks for waiting.
You have, sorry, Tony. And like when you talk to certain New Yorkers, they'll say like that guy was like justified defending himself too. But I didn't want to watch I still haven't watched the video, and I don't really want to. I don't want to watch a video of like a man like being killed. But from all the accounts that I've read so far, it wasn't really justified for him using lethal force too. It just didn't seem like from all the accounts. Now maybe there's other accounts I still haven't read yet. It just doesn't seem like lethal force was justified, like in that regard too. And I pulled up something from the Independent, and then I believe the New York Times here too. Yeah, and the article's free. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull the Independent up here. And we're gonna go ahead and read through this, and then I'm gonna pull up the New York Times article as well. Luckily, this is a free article too. I'm glad I got paid too. Someone's camera falls down. Sorry, not me. It's another streamer. The U.S. Marine who placed Jordan Neely in a chokehold on the New York State subway train on Monday afternoon before his is said to have lured up amid a growing swell of outrage in the city too. We're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see what happens if charges get brought too. I don't know. That's the only thing. I honestly like don't know. Usually sometimes these matters are cut and dry. This doesn't seem like cut and dry too, because people, there's a lot of stories about, I've ridden on the subway multiple times. I've personally not dealt with difficult people, but there have been people out there who are very much like Jordan Neely there too. They're clearly in mental distress, and you generally just ignore them, and then they kind of just like go away. That's just like how it is too. That's more of an indictment of our society and how this city and this state has failed people like Jordan Neely, who clearly need like some sort of like help and have not gotten that help. And resources are out there, but they have not reached individuals like this, and it's a shame too. But from all the facts that I've read prior to this article, it didn't seem like Jordan Neely was presenting himself. He was acting, I'm trying to be careful with my words here. He was acting quote unquote deranged, but it seemed that the response was what you would typically see from a person like Neely on the subway, and it seemed like the response to that was like overboard. Like you didn't need to put him into a chokehold and then eventually kill him, you know. But I know this is going to be a big issue for the mayor and for this police force, because this is really split down the middle. Because some people have had like issues with people, especially late at night, dealing with people like this too, and they're like, fuck guys like Jordan Neely. I deal with this all the time. I don't want any. That guy was completely justified in killing Jordan Neely. Other people were like, you didn't need to do that. It wasn't just like him. The train wasn't like full, but there was enough people there to like subdue the person. But I will tell you this right now, from someone who frequently rides the subway, there's police presence in a lot of places. There's consistent police presence everywhere too, you know. And here's the thing: you will never, in New York City and other major cities, you will never have enough police to police the entire population. That is insane. So how many people are in New York City? So that's 2021 number, right? So in New York, you have let's say 8 point, let's round it up to 8.5. LA is 4 million, Chicago is 3 million. Okay? Now, the reason why LA is so low is California's the biggest state. So you have 8.5 million. How many police officers in New York City? Those are actual numbers, and this is from the New York City government. You have approximately 36,000 police officers essentially policing 8.5 million people. You can even, and by the way, those officers are included in that number too, as citizens of New York City. So tell me, you might say, let's get more cops. You understand like how expensive it is to train cops and then put them on the streets, and then you go around and complain that, well, there's unjustified shootings, there's this, there's that, right? You understand that too. So it's not just we need more police. You need more of better mental health access. You need more services to reach people like Jordan Neely. You need better economic programs. You need people working. It's not just one thing. There's no one fix to the larger problem to prevent what happened to Jordan Neely, and to prevent Jordan Neely to get into that point to where he gets put in the chokehold and then he eventually dies. It's multiple things that need to happen in succession to alleviate the problem, and that problem's not going to go away like that. So if you think that you have enough police officers to police 8.5 million people, I got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you. But let's get to the article. The U.S. Marine who placed Jordan Neely in a chokehold on a New York City subway train on Monday afternoon before his death is said to have lawyered up amid a growing swell of outrage in the city. The New York Post reported that the 24-year-old Queens man has hired attorney Thomas Kneff, a man who ran unsuccessfully against Alvin Bragg for the position of Manhattan District Attorney. On Thursday, Mr. Bragg's office met with NYPD detectives to weigh up possible criminal charges against the Marine, who has not been publicly named by officials. That's also like a thing that's being hop onto. He's a Marine. And like the pro-military crowd's coming and going, you don't charge this guy too. Listen, I don't care who you are. If you're Donald Trump, if you're the baker, butcher, and the candlestick maker, or if you're or if you're a U.S. Marine. If you committed a crime in this city and in this state, in this country, you should be charged, okay? And you have your day in court and all that, your jury, trial by jury, your peers, yada, 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 all that stuff too. It doesn't matter who you are. That should not be taken into account. And then people already think that we play favorites in this criminal justice system. We need to alleviate that fact. But we continue. Neely's death has been ruled a homicide by neck compression, but no arrests have been made. Harrowing footage filmed by journalist Juan Alberto Vasquez captured the fatal encounter that unfolded on an F train in Manhattan on Monday. Neely was rushed to hospital and in its aftermath but was pronounced dead. The affair has sparked protests on the subway and seen the likes of Black Lives Matter and Democrat Congressman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez demand justice for the man who was once a popular Michael Jackson impersonator on the city streets. Yeah, I saw this clip on Twitter too. It's fucking like some dude like just cheered in the audience. I was like, bro, come on, man. Some like homeless guy like you don't know. You think that's like funny? That like some guy. A lot of people like it's kind of like crazy. People show their ass, man, when stuff like this happens. Yeah, on Thursday night in Brooklyn's Barclays Center for a second day of demonstrations. I think that if you watch the video, it gives you a little bit more context. I'm just like, to be honest with you, I don't want to keep watching videos like this, whether it's like a shooting, whether it's like just like Jordan Neely getting choked out and dying as a result of that. It's just like, I'm just sick of seeing shit like this, man. It's like, it's so horrific to watch it. But you know, it's just I just don't want to watch it. Or there's like a police chase that ends in like a fatality. The one that Hassan watched, you know, Jesus Christ, that shit was wild. So he used to be a Michael Jackson person. I saw like a photo. I think it's here. They show it too. There's a crossroads that meets here too, but it's not like it has to be exclusive. Each one has to be exclusive. You know, we can do both, but you need like proper investment into it. That's the only thing. So this was a very like generic article. Okay, so they're just reporting to you like essentially what happened. Okay, so now you got the base facts of what happened. Let's see what the New York Times says here. Almost as soon as the video of one subway rider choking another to death began to ricochet across the internet, the killing came to signify more than the tragic death of one man. For many New Yorkers, the choking of the 30-year-old homeless man, Jordan Neely, was a heinous act of public violence to be swiftly prosecuted, and represented failure by the city to care for people with serious mental illness. Many others who lamented the killing nonetheless saw it as a reaction to fears about public safety in New York and the subway system in particular. Listen, I'm not going to like sugarcoat it. Sometimes when you go on subway, you do feel a little like unsafe. Now, as a man, and as a very large man at that, I don't really feel like unsafe. You know, I act a certain way and I conduct myself a certain way in the city, and I kind of know where to go and where not to go in the city as being a lifelong New Yorker. Okay, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it for you. There's some places in the city that are dangerous. If you don't know where they are, ask like a New Yorker. And usually, your gut kind of tells you whether or not like some place is safe or not. But there are people like Jordan Neely too. But most of the time, when I've encountered someone like Jordan Neely, like on the train, and I'll say it again, I've never felt like my life was in danger, unless like they pulled a knife or a gun out, and generally that has not happened. I think most people too, but I also think that it's like this constant news cycle of we're presenting fear and hate to you like every day, and we make you think that like something bad's around the corner too. Like, you know, how many times have you heard like they report like a murder, but in reality though, like this is like the first murder and it's only been 6 months out of a 12-month year. You know what I mean? But it makes you think that like, oh, there's been multiple murders. No, there hasn't. Because crime has gone down in the city over like the last like year, 2 years. But you keep hearing crime, 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 crime. You think the fucking city's like fucking RoboCop. It's like Detroit in like that future in like in RoboCop, you know? And some New Yorkers wrestle with conflicting feelings, their own worries about crime and aggression in the city and their conviction that the right had gone too far and should be charged with the crime. Now as prosecutors continue to investigate the circumstances of Mr. Neely's death, the case has become a political Rorschach test, dividing the city along long simmering fault lines. This is true. Mayor Eric Adams and Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, two of the city's most prominent Democrats, criticized each other's response in an uncommonly tense exchange. The death of another black man in a chokehold, this time at the hands of a civilian, prompted sharp comments from Adrienne Adams, the city council speaker, over racism in the legal system. In a city where disturbing subway encounters are a fact of life, many wrestle with uncomfortable questions about how they might respond when faced with a person who's both frightening other riders and obviously in crisis. Debate over how best to help people with mental illness is taking place in cities across the nation and has been particularly vexing liberal cities like New York, San Francisco, and Los Angeles, where homeless and mental illness soared during the pandemic and people in dire need are often in plain sight on park benches and subway trains. This is true. This is just like a fact. And some people like on the left might not like this too. This is like very much a fact. Unlike in the rural counties, like in Texas or in like Florida, you can like shove these people away from sight in like in their cities. But here in like more liberal cities, like in more compact cities too, like in New York, San Francisco, and Los Angeles, as this article suggests, you can't ignore them. They're there. They're there when you go and get your bacon, egg, and cheese in the morning in the local bodega. They're there when you go in to get a hot dog, a quick bite for lunch outside. You know, things like that. You can't ignore these people. You know, you will run into them too. I've run them all the time too. And generally, you know, you just kind of ignore them. But the fact of the matter is, these people need help. You don't know why they're there too. I'd rather help these people, spend the money, taxpayer money, to help these people and get these people back into the workforce and make them into productive people. And I saw the same thing with the homeless issue too. Like, these people need help so they can become productive, so they can help out too. But there's like this culture now, and I'm actually kind of like shocked by this too. And I hear this a lot from like quote unquote Christians more often than not. Like, basically tell them to go fuck themselves. I'm like, then let's try to help these people out. And charity is a good thing. I'm never gonna poo-poo charity, but like, charity can only go so far, and charity only goes so far as the people who's cutting the check is willing to continue to cut that check. That's why government's probably the best thing for things like this too, because there'll be consistent funding for this too. As long as that funding is consistent, it's not cut in some way to hurt programs to help these people. But you know, we do need to help these people too, and have some level of sympathy for them too, because you don't know what's happening there. You don't know what will happen in their lives. You don't know what happened to these individuals. Maybe they've had a deteriorating mental health condition, and you know, maybe for the first like 25 years of their life, they're fine, but over the last 5 years, their mental health has been failing because they have this condition that hasn't been diagnosed because they don't have access to health care, right? And it's spiraled out of control. They lost their job, they got evicted from their apartment, and now they're just living on the streets, you know, in a cloud of mental illness, and they can't do anything. That there's some sympathy there too. But I also understand too, listen, realistically too, this is like a real point. When you were going to work too, you don't want to deal with someone who has like a mental illness. You might have sympathy for them, but if they get in your face, you're not going to know that. You're not going to know off the top of your head, is this person in distress? People don't have like that sort of training to identify whether or not this person is in distress and this person has a mental illness. Also, a lot of people, they have empathy, and I can say this very comfortably too. I'm in a chair in my home working and streaming at the same time, and I have empathy for this too. But I can tell you right now, last time I was in the city a little while ago, actually no, it wasn't that long, it was less than like a week ago or something like that, maybe 2 weeks ago. You know, there was a person who was clearly mentally ill and distressed, and I just kind of went around them. They were asking for money, they were kind of slurring their words, you know, and the person was in distress. It wasn't like they were asking for help or anything like that, but like they were clearly mentally ill, and then they were asking for money too, and doing some other stuff, nothing like weird or anything like that, just like kind of walking around and hanging around near like the subway entrance. I just went around them and ignored them too, because you know, I didn't want to deal with that at that time too. And that's an unfortunate thing too, because people have empathy when they can sit back and like read stories like this, but like when put in that situation, they'll probably just ignore the person and like go around it. These cities have sought out innovative solutions to assist those with mental illness, pouring money into housing programs, street teams, and community centers, and have also cleared subway homeless encampments and weighed harsher tactics. Yeah, these things have like a hit or miss rate too. That's the thing too, because sometimes like these programs get cut too before they really start achieving like their goals too, unfortunately, because these things don't hit the metrics that they want initially, because it's very tough to help people who are mentally ill and who are in distress. And unfortunately, when they don't hit certain metrics, it gives justification for like the city council or the mayor to cut the programs. This too, the subway, I also understand this too, because when you're on a subway, you don't want to deal with someone who's in distress or mentally ill when you're trying to go from A to B to C or something like that, right? You're working in Brooklyn, you just want to go home to your your home in Staten Island. You don't want to, you're just trying to get to the ferry. You don't want to deal with someone, and you don't want to smell urine the entire time. That's just a fact of life too. I just wish that like when they cleared these subway like encampments and things like that too, they at least like brought these people to like shelters and said, hey, like come here to the shelter, we can help you out here too. But a lot of times too with these shelters too, they're not that great too, because you're dealing with people who are also mentally ill, who are not in like the best of places too. And a lot of times too, your stuff can get stolen there. You can't stay there like for an extended period of time. You can stay there for a day or two or something like that, and you got to leave. The next thing you know, you're back on the streets. There are other like harsher tactics too. Like they started doing it like in Florida and Texas too. They cleared out the embankments, some encampments there too. But I know in Austin, there's like this one they were talking about in Double Toasted some time ago. I think it was last year. They did it in Austin, but they were basically like living under an underpass, but people were like driving through underneath this underpass, and like they had to like kind of like swerve around like the homeless people there. I understand clearing out that encampment, that puts everyone else in danger to do that too. But like you can't ignore this problem. You keep pushing people out. Where are they gonna go? They're just gonna keep moving from one spot to the next spot too. And Jacksonville is known, there's a really well like tent encampment near like Jacksonville beaches. You go there and it's just like a whole bunch of tents there. You just see it. It's just, and the businesses there don't like the fact that they're there too. They don't mind it if they're just like there and just like chilling out, but like they don't like the fact that like they come in and like kind of get in front of the shop and they kind of scare away like customers and things like that too, right? Because if you have a bunch of homeless people in front of a shop, some people may not feel comfortable going in there. I wouldn't mind, because I'm a man and I'm large and I can handle myself. And I know how to handle myself to a certain extent, right? But like some people might not feel comfortable doing that too. And I understand for like shops, they lose business, they lose money, they can't pay the rent, they need to make an income. So there's a solution to this. It's just not an easy one. It's one that's going to take time and patience, but unfortunately, people don't want to recognize they have the time, and they don't want to have the patience to do it. This is going to be interesting. I really don't know how this is going to go. I don't know what that guy, the guy who killed, and he did kill Jordan Neely, what's going to happen to him too. The prosecutor, this can be such a politically charged case. This really will be a politically charged case for something like this. So, in the wake of Mr. Neely's death, the debate has become especially heated. After Ms. Ocasio-Cortez wrote on Twitter that Mr. Neely had been murdered, another left-leaning official, Brad Lander, the city comptroller, called his attacker a vigilante. Mr. Adams called their comments irresponsible in an interview on CNN on Wednesday night. Mr. Adams, a former transit police officer and his second year as mayor, said on Thursday that he would wait to weigh in until the police and the prosecutors had investigated what happened. Smart response by him. Like in regards to this too, he probably doesn't have the entire facts too. You have to prosecutors and the police officers who are going to determine whether or not to arrest and charge this guy. They're going to be watching for the video. They're going to look to see, was he in any sort of imminent threat of violence from Jordan Neely, and was his response proportional to that response too. I don't know. I didn't see the video. I don't want to see the video. But the thing is too, I think that if you watch the video, it's going to give you clarity as to whether or not his response was proportionate. Also, I think like the fact that he's a Marine too, and I don't know Marines train. If anybody's in the military and it's specifically a Marine, do they teach you how to like put a person into a chokehold? Do they teach you the right way to put a person into a chokehold? Because I know from people I know who are like fighters and who are very much into like MMA. They've like taught me. They haven't taught me, but like they've told me rather that like there's a specific way you put someone into a chokehold that you can put them to sleep. There's another way where you can restrain the person without like actually like eventually just choking them out and them dying. There's a way to do it specifically. And so as a Marine, you know, are you trained in that manner to do so? Mr. Adams, a former transit officer, said in a second, we read that part. There are many layers to this, he said in an unrelated news conference. Let the process follow its course. On the F train in Manhattan on Monday, Mr. Neely, a subway performer and dancer who also had a history of mental illness and erratic behavior, had been yelling at passengers, saying he was hungry and thirsty, but also at one point that he was ready to die, according to one witness. Okay. This part here I did not know. That can be getting yelled at for being hungry and thirsty, but this part right here can be like whoa. That's like this here it's fine, but this here can like really like, because when someone says something like that too, and in today's like gun culture, you just don't know. There's no indication that he was violent or that he made any direct threats. Okay, but one of the train's riders, a former Marine who has not been identified by officials for very obvious reasons, approached Mr. Link, put him in a chokehold, and held him until he became limp. It does not appear that any riders intervened to help Mr. Neely. At least 2 other riders appeared to pin him down. Mr. Neely was later pronounced dead at a hospital in Greenwich Village. Law enforcement officials are still investigating the incident and have not yet decided whether to charge the man. Asked what New Yorkers should do in a similar situation, Mr. Adams focused on Mr. Neely's presence on the train, then not discourage people from seeking to restrain someone. Oh, shit. We need to be extremely clear that from day one of this administration, I focused on we cannot have people with severe emotional illnesses on our subway system, he said. But how are you going to identify and stop them, though? That's just such a dumb statement to make. You can't, like, stop that because it could... Here's the thing, too. From Jordan Neely, right? Because I think when people see, like, this person with mental illness, there's a picture in their mind that someone has like severe mental illness. It could be someone's in a professional looking suit, looks like he works on Wall Street, but then he's suffering from mental illness. He doesn't take his meds for like that day, or decides not to take his meds like Kanye does, and he starts going off a rant. He says the same thing. Well, that same person who doesn't look anything like Jordan Neely, I'm not talking about his race, who doesn't look like Jordan Neely whatsoever, would he have been restrained in the same manner as Jordan Neely was and been put into a chokehold? That's the question. And that's why I have an issue with that statement from the mayor. How do you stop that on the subway system? I understand that, because if you have a severe emotional illness or you're severely mentally ill, you should be seeking help too. And maybe, especially if you have outbursts or where that could potentially lead to violence. You know, maybe you should be seeking help, and maybe you should not be around others. But how can we get those services to those people, and how do we help those people so they become like, you know, at least somewhat a functioning member of society? Every New Yorkers have started witnessing an outburst or a violent episode on the subway and struggling over how to respond, to confront or flee, to intervene when 2 riders are at odds, to call for a police officer, or to look away. Many have grown worried about safety on the subway after experiencing violence or reading about it in the news. Others are so accustomed to conflict that they ignore it. On Thursday at the Broadway Lafayette station in Manhattan, where Mr. Neely was removed from the train and taken to a hospital near Alexander 45, a superintendent who lives in Manhattan said that he avoided volatile subway riders and would not risk intervening himself. If I see something happen, I get up and go to the next car, he said, adding, you don't get involved. You could end up hurt, you could end up killed, which is fair. You just don't know. That's the only thing. You just don't know. Ranuma Taranum, 25, a data analyst who lives in Brooklyn, said that she felt so unsafe on the subway that she carried pepper spray through it, though it is unclear if there were police officers nearby or on the train. Miss Taranum said that while she deeply regretted Mr. Neely's death, the incident support her belief that police need to be doing more. Again, we read the statistic. There's 36,000 known NYPD officers. There are 36,000 known NYPD officers, and there's 8.5 million New Yorkers. So you can say they could be doing more. There's not enough cops to police all the people in the city of New York. I'm sorry. Because police are not doing their job, that's why the citizens of New York are taking the law into their hands, she said. Somebody has to do something. 25 years old, doesn't know shit about anything. I don't even know like how long she's been in New York. That's just not realistic. I'm sorry. That's just not realistic. I know that like some people like they feel that way. They're not. If you're watching this show, you're into politics. You know the issue with like policing and like an environment like New York City and other major cities. There's never enough cops for all the people that are there too. It has to be a systemic thing where all these dominoes have to fall to be able to make sure we catch as many people as we can. Not like catch them and put them in prison, but to essentially hatch them so we can help them. All these systems have to be working in conjunction with one another so that they can work together so we can help these people. Mr. Adams and Governor Kathy Hochul have vowed to make the subway safer after a series of violent episodes, including stabbings and fatal shows, that have often involved homeless people attacking others. Homeless people also frequently the victims of violent crimes. This is also true. I'm glad that they brought this up too. This is not like fuck all the homeless people. This is these people. There's some homeless people who just like go from subway station to subway station, especially during the winter, because they want to stay somewhat warm. And they're victims of violent crimes too, because they have something that some people who want to commit crimes want, so they attack them, and they have like no one to go to, right? What are you gonna do? They can report to the cops. What are the cops gonna do about it, right? So it's not just like fuck all the homeless people. Homeless people are like also victims of these crimes too, but like there's no real advocate for someone who's homeless too. Well, again, like it's a systemic issue. We have to like help all these people. Crime rose on the subway during the pandemic, but the subway is less dangerous now than in the 1980s and 1990s, when there were more than 2,000 murders in a single year. There were 10 murders on the subway last year, compared with 2 other murders, with about 2 murders per year on average in the 5 years before the pandemic. The number of major felony crimes from January to March 2023 was 8% lower than in the same time period in 2022, according to the MTA. Mr. Neely's killing reminded many New Yorkers of the shooting of 4 black teenagers on the subway train in 1984 by Bernhard Goetz, a man who believed he was being robbed and was acquitted of attempted murder. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, a Democratic socialist who represents Queens and the Bronx, referenced the mayor's contentious budget cuts to schools, libraries, and social services when she said that Mr. Adams had sunk to a new low in his response to Mr. Neely's death. This is also true, too, about the budget cuts to schools, libraries, and social services. This was to fund the already extremely high New York Police Department's budget. NYPD budget. So these are the increases. I want the total. That's an extremely large budget. I want this to be like well known too. They have an extremely large budget, but in order to pay for that budget, there were like cuts that the mayor made to schools, libraries, and other social services. They have nearly $11 billion budget to do it too. Now, was there a now there's some arguments as to whether or not, because that pointed out that whether or not there was a decrease or an increase in the budget. Some people are arguing that there was a decrease in the budget too. However, people point out like during like the last like 2 years, people were essentially at home in New York City, so people weren't riding about so there was like a decrease in the budget because they need to allocate all those resources to like actual policing, because the vast majority of people were at home, especially in New York City. However, prior to the pandemic, that budget just kept going up, and up. So just put that into context. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, a Democratic socialist who represents Queens of the Bronx. Okay, we read that part. The mayor's mention of mental health services was especially rich, coming from an administration that is trying to cut the very service that could have helped them, according to Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Hochul, for her part, said there should be consequences for the man who choked Ms. Neely and that his family deserves justice. The city's public advocate, Jermaine Williams, said, and the Reverend Al Sharpton, the civil rights leader, have called for charges against the man who used the chokehold. Maurice Mitchell, director of the Working Families Party, criticized leaders for refusing to call Ms. Neely's death what it is, a modern-day public lynching. Protesters crowded onto the subway platform at the Broadway Lafayette station on Wednesday, chanting "Housing, not cops." More protests were planned on Thursday night and Friday, including one in front of the office of Alvin L. Bragg, the Manhattan District Attorney. Charlton D'Souza, president of Passengers United, an advocacy organization for transit riders, said that comments by politicians inflamed tensions and failed to address the core feeling of most subway riders who just want to get to their destination safely. His organization has called for adding 400 social workers to the city's subway system. I don't know how that's gonna. I got no problem with this. I don't know how that's gonna work out and jive with police officers, though. Politicians need to ride the system, he said, and see what's happening. For New Yorkers who spend time in the subway, the incident felt hauntingly familiar, and many felt torn over how to think about it. Carrie Johnson, 23, who works in healthcare and lives in the East Village, said she felt safe on the subway and that Mr. Lee's death was a travesty. There's no excuse, she said. Maria Castano, 64, an interior designer who lives in Brooklyn, said she viewed the man who choked Mr. Neely as a hero and Mr. Neely as a recipient of justice. Jesus Christ, man. God. Now, I want to point out something, too, and I don't know if this is conscious by the author of this article. 23-year-old who works in healthcare, lives in the East Village. Maria Castano, 64 years old, interior designer who lives in Brooklyn. Usually someone who's older and who's lived in the city longer is going to have a more negative view about the subway. I feel sorry for the man, but he was acting threatening. Now, here's the thing. If a person was just acting threatening and he didn't act or was in the process of acting toward another person where he was going to inflict like a certain level of violence, are you then justified in using lethal force to like stop that person? Kareem Walker, 41, often rode the trains when he was homeless for a year and a half. He encouraged New Yorkers who see a person in crisis and trying to help by calling for emergency services. We're all wired to do fight or flight, but approach the situation with as much impartiality as possible, said Mr. Walker. Explore coverage the Adams administration, and that's it. Yeah. So that's the Jordan Neely situation, folks.
Over 300 votes in the House. It was a bipartisan. Back in the 1960s, when Lyndon Johnson proposed voting rights, it was a senator from the state of Illinois, Everett Dirksen, who was a Republican leader, who joined with President Johnson to assist in passing voting rights and civil rights through the Congress of the United States. The GOP has flipped its position on voting rights and have fractured, I think, the bipartisan long-standing coalition that existed in this country.
Is Lauren Box got banned off of Twitch? Okay.
Discriminatory voting rights. The Roberts Supreme Court is at great fault. They, in 2013, issued a decision called Shelby v. Holder, which I think is going to go down as one of the decisions, like Plessy v. Ferguson, like Dred Scott, a decision that the court and the institution of the judiciary will regret. They were an enabler of all of this voter suppression by knocking down a key provision which provided a set of standards and a pre-approval process of that many southern states had to go through. So we have to understand that we're in a new normal when it comes to voting rights, where it's become polarized, with many GOP saying no, Dems saying yes. It wasn't that way. And somehow a Cassidy and a Kennedy in the state of Louisiana, there are many, many members on the GOP side. I can speak more about the Senate than I can about the House, who I think should change and encourage their position and recognize that these votes for fundamental civil rights and people's rights are legacy votes. legacy votes. Those people who voted against civil rights and voting rights in the 1960s are not people, by and large, that are recognized in history with great applause. And I really encourage these members, these GOP members, Mitch McConnell, all the way down, Mitch McConnell, who has voted for voting rights in the past, to embrace the idea of the protection of American democracy, the expansion of voting rights, as an issue beyond partisanship, and an issue beyond the divisions and the lack of civility in this country. And I think and would hope that we would do that. We're going to be working, pushing, pressuring for that to happen because American democracy is what separates us from a China or a Russia or a North Korea or other nations where voting is a fiction, where voting is a mirage, when voting is not real or meaningful. What makes us different? What makes us better? What makes us, a shining city is American democracy, the right to participate, the right to vote, freedom of speech, right to due process, the Bill of Rights, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, and beyond. So we're going to work for that, but I want the callers to understand, and this is for GOP and D callers. Hey, it used to be this used to be one of those things that was always bipartisan, and then that fractured. And somehow we've got to reestablish it, put it back together.
You've run for Congress once. Would you run again?
Mm-hmm. Oof. There was a saying when I ran for Congress. I was in my very early 30s. It was pick 'em young, pick 'em good, and keep 'em there. I think Congress, particularly the House, the Senate may be a bit different. I think the House is a place where to achieve maximum effectiveness, you need a number of years. You have to earn seniority, earn respectability. It's a big place. I would never rule out anything where I could continue to serve, but right now, I am honored to serve as president of the National Urban League, which gives me a chance to work with members of Congress, work with members of the Senate, work with community leaders and activists across the country, work with business and labor leaders, work on those issues of racial justice and economic opportunity, and building coalitions in this country. So it's been my time as an elected official, both as mayor of New Orleans and as a Louisiana state senator, were incredible times for me, and I've just had a time of purpose here at the National Urban League. But I never rule out running for any office. But the gates of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue look the most attractive.
The National Urban League based in Manhattan. Let me take you to Bronx. This is Lee in the Bronx Independent. Good morning.
Hey, Lee.
Hey. I'm a millennial and a first-generation American, and I was wondering, why do brown Americans still allow the bigoted and derogatory namesake title black people? I know it comes from the Latin, but if people find it distasteful when certain other people use the N-word, then why do we allow a synonym of that word? And it seems to me that only certain brown people are called brown while others are called black. That doesn't make any sense. Is that not like a color caste system? And a second question, isn't it suspicious that after they do the census and count where all the non-European Americans are, that they do redistricting and, sort of red line? That's all. Thank you.
So I think this is the discussion about how people should be referred based on their race and their ethnicity. To me, I think people should be referred to as they wish to be referred, and should define their own ethnicity. For me, I embrace being called black. I embrace being called African American. I am proud to be an American, but to say I'm an American does not completely define who I am or what my history and ancestry and ethnicity is, because I have to give due credence and respect to to those who've come before me in my family and our history that goes back on my father's side through Haiti to West Africa, on my mother's side through the plantations of Louisiana back to West Africa. And so the question, I think, is for someone who may be Latino, what would you like to be called? And I think this is important to have clarity. I think Black people in America, for the most part, do not want to be called Negro, do not want to be called colored, which are old terms that were used during the days of segregation, but prefer to be called Black or African American. And then we have people in the Black community who are Afro-Caribbean, or people in the Latino community, maybe Afro-Latino. So, I would say to you, I think it's important to give the broader community the clarity of how you wish to be referred. I think that's a really, really important thing. I want to refer to people as they wish to be referred.
For folks who want to find out more about the state of Black America, to read through your report, where can they go to find it? NUL.org. It's at our website. You can look at this year's State of Black America. You can look at the State of Black America for the last several years as well. Encourage you to take a peek at it, take a look at it, and look, be part of this discussion. It's important to be part of the discussion about racial justice and understand that the State of Black America is a commentary not only on Black America, but it's a commentary on the nation. And so that's why it's important to Black Americans, but important to all Americans. I encourage journalists, scholars, students, folks who are just interested in learning in current affairs to be a part of downloading the report or checking out the report and being a part of the discussion. And you can follow our ongoing conversation on social media at Nat Urban League. That's on Twitter, Facebook.
This guy's incredibly, Adam Conover is an incredibly intelligent guy, too. That's good content as well.
National Urban League. Appreciate you being the part of so many discussions on this program over the years.
Thank you.
Is this like a fucking NFT game or something like that?
This morning, but we'll, of course, be back here tomorrow morning. It's 7 a.m. Eastern. It's 4 a.m. Pacific. In the meantime, have a great Friday.
And that's it, folks. That's Washington Journal today. The Diddy.
C-SPAN is your unfiltered view of government. We're funded by these television companies and more, including Buckeye Broadband.
Okay. You got anything else here? Senate hearing. So then. So really there's like nothing going on, right?
Here on C-SPAN too.
May 9th, that's when they have legislative session. So this is nothing. So really there's nothing planned here too. Corruption, foreign governments at 1:30. So we got nothing. Friday, nobody really works on a Friday in government, right? That's sort of like the big joke. Let's see.
That's one thing they should not fix about the game. It should stay like that forever and ever. Just because I enjoy doing it so much. Like, I enjoy having these commands in chat and being able to just quickly change my settings.
Dude, we should really get back to playing like Halo Infinite. That game is, for all the problems that it has too, that game is still so fun.
Wow.
Let's see what's going on. I don't think Pawn is on. They're watching the Lakers Warriors game. Really, like nothing going on. Oh, let's see. There you go. Let's see here. Yeah, also filled with laser training. Okay. Have at it, Hoss.
This is one of those builds that you need to add to your arsenal right now. Why? Well, to put it simply, it's basically a roaming version of Starfire Protocol Warlock, but for Titans. Along with throwing literally non-stop grenades, you've got infinite uptime healing, weapon damage, and ability.
The build, I'm using this build right now too. I think it's the same Maddox build.
Like a semi-truck, but will also instantly refund themselves in the process. And if that wasn't enough to convince you, this build will also have you taking your super from 0 to 100 in a matter of seconds. If that all sounds exciting to you, and you
it's actually a pretty fun build.
70% of viewers not yet subscribed to my channel, I'd appreciate
there you go. We subscribe. Go ahead and share this.
Crafting Club by hitting that button down below. With all that said, let's get into the build. It all begins with the combination of our fusion grenade and the Ashen Wake exotic Titan gloves, which enhance our fusion grenades by causing them to instantly explode on impact and allow them to refund grenade energy on grenade final blows. Specifically, for each red bar enemy killed, you refund 25% of your total grenade energy, 50% for each orange bar enemy, and 100% for mini bosses, champions, and bosses. But with some of the mods we will touch on later in the video, you'll learn that even by only killing 1 or 2 red bar enemies and receiving a 25 to 50% refund of your grenade from the Ashen Wake gloves, you'll still be able to rapid fire these things infinitely thanks to additional grenade refund from alternate sources soon to be discussed. But before we get there, let's talk about what happens if we do in fact misjudge our grenade damage or whiff it entirely. In that situation, ability number 2 in the throwing hammer is your next best friend. Not only does this hammer deal a pretty decent chunk of damage and can be used to buff our weapon damage with fragments we'll touch on in a second, but it can also be scavenged off the ground to fully refund your melee charge, allowing you to use it infinitely. Additionally, when scavenging your throwing hammer from the ground, you are granted the Solar Cure buff for a quick 60 HP heal.
Which is nice.
To note that with this build, I highly recommend configuring your in-game settings to have your usual melee button assigned to both charged and uncharged melee rather than using auto melee, as auto melee will cause you to use your uncharged punch over your hammer when you're too close to enemies, which is typically the opposite of what you want.
Huh. Okay. Hold on. So this is what we're gonna do here.
Now, admittedly, the damage of our fusion grenade and throwing hammer are not particularly mind-blowing on their own, but they certainly begin to raise eyebrows when we add our first aspect into the mix, Roaring Flames, which provides a stacking damage buff on ability final blows, maxing out at 3 stacks where it grants a whopping 73% ability damage increase. Additionally, while Roaring Flames is active, regular melee hits apply Scorch and count as powered melee hits, meaning if you accidentally lose your hammer, you can actually continue to stack and maintain stacks of Roaring Flames
stronger than
regular melee final blows. And in addition
Completely
to
forgot to do an update on TikTok. Give me one quick second. Cringe
you'll
update.
Also receive a lot more benefits through our second aspect, Soul Invictus, which generates sunspots at the location of defeated enemies in the case of all solar ability and scorched enemy kills, including enemies scorched from the incandescent weapon perk, and at the location of all Hammer of Soul impacts. A sunspot is a pool of fire that persists for 6 seconds, damaging enemies enemies that walk through or stand in it, but granting you a whole slew of benefits when you do the same. Specifically, you gain the restoration buff for a constant
over
40 health per second heal, 40% decreased passive super drain, and 100% increased grenade and melee.
Maddox, I'm sorry for like not
last one is communicated
paying attention
through the Soul Invictus buff on your HUD, which lasts for 5 seconds outside of a sunspot and refreshes anytime you are in a sunspot, constantly refreshing if you remain standing in one. However, the restoration buff received from the sunspot will not refresh unless you exit and re-enter the sunspot. Now, most build videos would stop here, but I want to tell you another secret about sunspots that I guarantee no other build video will show you. Remember how I said sunspots last on the ground for 6 seconds? Well, their duration can actually be extended significantly simply by standing in them. The way sunspot duration really works is that it will stay alive for 6 cumulative uninhabited seconds. So if, for example, you create a sunspot, wait 3 seconds before standing in it, hop in it for a bit, and then exit again, you would have 3 seconds of unattendance remaining before it despawns. And although having an everlasting sunspot sounds awesome, it does have a hard despawn timer of 20 total seconds, regardless of how long you stand in it. And if that's something you didn't know before watching this video, I'd appreciate it if you'd consider hitting that subscribe button down below so I can continue to show you all of the intricacies of the best Destiny builds. Now, if it wasn't obvious from the benefits that these aspects both provide to it, our super of choice will of course be the Hammer of Soul, which with the mods we'll talk about shortly will be available for use non-stop thanks to the ridiculous amounts of super energy we'll gain from this build. But first, let's talk about the 4 fragment slots available to us to further juice up this already incredible setup. The first of these fragments is what will enable us to receive that weapon damage buff from our throwing hammer that I mentioned earlier in the Ember of Torches, granting Radiant a 25% weapon damage buff on powered melee hits. And considering that you essentially have an infinitely refundable powered melee ability, this is extremely easy to maintain. Fragment number 2 is one of the plentiful ancillary methods to regain grenade energy in the Ember of Benevolence, which upon applying solar buffs to allies like Radiant and Restoration, grants 6 seconds of 200% increased ability regeneration to all 3 of your basic abilities. This fragment will of course be activated through the use of the Ember of Torches, since when landing a powered melee hit, not only will you receive Radiant, but so will all of your nearby allies. Now, if you are looking to use this build in solo activities on occasion, this fragment is obviously extremely useless. So in those circumstances, I would recommend swapping it out for something else. Moving on, fragment number 3 is one that comes in absolutely huge for endgame content against tankier enemies. Currently, the only way you can refresh your restoration and radiant buffs is by running over sunspots generated from defeated enemies and by hitting enemies with your throwing hammer, both things that can't always be done on demand in higher end content with tankier and more dangerous mobs. However, Ember of Empyrean allows us to effectively maintain 100% uptime on both our restoration and radiant buffs by allowing us to extend them to up to 12 seconds from solar ability and solar weapon final blows. In accordance with this, you'll obviously want to do your best to pair solar weapons with this build to maximize the effectiveness of the Ember of Empyrean. Finally, filling fragment slot number 4 is the Ember of Searing, which refunds melee energy and spawns fire sprites when defeating scorched targets, which is great for getting your throwing hammer back quickly in the event that you misplace it, and for furthering the ways to refund grenade energy through the scavenging of those generated fire sprites. Now, we still haven't gotten to those previously mentioned ways that we will be able to guarantee full grenade refunds and constant super pops like clockwork. So allow me to answer those questions with our fully kitted mod setup. We'll of course begin with our orb of power generation methods, starting with firepower on the gloves for orbs on grenade final blows. You'll also want to snag harmonic siphon on the helmet for orbs on solar weapon multi-kills, since you should of course be running a solar weapon with this build. You'll then round out this orb generation suite with Reaper on the class item for orb of power generation on weapon kills after class ability cast. And speaking of class ability cast, thanks to 2 copies of Bomber on your class item, you'll refund a big chunk of grenade energy by doing so as well. And with 2 copies of Innervation on the boots added to the mix, you'll be able to refund a chunk of grenade energy on Orb of Power pickup as well, orbs that you'll just so happen to be generating with grenade kills themselves. And to throw the cherry on top, you'll slide 2 copies of Grenade Kickstart onto your gloves for a massive refund to your grenade on grenade cast, depending on how many armor charge stacks you have. But that's not all, because with stacks on the boots, you'll be doubling the amount of armor charge stacks you receive on orb pickup. And to make the most out of stacks on stacks, you'll finally slot a copy of Charged Up on your chest to increase your maximum armor charge stack capacity from 3 to 4. And just to note, with 2 copies of Grenade Kickstart and 2 armor charge stacks, you're automatically refunding 30.8% of your grenade on throw, which with 1 additional orb pickup for a total of 4 armor charge stacks automatically refunds 48.1% of your grenade on throw. And with all of these grenade kills that are sure to be occurring, it only makes sense to toss 2 copies of Ashes to Assets on your helmet for significantly increased super gains on grenade final blows. Couple this healthy mod ensemble with chest and stat mods of your choice, and you'll learn what it means to feel like Titans just got their own mobile Starfire protocol setup. And speaking of stat mods, I highly recommend prioritizing resilience, discipline, and intellect in that order. And as always, there is a Destiny item manager link in the description that you can use to copy all of these abilities, aspects, fragments, and mods over to your Guardian with just 1 click. And while you're down there, please consider tagging those like and subscribe buttons as well if you're enjoying the video so far. Now, putting this build to use is actually quite simple. Your #1 goal is to try to maintain 3 stacks of Roaring Flames at all times to maximize your grenade and throwing hammer damage. Having both of these abilities consistently dealing 73% bonus damage will make it a lot easier to get grenade refund from Ashen Wake and to generate sunspots with ability final blows. And while sunspots are extremely important for acquiring the Soul Invictus buff to get a big boost to your grenade and melee regeneration when needed, you really only need to step in them once to acquire your initial restoration buff, since the very restoration buff can be extended and maintained outside of sunspots with solar ability and solar weapon final blows thanks to the Ember of Empyrean. An extremely key component of this build is obviously picking up generated orbs of power from solar weapon multi-kills, grenade kills, and post-barricade usage weapon kills to stack up your armor charge to fuel grenade kickstart. In most situations, it's super easy to tag up 2 red bar enemies with your grenade, which will refund half of it from Ashen Wake. And if you're diligent about orb pickup and have 4 armor charge stacks acquirable from 2 orbs when you throw that grenade, then the consumption of those stacks will easily make up that other half. And in team activities, do your best to tag mobs with your throwing hammer to grant your buddies Radiant, and in the process activate your Ember of Benevolence fragment for increased ability regeneration. Now, I won't lie, this build is definitely tougher to pull off in higher end content like Grandmaster Nightfalls, where the mobs are much tankier, but it still remains incredibly strong and potent in the hands of a practiced user. In these types of activities where it is a bit harder to consistently one-hit enemies with your grenade, you'll simply have to be sure to make the most out of class ability usage, orb and fire spray pickup, Ember of Benevolence, and the Soul Invictus buff to fuel your grenade to the best of your ability. And while it is down, your fully stacked Roaring Flames throwing hammer still packs a punch. And in situations where even that isn't such a safe idea, like I said before, with all of the super energy you'll be generating from Ashes to Assets through grenade final blows, you'll always have your super in your back pocket should you need it. This build honestly made me laugh uncontrollably while discovering it on my stream due to the sheer amount of grenade spam that I was dishing out. And I hope you enjoy using it as much as you enjoyed this video. Feel free to stop by my live stream at twitch.tv/Mactix with additional questions. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, have a great day.
So let's see here. I like this idea. You apply more scorch stacks. So I apply more scorch. When I ignite, it spreads scorch to affected targets, and then the more targets I defeat with scorch, it grants me. I don't care about the melee energy because I get a refund when I get my throwing hammer back. But it creates more fire sprites. That's what I care about. That's the only thing I care about. Let's see here. Wait, we might as well just go into yeah, we'll go ahead and put this.
There's a couple of news stories that keep drip feeding us with more and more information, and sometimes this is annoying because it's easy to say, why couldn't this just have come all out at once? That would be a lot easier, right? But on the other hand, we're all very aware of the fact that the attention spans of your average American are extremely short. So shocking news like blatant corruption of our highest courts, or not so shocking news like racist news guy was also racist off air, could be washed from the news cycle in just a few days, especially when you live in a place where it's hard to keep track of what's happening in your own personal day-to-day lives, while also, at this point, being confused as to which mass shooting people are talking about at any point in time, and also maybe justifiably worried about the distinct rise in, quote, vigilante justice, which in a majority of cases is simply murder or attempted murder. It appears as though we live in Gotham City.
Yeah, and that's really only fun if you're Batman. Yeah. I don't know about you, but I'm not Batman.
Me neither.
So earlier this week, we spoke
take the
about
money.
the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing.
I don't know about anything, all the other shit.
Regarding the Supreme Court and the hope that maybe the Supreme Court would at least write up, I don't know, a code of conduct for itself to follow.
Yeah, maybe make its own rules, you know, very lenient. The governing officials are just like, look, guys, just do the bare minimum.
Give yourself some guidelines. And if that didn't work,
I don't know if that's necessary,
maybe,
period.
Congress was going to maybe do it for them.
Yeah. Which would probably be what I would choose.
And I'm sure would have gone very light touch.
Yeah.
Because our institutions, our norms, precious norms.
I think the bare minimum here, which I would not have been happy with, but the bare minimum here would have been like, all right, Clarence Thomas has to at least disclose that he's getting money from billionaires.
Yeah, so anyone could have anticipated the outcome of this hearing. The Democrats would bring up recent and specific potential violations that clearly appear to be bribes. Straight up graft. And then Republicans would claim that bringing this up is actually just an attack on conservatism, or that it's woke to assume that Supreme Court justices can't take free money from a dear old friend who clearly has no ulterior motives.
Yeah.
This is what rich people do. They give each other money sometimes. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much exactly what happened, with the most damning clip coming from the former United States Attorney General from the George W. Bush administration, who basically said, oh, what, am I not supposed to accept lavish gifts from rich friends and therefore risk losing them as a friend? It would hurt their feelings if I said no to the money and the gifts.
Could you imagine saying no to someone who's just being a real nice friend and giving you whatever you want?
You are tearing friendships apart, Democrats.
Yeah.
With your
We saw
agenda,
this hearing.
This woke mind virus. Anyway, here's the clip.
What I'm asking you is that as a judge, is it fair to say that you most likely would have declined an offer of foreign travel worth hundreds of...
We saw this yesterday, chat, and he gave him an out. He's like, yo, as a judge, wink, wink, you obviously would have declined like lavish gifts, right? Wink, wink.
Thousands of dollars, because quite reasonably...
This is a layup question.
That public disclosure of such travel could have undermined public confidence in the impartiality of your judgment.
Simply because it amounted to... I mean, if somebody took me, I mean, if I were a district judge and somebody wanted to fly me on his private plane on a vacation with his family, and I were friendly with that person, would I have refused and endangered the friendship? I'm not sure that I would have.
And yeah, we all...
Fucking stupid, man.
Make and keep friends as an aging adult. But it also seems as though anything that might even appear to give the slightest impression that a Supreme Court justice is being bought and sold should, at the very least, be disclosed. There was a study recently where it said loneliness in adult males is as deadly as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. And I love the take that, call up the boys, you can have 15 cigarettes tonight as long as you're with your friends.
Yeah. It balances out.
Yeah, I guess so. If you have friends, it's cool to smoke.
Smoke them if you got them. And by I mean friends.
Yes. Smoking is cool as long as you're with a group.
Nothing is nothing is good between friends as a Marlboro Light, a smooth Marlboro.
Please never smoke. We're joking.
This is fields of North Carolina.
This is a joke.
Artisanal. Yeah, don't smoke.
It was a nightmare to quit. Please never do it. But yes, not just, the flights and vacations being disclosed here, but the amount of money that was changing hands in, I don't know, real estate transactions and other gifts. There are disclosures that must be filled out in these scenarios, and they simply refused to do so. Again, you would think Supreme Court justices, of all people, would have an understanding of the law. But let's get back to the hearing and how it played out exactly the way that we thought it would. Here's NPR.
While the Supreme Court has for 32 years acknowledged that it is bound by the financial disclosure rules under federal law, the court has explicitly said it is not bound by the rest of the Code of Judicial Conduct. And that was what the hearing was ostensibly about. It is critical to our democracy that the American people have confidence that judges cannot be bought or influenced and that they are serving the public interest, not their own personal interest, Committee Chairman Dick Durbin said in the opening remarks. The problem was that the Republicans viewed the subject of Supreme Court ethics as an attack on the new conservative Supreme Court supermajority, an attack by Democrats, aided and abetted by the liberal media. We can talk about ethics, and that's great, but we're also going to talk about today the concentrated effort by the left to delegitimize this court and to cherry-pick examples to make a point, said ranking Republican Lindsey Graham, and I would have said it with the voice if I knew that's who I was quoting.
You want to do it over again?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it over again.
We can talk about ethics, and that's great, but we're also going to talk today about the concentrated effort by the left to delegitimize this court and to cherry-pick examples to make a point, said ranking Republican Lindsey Graham.
There you go. We did it again.
You gotta love it.
And I think we're all better for it.
I'm getting the vapors over here.
Oh
Seeing
my.
These Democrats.
We can talk about, yes, the clear ethical violations, but we should also point out that they are using these violations to make us look bad.
It ain't right.
It ain't.
It just ain't right,
folks.
folks.
Going back to what we were saying about the drip feed of information regarding potential ethics violations, though, after the hearing took place, even more suspicious financial dealings between Clarence Thomas and Harlan Crow came to light. It appears as though Crow paid the exorbitant tuition of Justice Thomas's nephew, who he raises as a son, so that he could attend a prestigious boarding school.
Yeah, Clarence Thomas does have pretty big uncle energy, now that you mention it.
I mean, look, you can't hate on the guy for raising his nephew as a son. He became his legal guardian.
Okay.
So, look, apparently Clarence Thomas did raise this nephew as a son, which is fine and respectable. He gained legal custody of the child when he was 6 years old, but when the boy was a teenager, Thomas decided to send him to the Hidden Lake Academy, a private school that costs $6,000 a month to attend.
Oh, geez, how are we going to pay for this? Oh, well...
Oh, you got a problem with some finance?
Having trouble paying for your nephew's son's tuition at the Illuminati school that you're sending him to in the woods? Well, that's no problem for Harlan Crow.
It has hidden right in the name. Well, that's just a line item on a billionaire spreadsheet.
Speaking of hidden, you keep this between me and you, Mr. Clarence Thomas of the Supreme Court.
Yeah, hush. Wouldn't want anyone to find out about our little gifts and trips, or else those trips and gifts might come to an end.
Anyway, I'm going to go back in my house and look at some Nazi shit. I'm going to spend some time in my room that is filled entirely with Nazi memorabilia.
I do imagine this guy smells like gravy.
I have no idea what he looks like.
I don't want to know.
Sounds like or smells like.
I saw a picture last time we covered him, and we're kind of on with. He's from Texas. He doesn't sound like he's from Kentucky, but you know, you get the picture.
South is south. So there's just one Southern accent, and that's, yeah, I'm doing it.
Sure. Now, obviously, $6,000 a month for tuition for a boarding school.
Why, that's pocket change for Harlan Crow.
Pocket change for Harlan Crow. A little high for a Supreme Court justice to be able to afford. So his very good friend and GOP mega donor, Harlan Crow, as Elliot refers to him, covered the bill out of the kindness of his own heart and for no other reason.
Yeah, just he's a good friend.
Yeah, here's ProPublica.
Tuition at the boarding school ran more than $6,000 a month, but Thomas did not cover the bill. A bank statement for the school from July 2009, buried in unrelated court filings, shows the source of Martin's tuition payment for that month, the company of billionaire real estate magnate Harlan Crow. The payments extended beyond that month, according to Christopher Grimwood, a former administrator at the school. Crow paid Martin's tuition the entire time he was a student there, which was about a year, Grimwood told ProPublica. Before and after his time at Hidden Lake, Martin attended a second boarding school, Randolph-Macon Academy in Virginia. Harlan said he was paying for the tuition at Randolph-Macon Academy as well, Grimwood said, recalling a conversation he had with Crow during a visit to the billionaire's Adirondacks estate. ProPublica interviewed Martin, his former classmates, and former staff at both schools. The exact total Crow paid for Martin's education over the years remains unclear. If he paid for all 4 years at the two schools, the price tag could have exceeded $150,000, according to public records of tuition rates at the school. Thomas did not report the tuition payments from Crow on his annual financial disclosures. Several years earlier, Thomas disclosed a gift of $5,000 for Martin's education from another friend. It's not clear why he reported that payment, but not Crow's.
He's got friends all over town.
He's a gregarious Supreme Court justice.
One of the things that was pointed out in this reporting that was, I don't want to say funny, but odd, it is kind of funny, is that one of the things he did report as receiving his gift was a brand new set of tires.
Well, everyone needs tires.
But it's insane that even his tires are paid for by someone else.
Oh, Clarence, these tires are nearly bald. You're gonna hit a slick of oil on that highway, and you're gonna go spinning off the cliff. Let old Harlan take care of them tires. I'm gonna get you some good ones.
Yeah. I don't know if the tires came from Harlan Crow, but he got free tires from someone.
One of the things I like to do is give my dearest friends new tires.
Yeah.
Because no one likes going and getting tires. So, just a little thing I do on top of paying for people's educations and other such things.
It is very specific that he would go, I don't know, $6,000 a month for tuition for this academy. I'm not going to write that down. But, to throw everyone off the trail a little bit, yeah, I did get some tires.
Yeah, it is.
Big deal.
Yeah, he threw that in there like, okay, obviously this guy's taking account of everything. He put a fucking set of tires on his disclosures. Nothing to see here.
Well, I need the tires to get to work. It's a business expense.
Right, yeah.
Now, we hate to keep reiterating this, but yes, if this wasn't suspicious and was completely above board, why wasn't it disclosed?
Well, he disclosed the tires.
Yeah, you got me there.
I just want us all to acknowledge that Clarence Thomas, he fully acknowledged those tires on his form.
And they were damn good tires.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. A good example of actually disclosing things, but also claims that were raised by the Daily Wire, were income received from the publisher Penguin Random House, which published books written by Justices Sonia Sotomayor and Neil Gorsuch. From the Washington Post, a conservative news site questioned Justice Sonia Sotomayor's decision not to recuse herself from 2 Supreme Court cases involving Penguin Random House, which publishes her books and has paid the justice about $3.6 million since 2009. Income she listed on her disclosure form. She is not the only one with a potential conflict regarding Penguin Random House. Justice Neil M. Gorsuch has received $655,000 from the company, according to his financial disclosure reports. And he also did not recuse himself in a case that came before the court during his tenure. It is not clear whether justices must recuse themselves when they receive royalties from a contract with a publisher, because profits from books are specifically exempted by law from the total outside income a judge is allowed.
And listen, I'm not married to any of these judges.
No, I think they should all be telling everyone exactly where they're getting their money from.
In fact, if you want my unfiltered opinion about the Supreme Court, we don't have the time. But I could take it or leave it.
Yeah.
I don't think George Washington and Ben Franklin were gods, and I think they had a lot of great ideas, and I think some of those ideas have aged better than others. The fact that people look at the Supreme Court like the way British people look at royalty is fucking weird.
Yeah.
It's clearly it's an institution that has an important role. Is it fulfilling that role properly? Hard to say.
And as things evolve and information comes out, it is appearing as though it might be fucking corrupt.
Yeah.
Or at least corruptible.
Right.
Which would not bode well
not enough
for
checks, not enough balances.
Yeah.
So it would be a good idea for, at the very least, a new code of ethics that indicates they should have recused themselves from those cases if there's potential for impartiality.
Yeah,
sure.
Just because they, vote as Democrats doesn't mean they shouldn't.
Oh no, not Sonia Sotomayor, my favorite Supreme Court justice that I know literally nothing about.
If there's a conflict of interest, if there's a conflict of interest at all, they should recuse themselves.
Yeah.
Regardless of their party affiliation. That should be obvious.
No, some of our faves have been implicated. Fuck off. But yeah, there's still a large gap between making money on a book that you wrote and then disclosing it properly, and receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of trips, real estate profits, and tuition from one billionaire, and not disclosing any of that to anyone for some strange reason, just forgetting, I guess. But yeah, the drip feed continued in regards to Justice Thomas because, God, it was revealed this week that his bitch wife his wife, Ginny, the one that's all about the stolen election conspiracy, the one who's all over, her fingerprints are all over January 6th, that wife.
Yeah, the one that texted a Trump administration
Speaking of
official.
conflicts of interest, so Ginny received tens of thousands of dollars from a conservative nonprofit, while the person who directed the funds specifically insisted that they hide Ginny Thomas's name from the document. Okay.
Which is something you do when you're definitely above board.
Level. Here's the Washington Post.
Conservative judicial activist Leonard Leo arranged for the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas to be paid tens of thousands of dollars for consulting work just over a decade ago, specifying that her name be left off billing paperwork, according to documents reviewed by the Washington Post. In January 2012, Leo instructed the GOP pollster Kellyanne Conway to bill a nonprofit group he advises and use that money to
more. It's coming out,
Ginny
boys.
Thomas, the documents show. The same year, the nonprofit, the Judicial Education Project, filed a brief to the Supreme Court in a landmark voting rights case. Leo, a key figure in a network of nonprofits that has worked to support the nominations of conservative judges, told Conway that he wanted her to give Ginny Thomas another $25K, the documents show. He emphasized that the paperwork should have no mention of Ginny, of course. Concerning.
Yeah.
Thankfully, people are looking into this. And there's probably going to be more where this comes from. I mean, it's been, 2-3 weeks since this first came to light?
Yeah, maybe a little longer than that, but it's all happening very quickly.
Yeah.
None of it's really been surprising. Clarence Thomas has sucked for a lot longer than this.
But even what's already been exposed should be enough to convince both sides of the aisle to work together on some kind of ethical standards for the court that presides over how America is run.
Yeah, sounds like loser talk. Sounds like something you'd say if you had only 3 out of the 9 justices.
Yeah, I guess. But who knows? We're just humble content farmers.
Yeah. But with all this talk of justice, let's check in on some actual justice as it relates to those Proud Boys and their involvement in the January 6th insurrection. Because they're in big trouble, as 4 prominent members, which includes the leader of the Proud Boys, Enrique Tarrio, have been convicted of seditious conspiracy. Basically, they conspired against the country and attempted to thwart the peaceful transfer of power. Sounds pretty bad.
Yeah.
Here's CBS News. The one-time president of the far-right Proud Boys group, Enrique Tarrio, and 3 subordinates were convicted of numerous felonies, including seditious conspiracy for their roles in the January 6, 2021 Capitol attack. A federal jury in Washington, D.C. found Tarrio, Ethan Nordine, Zachary Rell, and Joseph Biggs guilty of conspiring to prevent the peaceful transfer of power from Donald Trump to Joe Biden and using force and prior planning to hinder the 2020 presidential election certification.
The reporting continues, adding that a 5th defendant defendant did not fall under the charge of seditious conspiracy, but that, quote, all 5 were found guilty of several other felonies, including obstructing an official proceeding, obstructing Congress, conspiracy to prevent an officer from discharging duties, obstruction of law enforcement during civil disorder, and aiding and abetting and destruction of government property. But the jury was hung on a total of 10 counts, and a mistrial was declared on those charges. They now likely face a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison. Prosecutors had argued the defendants had conspired to unlawfully use force and the crowds gathered in Washington, D.C. to keep former President Donald Trump in office. Soon after the election, investigators alleged Tarrio began posting on social media and in message groups about a civil war, later threatening no Trump, no peace, no quarter. Proud Boys leaders saw themselves as a fighting force that was ready to commit violence on Trump's behalf, the government alleged. According to charging papers, Nordine, Rel, Biggs, and Pizzola gathered with over 100 Proud Boys near the Washington Monument on January 6, 2021, around the time that Trump was speaking at the White House Ellipse. They allegedly marched to the Capitol grounds and communicated by radio. And the fact that these guys were charged with sedition really flies in the face of the defense that they were all just on a sightseeing tour. And CNN put together a nice little clip compilation showing Fox hosts and how they've boasted about there was clearly no sedition here over the past couple of years.
Yeah.
And specifically, like the first clip is from Tucker Carlson in 2021 when it happened, as if there could be justice that swift. Like, imagine like the day after, like, well, you know, no one has been found guilty of sedition yet.
Yep.
So obviously it didn't happen. Here's a bit of their compilation.
Oh, it was an insurrection. So how many of the participants in that insurrection have been charged with insurrecting, with sedition, with treason? 0.
But you know what? No one has been charged with sedition.
No one has been charged with sedition or insurrection. Most have been hit with charges like parading. Parading. Who knew that was a crime?
Do you know how many people have been charged with inciting insurrection or sedition or treason or domestic terrorism as a result of anything? 0.
Has anybody been charged with sedition? Nobody. Has anybody been charged with treason? Nobody. So why do they keep calling it an insurrection?
How many times do words like insurrection, sedition, or treason appear in Biden's own DOJ indictments against the January 6 rioters? The answer, 0.
Oh, gee. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see what the actual sentencing looks like, but there's at least some satisfaction that they face and were found guilty of some very serious charges.
Yeah.
Gavin McInnes really dodged a blow with this one.
He is somewhere ramming his ass with a giant protest. And, well, he's actually probably happy that Vice is going under now.
Yeah, because he famously really jumped ship the absolute worst time.
Yeah.
While his old buddy Shane Smith got fucking filthy rich. But yeah, let's get back on that drip feed of information that seems to be done intentionally as a way to keep someone in the news. In this case, it definitely reads as a warning from his former employer. They are ready, willing, and able to drop a bombshell if he decides to attack them. And we are, of course, talking about Tucker Carlson, the punished Tucker Carlson. And in the week and a half since he was abruptly fired from his position at Fox News, new and worsening documents and statements have come to light. None of them are surprising at all, because this is literally the type of shit he was saying to the public on his highly rated nightly television show.
He was saying it to everyone.
But yeah, he admitted. But yeah, it is proof that Fox's Oppo file, I guess, is real, and that there is almost certainly something much worse that could come to light if Tucker tries to fight back, which he should absolutely do.
Yeah.
Because it would be amazing. Because we totally support you, Tucker, but also, you know, it would be amazing to watch Fox and Tucker go at it and just air out all the dirty laundry for everyone to see.
Yeah.
Don't tease us with a good time.
Yeah, I think
Let them fight.
Yeah, every angry boomer that is screaming for Tucker to do something right now is right. He should definitely come out against Fox News very publicly in a way that they would be forced to respond.
Yeah, do it, Tucker. Be a man.
Last week we brought you the shocking, unbelievable story about Tucker using the cunt word. Sorry, the C word. It's in reference to a Fox executive. And not in the fun, cheeky Australian or British.
Oh, you cunt.
Not in that way, in the very angry American offensive way. Yeah. So this, when I said it, I was talking about it in the Australian report. This week, new texts were revealed in which Tucker goes on a lengthy rant regarding his thirst for blood when it came to Antifa. And to be fair, throughout his stream of consciousness ramblings about how badly he wanted Trump supporters to beat Antifa to death, he came to terms with that sickness and realized that it did make him feel and sound like a total psychopath. The entire text reads like something he should have told a licensed therapist.
Yeah, it literally sounds like something he'd be laying on the couch, just like saying out loud. Like the fact that this, and then I was like, wait, so is this an email? No. It's the longest text message anyone has ever fucking sent. It's an essay via text.
To his producer, someone that works under him.
Yeah, to a fucking, like, a fellow employee. Like, this man needs a professional to talk to, but it's a good thing he doesn't, because that's going in the blackmail file.
Yeah, it was, yes, when I read this, it read as though it came from a therapist who was like forced to go to trial for this or something like that.
Did we see what was the producer's response? Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah. Wild. Okay. Tucker's on some fucking bullshit again.
Just a heart tap.
Yeah, just the thumbs up. Tucker's gotten into the wine again. It reads like something he should have told a therapist and not someone from his team at a national news network. But as you all know, it is so hard to gain and maintain friendships when you get older, so sometimes you just gotta open up to your besties about how badly you want violence to prevail in a country that you claim to love so much.
Sometimes you're really craving a cigarette, so you reach out to a friend.
I can't do this alone, it'll kill me. Also for, in defense of a religion that you claim to adhere to, obviously, that religion would say probably turn the other cheek, but no, this is the new Christianity.
New Christianity, where the Good Samaritan famously, beat the shit out of people just out of the kindness of his heart.
The cheek is turned by my fist.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna stop short of the actual fucking bloodlust in here, because it's YouTube. But this was a text message that went to his producer. There's links in the description to the full article, as always.
There's a phrase in this that is burned into my mind forever.
Yeah, we do say that phrase because it's not inciting violence, but either way, the quote that has been making the rounds, it's right up front anyway. Elliot, take it.
A couple of weeks ago, I was watching a video of people fighting on the street in Washington. A group of Trump guys surrounded an Antifa kid and started pounding the living shit out of him. It was 3 against 1, at least. Jumping a guy like that is dishonorable, obviously. It's not how white men fight. Yet suddenly I found myself rooting for the mob against the man. It's not how white men fight. It's, gentlemen, this is not how white men fight.
Wow.
Okay, what did he mean by that? We know what he fucking meant. He then goes on to talk about how basically he wanted the group to finish the job.
That's the nice way to put it.
And then realized that that was probably not a very healthy way for him to be thinking about all this. I mean, honestly, surprisingly, reflective. It's like, did Fox fire him because he, for a brief moment, kind of felt bad? Was involved in this?
Maybe, again.
Oh, no, the racism, we knew about that. There's the fact that he, admitted that he felt bad about it. That's, come on, man, be a team player.
Yeah, I mean, it is something.
So yeah, again, the whole thing reads like an admission that someone who's deeply troubled would make to a professional therapist who then attempts to find exercises to manage this anger and animosity before it becomes insurmountable and all-consuming and/or garners you a primetime television show on the nation's #1 news network. But instead, he fired it off as a text to someone on his team who basically has to respond, yeah, boss, sounds good. I hate those Antifa sons of bitches too, boss.
Thumbs up emoji.
Damn, that's crazy.
Sideways crying laugh. Oh man, according to further reporting from this from the New York Times, though, the text alarmed the Fox board, which saw the message a day before Fox was set to defend itself against Dominion voting systems before a jury. The board grew concerned that the message could become public at trial when Mr. Carlson was on the stand, creating a sensational and damaging moment that would raise broader questions about the company. The day after the discovery, the board told Fox executives it was bringing in an outside law firm to conduct an investigation into Mr. Carlson's conduct. Okay, yeah, this does seem like it would have been damaging in this Dominion trial. It's been like a week since that, and now it's public information anyway.
Yeah. Still a lot of things unresolved here.
I am getting closer and closer to your idea that there is some horrific bombshell that is hidden somewhere.
And in order to keep people off of the sense of the actual reason, they're like tossing this all out. So people are like, oh, I guess it was that then.
Yeah, it could be any of these things, which are increasingly weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, no.
Like so far, literally nothing that has come out seems like a good enough reason to fire your golden boy. Like it just doesn't make.
Yeah, especially when the settlement is $750 million, and your company, that's very small potatoes for what Fox brings in every year, especially their biggest host. Oh, but also, by the way, update. Dan Bongino's out, of course. Tucker's out. Geraldo Rivera not getting called back by Fox.
What?
Has all of his appearances have been canceled.
What?
Oh, wow.
Oh, man.
How are any boomers supposed to watch this show without that glorious mustache?
Who's the other guy? Juan Williams, the token punching bag? Oh, is he still on there?
I don't know, but you know who's hosting the Tucker gig next week?
No.
Kayleigh McEnany. She's back, and she is in Tucker's chair in prime time.
Well, I hope she's in the makeup chair beforehand, because... Yeah.
I will say it is. I do find it odd, specifically that they picked her. Well, I don't find it odd at all. She's a attractive blonde woman, but
she's just their type.
But when it comes to the Murdochs, she is very crazy religious Christian lady, and that is something they've made very clear they do not like when things get a little too evangelical on their airwaves. So it'll be interesting to see how she handles this. Either way, I'm sure the clips will be fantastic. But yes, it is still wild that anyone behind the scenes at Fox News, especially in an executive position, was somehow shocked by any of this. Do they watch the shows that they're putting out?
Maybe not.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, how long has this show been on? What? It's our #1 show? Oh, that's not good. We need to stop this.
Let me go check out this girl Kat's page on Twitter. Wait, these are all clips from shows that we put on TV?
Oh, no.
Jeez. And yeah, the idea that no Fox executives were aware of the type of messages that he was sending out on air for the whole world to see, it's nuts. But it also reinforces the idea that there, again, I'm coming to terms with the fact that Elliot is probably right. There might be something worse that we haven't seen or heard of
yet. There has to be. It's similar to... like the latest, we're not going to get into it, but the latest Steven Crowder being a fucking terrible boss story. There was multiple people where it's the Steven you see on the show is not the Steven in real life. I'm like, what are you talking about? The Steven on the show is a fucking piece of shit. Yeah. And in real life he's a piece of shit. They seem like it's perfectly consistent here.
I do love the story where he exposed his genitals, and he also did it. He exposed his genitals to his dad. It's just okay, yeah. He's been a freak on the show. He dresses in drag constantly.
Yeah, no, I think
not that that's freak behavior, but for him, a person who claims to be so against that type of behavior, to do it so frequently is a bit suspicious.
It's insane that someone would be like, wow, Crowder seemed like such a nice guy. I'm like, everything that surveillance video of him yelling at his wife, I'm like, yeah, no, this is exactly how I would have imagined this man acts when he's arguing with his wife over dumb bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, one aspect of Tucker's reign at Fox that isn't shocking to hear about, but is now coming to light more and more from those who worked with him, is the fact that Tucker had begun to have at least some shred of control over the GOP and how that entire government party would operate. Here's Rolling Stone, who spoke with Abby Grossberg, who again is currently suing Fox News over her time at the company, and specifically
this was wild. We actually saw this from another clip. The fact that Kevin McCarthy even felt the need to call Tucker to just to kiss the ring, essentially, that is fucking wild to me, dude. That is wild to me. That shows you that he actually has actual power. That's the thing. That shows that this motherfucker had actual power within the party. That is so wild. All right, I'm going to go use the restroom, get some more coffee or coffee if you're asking Donald. I'll be right back. I'll leave you with some music. All right, be right back, folks. All right, people, we're back. Ooh. That's actually pretty good. Let's get back to the show. Right, the Ricky and Elliot here.
Under Tucker Carlson.
Carlson terrified top Republicans with threats to destroy them if they failed to do his bidding and used his platform to push a personal agenda on the party's leadership. Abby Grossberg, who worked as a producer for Carlson's show,
which is crazy to me,
2022, tells Rolling Stone. Grossberg says Carlson pressured Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott to militarize the southern border, tried to threaten Representative Michael McCaul over military aid to Ukraine, and pushed Kevin McCarthy, then the aspiring House Speaker, to create the Republican-led Committee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. The producer says Abbott, a staunch Republican who has pursued aggressive policies against undocumented immigration, didn't go far enough for the virulently natalist Carlson, who wanted the governor to deploy the entirety of Texas's National Guard to prevent border crossings. Grossberg said she called Governor Abbott's communication director and warned her that Carlson planned on ambushing the governor once he agreed to come on. Senior staff on Tucker Carlson tonight were saying, "We'll demolish him. I warned his team to have Abbott's ducks in a row and be ready."
And the reporting continues and sheds light on the fight to approve Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House.
Probably one of the reasons why she got canned.
He kept trying and failing and trying and failing to secure enough votes from his own party.
Which is great. I loved it.
When not wielding his time slot against Republican politicians who defied his ideology, Carlson was trying to set himself up as a kingmaker amid Kevin McCarthy's drawn-out fight to win the Speaker's gavel in the House, according to Grossberg. The former Fox producer outlined the contours of the attempt to broker the speakership in an appearance on CNN Tuesday night and in her lawsuit, but offered new details about the incident to Rolling Stone. As Republican dissidents withheld support for the California congressman, Grossberg says Carlson hoped to broker a deal and extract political concessions from the would-be speaker live on air in prime time. Earlier that first week of January 2023, Tucker made a demand live on air for this church committee that he wanted McCarthy to establish to get that speakership, groveling for various votes on the show, Grossberg tells Rolling Stone. After that, the day of the 5th, he wanted Kevin McCarthy to be booked on the show.
And they add that the squeeze play Grossberg says Carlson and his producers put together involved a plan to invite chief holdout Representative Matt Gaetz onto the show to join McCarthy so he could make demands that would leave the future House Speaker in the hot seat on national television. They would speak about what McCarthy wanted and his bid to be Speaker, Grossberg says. From there, they would bring Matt Gaetz into the conversation, and Matt Gaetz would lay out his demands, and Tucker would also send his demands for McCarthy that he felt needed to be included and concessions he should make to be Speaker. And live on air, he would broker this deal between the opposition party, which were Gaetz and people like Lauren Boebert, and Kevin McCarthy to save the Republican Party, making Carlson a hero. He received a call from Thomas Massey and Kevin McCarthy from Kevin McCarthy's office that they were making concessions that Tucker had demanded, and Tucker was excited about that for this church committee. She says he was changing the Republican Party, and he loved having that kind of power. Gaetz has publicly denied ever being asked to appear on the show and said he doubts the fantastical story about an attempt to broker the speakership. But text messages obtained by Rolling Stone show Carlson's producers proposing an invitation to Gaetz, corroborating Grossberg's account.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's a powerful figure.
Not anymore.
Too powerful. But
at least for now. At least for now.
Where is your power now? What's he going to do?
He's going to do that show that all the blue checks seem to believe he's going to do on Twitter.com.
I mean,
where Elon Musk, despite the feature already existing, is currently testing an even worse version of live streaming on the platform.
Yeah, it's going to go great.
He's like, we're relaunching Periscope, and everyone's like, you can already live stream on Twitter. No, we're relaunching Periscope. And we're relaunching Vine. You can already post videos to Twitter. Nope, it's going to be called Vine now. Again. Anyways, here's someone we haven't checked in on in at least a few days. Kanye West. And it looks like if there wasn't already enough chaos, Kanye West's 2024 presidential bid is back on track. He's apparently still seriously considering a run, and he's found a new, old head of political operations for his team. One that was already on his team, but played a little bit of musical chairs with two other far-right figures, and that's Milo Yiannopoulos. He's back in, and Nick Fuentes and Ali Alexander, they're out. Ali Alexander is out for other pressing issues like the fact that he's currently embroiled in an underage sex scandal.
He's a diddler.
But with Milo taking back the reins of the Yay campaign, we are sure to see some of the dumbest fucking news possible coming very soon.
Yeah, not looking forward to it.
Here's the Daily Beast with more on Ye's renewed political ambitions and his ghoulish team of provocateurs.
West's virulently anti-Semitic media tour last year generated headlines more for West's dinners with white supremacist leader Nick Fuentes and Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago and his effusive praise for Adolf Hitler than for any concrete political moves. Last month, a filmmaker hired by West said the rapper had lost interest in becoming any candidate for office, claiming that West said, "I just want to be left alone."
Yeah, that's he should have stuck with that, yeah, and not done anything else.
But then the polls switched. Now two sources close to West's political operation tell the Daily Beast that he's once again interested in politics and is bringing Yiannopoulos back into his orbit while pushing two other far-right leaders out. Yiannopoulos' return as West's director of political operations marks the latest twist in the treacherous internal politics of West's political shop. Ye is an artist of distinction, refinement, and taste, so naturally, for this next chapter of his political endeavors, he has ditched the Nutella and cracked out the caviar, Yiannopoulos told the Daily Beast in a text message.
In Wednesday night emails to Fuentes and Alexander that were reviewed by the Daily Beast, Yiannopoulos told his one-time friends that he was now back in charge of West's political operations. Fuentes and Alexander, in Yiannopoulos' telling, were fired. In exchange, Yiannopoulos offered them the prospect of unpaid advisor roles, but forbade them from acknowledging any connection to West publicly. Your services on Ye's exploratory team are terminated as of this letter, and will not be required for any possible future campaign, Yiannopoulos wrote. In an email to Daily Beast, Alexander said Yiannopoulos was full of shit and declined to comment on whether he's still working for West. "I don't discuss my friendship with Ye or others to the press," Alexander wrote. "He is a genius and samples many views from many people." Fuentes and representatives for West didn't respond to requests for comment. But yeah, Alexander being like, actually me and Kanye are still friends, and I don't like to discuss my friendships.
We're good friends.
I'm sure Kanye is...
We have a lot of similar interests.
I'm sure Kanye is like, if he were to make a statement, would immediately be like, no, please do not associate me with him.
Anyway, let's break from politics for a moment to call up our therapist, because we might actually enjoy the brawling in this next story. Apparently, the singers of the rap rock band Crazy Town, Come My Lady, Come Come My Lady, You're My Butterfly, Sugar, Baby, that Crazy Town, the singers, because they have two.
They have two for some reason.
Two singers, redundancy, you know?
Yeah.
Just in case something happens to one of them.
The music is so good that it necessitates dueling vocals.
Two lead singers. Those two lead singers of Crazy Town beat the shit out of each other because one of them showed up to the gig late, while the other had to make up for his absence, but also apparently botched the performance.
Yeah, because he only knows half the lyrics, obviously.
Yeah.
So,
in case you're unaware of this band with two singers, again, they were the Butterfly song. It was kind of a diet version of Linkin Park.
Which is, one of the few good bands.
Yeah.
Two singers.
But yeah, the funniest thing about Butterfly is that the only redeemable part of the song is not even the work of Crazy Town. It's like a sample from a Red Hot Chili Pepper song from the 80s. Mm-hmm. Everything else, that's always funny. I was like, like the sound design's really cool. Like they didn't do this. It's just a sample. Anyway, so back to Crazy Town and their crazy feud. Here's TMZ with their very special brand of reporting. The Crazy Town boys are living up to their band name. Two of the members got into a good old-fashioned fist fight after a show this weekend, and it was ugly. TMZ has obtained video of the throwdown that unfolded Sunday in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, where CT was performing, only to have their lead singer, Shifty Shellshock, not show up. Shifty Shellshock.
Hey, grown man.
It's Wacky Racers. Shifty Shellshock not show up till the very end. Co-vocalist Bobby Reeves had to step in, making for a very rocky show. There's video circulating of Reeves attempting to handle frontman duties, at times forgetting lyrics to songs while publicly expressing his frustration with Shifty for bailing. Eventually, Shifty did show up, and another clip that's made the round shows him and Reeves in a heated argument by an SUV, with BR rocking a fresh black eye. Now we know how he got that shiner. They were trading haymakers after the Myrtle Beach gig. Everything about this is fucking pathetic. Even the gig, it's like they're playing what looks like a free show. No one's even standing. It's like everyone's just like on blankets on the grass.
Yeah, they are not a popular band.
No, they have one song.
Yeah, well, some bands, they can still draw a crowd with
just
one or
like
two
just
songs
like
that
dying
smash
left, right, and
mouth,
center.
That's all thanks to the memery. There are other bands that were, quite big back then, and then dip down for quite a long time, but are able to draw a crowd now based on nostalgic purposes. Crazy Town is none of them.
No. I'm sure they themselves are shocked that they're still doing this shit.
Well, that's why they're taking it so seriously. Oh, you're not going to show up to the one gig we have in my favorite town,
Myrtle Beach,
which is literally Crazy Town?
Yeah, it is Crazy Town. Ain't too crazy.
Yeah, well, it apparently has a lot to do with substance abuse issues from the guy named Shifty, which his name is Shifty Shellshock or whatever.
Shellshock, yeah.
It's I forget what the term is, but when your name dictates your life, maybe that is one of those things.
So yeah, it's funny, but it's also kind of sad, and substance abuse issues, no laughing matter.
No.
Please seek help. But like on the bright side, I guess they both were like, we had to fight it out, but like we're cool now.
Yeah, maybe in this one scenario.
This is how Crazy Town deals with our shit.
This is how we got the name Crazy Town.
Yeah.
Because we're both the mayor of Crazy Town.
That's right. Most towns, one mayor. Crazy Town has two mayors.
And two singers. So we do everything double here. We have, they should really parlay this into a dueling pianos type live performance. I think people would be more interested in it.
Maybe.
A dinner and a show. Anyways, that's it for News Dump. No, it's not.
No, there's more. There's more news.
I wrote the script. How did I not know it was ending?
Get back in here. Get back in here. You're not done until I say you're done.
Hit the like button now before we do the last story.
It's not over until it's over.
All right, I'm waiting. Did you hit the like button? All right, now we'll do the last story. Finally today, would you believe that despite an economic climate that you would assume would be in turmoil, that companies continue to post record profits?
Yes.
Yeah, it should come as no surprise that specifically Live Nation, who has been the very justified target of consumer outrage recently,
I've just not been paying attention.
Record-breaking financial quarter. Here's Variety. Despite angry words from Taylor Swift, major issues with its Ticketmaster division, a Senate hearing, and incoming legislation, Live Nation posted another record-breaking quarter in Q1 of 2023, with a record $3.1 billion in revenue, up 73% from the same period last year, and a record 19.5 million fans attending its event as the global touring business returns to full strength. The company's concerts division already has sold almost 90 million tickets for shows this year already, more than 20% ahead of last year, and posted adjusted operating income of $320 million, a 53% increase. Ticketmaster led the company's sale of more than 73 million fee-bearing tickets, up 40%, delivering $7.7 billion in fee-bearing gross transaction volume, up 60%. And again, if you just look at the ecosystem that they've built for themselves, which despite what they say publicly actually endorses and fully supports scalping, price premiums, and bot activity, they make a profit every single time a ticket is sold. One ticket. If a ticket is sold and then resold and then resold again, that is pure profit for them.
Money.
If you sell 1,000 tickets and dozens or hundreds of them are resold a couple of times, that's pure fucking profit that scales at the cost of the ticket. Because it's a percentage, not just a flat fee. It is absurd and exploitative. And it needs to be fucking regulated. At the very least, like, again, I don't want to make concessions with Ticketmaster, but the fee should be flat and not scalable.
Or at least share the money with the band.
Yeah, give the band more. You get a bonus.
Yeah.
Hey, look, this a bunch of bots attacked this, and this ticket was sold 1,000 times.
Yeah.
So here's a little bonus. No, so yeah, scale all of that and take that math up to arenas, stadiums, and higher ticket prices, where the percentages bring in fees into the hundreds of dollars each and every time a ticket changes hands. These motherfuckers need to be regulated, and they're even asking for it because they can't help themselves. Now the show's over.
All right, for real this time. Except, wait, just one. No, that's it. That's it.
Mo, you have more episodes for you to watch.
Well, yeah.
Of course. If you want to know all the things that are happening with the writer's strike, which, based on some information they received today.
Yeah. What's that? No content for you on the late night? Well, look who's not a member of any union. Not for ideological reasons, just because I'd never be a member of a union that would have me. Ha! But,
they wouldn't allow us to come in.
No, they wouldn't.
No, they received notice today that they are not meeting any of their demands still. So it is going to continue for the foreseeable future. And you can check in on like outlets like Deadline and Hollywood Reporter.
Hollywood Reporter is playing things real fucking weird. They're just publishing shit that's like, did a fucking movie studio write this?
Yeah,
did
the SNL stuff where it's just like, you want to know why you can't see your favorites? Kieran Culkin.
Variety's playing it like pretty straight down the middle, but yeah, Hollywood Reporter's coming out hard on the producer's side.
God damn.
Which is, interesting.
There was also reports of people showing up with like fake paychecks, and also Breitbart running around in the crowd of people trying to do
so
gotcha
stupid.
interviews. Yeah, showing up with like entertainment partners paychecks where it's like.
I guess that guy was on their side, but it was a joke that just didn't land.
Back to the writing room.
Yeah, that guy was like actually a writer. That was trying to have fun with it.
Out of the guild! Anyways, if you want basically a rundown of why the writers are on strike, that video is over there for you, including a video from earlier this week. Stay tuned. We'll have more Weekly Weird for you coming, or an episode of Weekly Weird coming up for you very soon. In the meantime, make sure you like the video, make sure you leave a comment, and we'll see you soon.
Subscribe.
Yes. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, this shotgun sucks, dude. Yeah, this build fucking sucks. I'm not getting this grenade back. Unironically, the other build was much better. There's a couple more. Need some more ammo. I should have gotten like a pinpoint slug. Now I know why like people use like pinpoint slugs. This rapid fire frame sucks, dude. Dude, where is special ammo?
Tormentor, do they? Yeah, it took a little bit longer than it should have. Then he suppressed me. That kind of sucks too. All right, that episode's over. We'll finish this strike first. Dude, I got no fucking ammo, man. Damn. Yeah, I'm dying like way too much. Okay, just 2 more kills with this, and that should be good. I can put this shotgun away forever. I'm gonna vault this thing. This thing sucks, dude. Oh. Alright, I gotta change this build up. After this, we'll switch to another video and I'll change. You can watch me do some more boring, like, build crafting. God, it's the fucking... Yeah, I don't really have like a lot of survivability.
Well fought, Guardian. We've cut another head.
Oh, wow. I just needed one more. And I didn't get it.
Yes, Vex Hydra do. There's an old Earth mythological creature that... never mind.
You would do well to leave your hide site to better understand our enemies.
Okay.
A senior writer for Kotaku posted anti-Japanese violence image on Twitter. That's what people are talking about? What? No way. No way. I don't believe it. Ooh, I think it's true. I think it's true because, ooh, look at this. Protected account. You never protect your account unless there's a reason for it. Let's be honest. Ooh. Ooh.
He done and fucked up.
For the record, this is how I feel about publisher blacklists, and it's some guy that I guess shot down Nazis, and I guess these are Japanese. Is that right? Well, they blacklisted us for uploading a step-by-step guide. I think we'll show Nintendo our staff's maturity by implying we want to kill the ethnicity Japanese publishers. Jesus fucking Christ.
This I feel is like a must for Solar Times. You need to be able to make them radiant because the utility of like also taking down like barrier champions is so
state
useful.
Of this website locks his account after discovering they might be controversial. I mean, Jesus, what the hell, man? This is, dude, this guy, that's a lot, man. What the fuck? What is this? Like, what are you doing? Like, to Kotaku, they're getting one guide. Yes, what? Why does we keep getting blacklisted? All we said we want to kill him.
Jesus.
Oh my god, man. What a fucking surprise. This is just so sad. It is so fucking sad to see Kotaku. It's like they have a fucking, a fully automatic machine gun. And they're pointing it at their own feet, and they just leave it on auto. Why are you doing this? What's wrong with you? It's just, this is insane. What is this? I'll never understand why people let the intrusive thoughts win and post stupid fucking takes on social media. Yes, there are plenty of times where I will drive by a cyclist and I will think, you are in the road, I wish I could run you over. And you know what happens? I never run them over. I never do it. Even though it's like, oh, you're right there. Fucking just because that would be like whenever I was playing like fucking Warzone, I was running people over with the car all the time, and it's like, oh, I know you can't get away if I tried it, but you know what? Never did it. I keep it to myself. I stay in my lane, and I'm like, all right, drive around them. All right, that's the way it goes. Thought crime is just ridiculous. I would argue this is not a thought, this is an action. This is what somebody is saying, right? And here's the thing. It looks weird whenever somebody is upset with a foreign developer and then they post a picture of a guy who killed people based off of the fact that they're in a certain country, and that country is the same country the foreign developer is in. This looks really bad. I would say this looks really, really bad. And I don't know what to say. Fuck. There's no mistake what the picture means. There's no other interpretation for it. Well, I mean, there is another interpretation. He's either saying he's gonna kill them because they're Japanese, or he's saying that they're Nazis. So like, which one is like, worst case scenario, he's talking about he's gonna kill them. Best case scenario, he's saying there's Nazis. What the fuck is this? Like, bro, just get rid of this guy. Like, it's just
we can't,
so
man.
weird.
He's under
Calling him the
contract.
Axis of evil. Bro, there are a lot of ways you could call them the axis of evil without posting a picture of a guy that kills them. You know what I mean? Isn't that an American point? Yeah, bro, we fought in World War II against the Japanese, and you know what? We beat the shit out of them. We did. We nuclear bombed them twice. and then the war's over. It was like that was like almost 100 years ago. Now we get along. It was a weird time. Some weird shit happened with like Pearl Harbor. Like it's water under the bridge. You know, let's move past it. Yeah, get along. Yeah, it's like 80 years, 100 years ago. Let's move on. Holy shit. Yeah, shooting down Japanese Empire planes World War II, very based. Using that image in this context, definitely racist. I don't know if I would say that it is racist. I think that this is just unsettling and unhinged.
Yes. And it also seems, I don't know who the guy is, but you post something like that, it just comes off as like completely like insane.
Do you know how many times I've gotten frustrated and I haven't tried to kill somebody? A lot. How many times I've gotten frustrated and I haven't taken it over the line? A lot. And I have to deal with this all the time. And you've just got to deal with it. That's life. We watch anime now. We love Japan. We get along great with Japan. Japan's great. Listen, this shit happened 80 years ago. Like almost everybody that was alive in World War II.
So more Scorch.
Let's move on, okay? Like, fuck. What is this?
Okay. So let me just pause Asmongold here. So become radiant to take care of barrier and to increase damage. This is basically my cure. Besides this, I can cure from far away. So survivability goes up. So this and this work in tandem. I apply more Scorch, they ignite, and then as I ignite them, I regain back this ability. Okay.
Yeah, Jesus, man. Japan side, yeah. Let's go ahead and look at some of this other stuff, okay? Let's see what people have to say about it. Here we go. Ego and a result of being in their own echo chambers too long. I think this is totally fucking true, by the way. This is absolutely accurate. These are people who are just so used to thinking that they have the moral authority to do whatever they want because they're convinced that there's some kind of a fucking crusader in their own world, that they think that now, because they're able to, now because they're being like something's happening to them that's unfair, that they just have the emotional and moral justification to do whatever they want. That's it, man. You a journalist think not to say that? Yet you would think that a journalist, especially a place like Kotaku, would think not to post something that could be interpreted. I would say that, like, there's always times where, like, somebody does, like, there's an altercation between two people who are of two different races, and people make it into a racial thing. It's like you've got a white guy and a black guy that get mad at each other. You know what? Sometimes it's not about them being white or black. It's about them being assholes. And if there were two white guys, the same thing would have happened. But you still have to think about this at least a little bit, you know? And damn, this certainly looks bad. Kotaku won't fire him. Bro, if I was in Japan, like, I'll be honest. If I was in Japan and I was a Japanese developer and I saw some dude posting this, I would say, you know what? Even if I wasn't Square Enix or even if I wasn't Nintendo, I would just be like, yeah, I don't want to work with these guys. This is weird. Yeah, this is weird. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, yeah, yeah, like, what is this? Like, stop. So yeah, it's just weird, man. So I explain as, story Japan doesn't give a fuck. They're above this. No, they're not. No, they're not. You should never be above self-respect. Like, I think that's really what it is. Yeah, you should never be above. Like, this is just like allowing people to fucking disrespect you like this is just there's no reason to allow that to happen to you. You know what I mean? That's it. They'll just ignore it though. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. I don't know. Maybe it will be like one of these things that gets taken care of behind closed doors or something like that. But yeah, I do think it looks really bad. Let's see here. I'll read a few more of these. A guy lives in one of the most affluent suburbs in the most progressive city in Australia and still rants about Trump and American Idol like it affects him. Oh yeah, of course it does. And this is always the these are people that have extremely comfortable lives, and they feel like some sort of internal guilt for how easy and comfortable their life is. So they look for different crosses to nail themselves up to, so they can feel like they actually have some purpose in their life other than being a meaningless consumer. A meaningless individual that does nothing. There are no, you know, like fucking causes for you to fight. And the ones that you can fight, you're not fighting. This guy's not signing up to help Ukraine. He's not going over to Africa to help people that are, you know, fucking dying from like food, you know, like not having food. Joseph Kony's child army. There are actual places in the world that are completely fucked up. And there are people that go out there and risk their lives to improve them. This guy isn't one of them. He's not that guy. Stop it. Just stop it. Just be happy with what you are. Neither are you. But the difference is I'm not trying to act like this. I know that, like I've said this many times, we live in the best time in human history. We have air conditioning, hentai, and beef jerky. Nobody, like, there has not been a single group of people in the history of humankind that have had those three things at the same time. And tacos. Yeah, we can eat tacos. We can live in one country and then eat food from another country. Isn't that nuts? I can have a pizza. That's crazy. Anyone who compares themselves to the men that fought in World War II is automatically a giant fuckwit. Yeah, yeah. It's like this guy, you know, like my grandfather was actually he was a pilot in World War II, and you know, I'm pretty sure this dude doesn't even know how to fly a plane. Like, what do you think you're like? You're not like the guys in World War II. These guys beat Hitler. Bro, you're beating your meat. Stop it. What do you mean? It's so crazy. And not ordering our tacos from Mexico. Yeah, exactly. And that's the great thing about, you know, that we have a global culture to an extent, you know? And which side? What do you mean, which side? Bro, the U.S. Like, my family fought in every fucking war since the Revolutionary War, okay? Like, it was for the fucking U.S., man. Come on. Let's see here. Where is
Holy
this?
shit, that's actually incredibly impressive, actually.
On like my own personal Vietnam. Oh my god. I saw this. I didn't only post the image. He posted it, got ratioed, deleted it. Dude, what is this guy? Like, I saw this. He didn't just post the image. He posted it, got ratioed, deleted it, and decided to post it again. I'm gonna be real. I really think that they should, past years of caring what these people say, I'm simply aghast at the fanatical fervor with which it's thrown in 2023. Yeah, me too. That's why I don't post pictures of people killing the groups of people of the ethnicity that I'm having a dispute with. Like, I don't know. Like, I kind of agree with them here. You know, like, damn. Thus allowing his mask to fully slip. Oh, what's this here? Very normal behavior. Okay, so people are leaking, so this is what happened. So this guy was defending an article on Kotaku. This is bro, I cannot even, this is what's wrong with these people? Like, dude, the people that work at Kotaku, like the executive leadership, need to get this under control like yesterday. Just get rid of these people. What is wrong with you? What are you doing? It's just like you're hurting, like, because Kotaku probably employs over 100 people, right? Like, there's easily a good chance I think they hire over 100 people. Probably
might just run some lost sectors.
People that work there. Like, you're putting all of their fucking jobs at risk because you have a couple of nutballs here that can't close their fucking mouth. This is so bad. And it's also like, I'm fine, you know, like freedom of speech, you know, totally, right? And he's got a voice and everything like that. But this is fucking way over the line. What what is this? I've always said advocating violence, and then you post a picture of a guy that kills them. Oh, I don't know, man. It's like, imagine if I posted a picture. Okay. All right. Let's reverse the roles. Imagine I post a picture and it says my face when YouTube demonetizes one of my videos. And it's the face of the person that went on a shooting rampage at YouTube. How do you think YouTube would feel about that? I don't think YouTube would like that. I would assume that if I was at YouTube, I would ban that guy. I would be like, bro, this is too much. Get out of here. Very good point. Yes, exactly. And that would be wild. And so all I'm trying to do is create a parallel, okay? Is create a parallel for how bad this is. Freedom of speech does not mean freedom from repercussions. I hate whenever people say that. Freedom of speech is fundamentally freedom from repercussions. It's like saying, oh, you have freedom of speech in North Korea. It's just that you don't have freedom of repercussions.
Not. I have to like really chew on that. Freedom is. I tend to agree with the chatter who said that too. Just because you have free. Just because there's there's another layer of analysis there. Because here's the thing. Fundamentally in this country, you don't have like absolute free speech in this country. You just don't. You can't, like, the classic example is you can't go into like a crowded like movie theater and scream like there's fire, everybody run for your life. You don't have absolute free speech in this country. You have freedom of speech. It's not absolute though. So as long as you come in with that understanding, you'll be fine. So I agree with the chatter. You have freedom of speech to an extent. You do not have absolute free speech. As a result, your speech does have consequences. For example, if I come in and call in a bomb threat in a video game YouTube, and the police come in and investigate, and then they find out who I am, I'm going to have consequences for what I say. I might say, lol, I was joking, but I still have consequences to that. You do not have an absolute right of free speech in this country. That is, without question, correct. You do not have an absolute right to free speech, like, in this country. Full stop. Okay? So, long as you understand that, you're fine.
Because after you speak, they kill you. From the government. Yes, exactly. Well, I think there's an idea of freedom of speech and people being able to express themselves without getting shut down. But I think that we have to have, like, can we just please stop basing everything off of some ideal that's not real and think about what's common sense? It's bad for people to advocate killing other people. I think this is not good. I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I'm gonna be a communist here, and I'm gonna say it's not good. So yeah, freedom doesn't mean no rules. Yeah, I mean, it's way too fucking much. Anyway, so this guy goes and he publishes this. And so he originally, let's go ahead and look at, this is actually what happened. This is the timeline here. And anyway, so people were upset because Kotaku, well, okay, all right, let's go back. I'm gonna go ahead and write paint a picture for you guys. Okay, so originally, this was like years ago, Kotaku made an article about how to emulate one of the new Nintendo games, and then in the article, they said that, you know, thank God for pirates, right? And so they were effectively promoting pirating a brand new video game. Nintendo did not like this, and so Nintendo blacklisted them from coverage in the future. Another senior writer at Kotaku, or some producer, editor, something like that, makes a tweet talking about how disappointing it is that Kotaku is still blacklisted from Nintendo, and he thinks that it's unfair. I then tried to take his perspective at least a little bit and say, yeah, let bygones be bygones, people change. Kotaku said, wait a minute, Asman, you're wrong. We didn't change. So then they make an article and they say, learning about all of the stuff from Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom from the leaks. So just after, there was a conversation about this, how Kotaku might have changed, guess what? They made me look like a fucking asshole because I tried to see both sides, right? And I got fucked. And so they make another article again talking about the leaks. So everybody responds back to that and they say, what the fuck are you doing complaining about Nintendo not giving you priority and not giving you early access whenever you're publishing leaks that were posted violating an NDA that people signed with Nintendo? So what the fuck do you think you're doing? Why are you surprised that this is happening? You can go and you can complain about the leaks and then not leak things, or you can leak things and then not complain whenever people respond negatively. But you can't go and do both. That's what the issue is. Yeah, you're doing both, trying to play both sides. So anyway, then this guy right here goes and he says very normal behavior, because he tweets out, he responds to this because let's go ahead and look at it, because people were posting links to the legal stuff at Nintendo. And as you can see here, it had 75 likes, which, that's a huge number. He says, I am years past caring what these people say. That's right. He's past caring. Let's see here. And yep, there we go. For the record, this is how I feel about publisher blacklists. And he posts this picture right here, which again is an American, I'm assuming American. It could be another place. It's probably Allied, right? Could be British. Anyway, it's a fighter pilot probably in World War II. Now, if you contextualize what happened in World War II, we beat the Nazis. That was cool. And we also nuked Japan. So whenever you have a guy who has stickers on his airplane for how many Japanese fighter pilots that he shot down, and you post this picture right after you have an altercation with somebody, with a group of people that is from Japan, which again is the same place that this guy killed people from, this is unsettling. It's a cool picture. It's a really cool picture. But in this context, it's not so cool. Yeah, it's not very... Yeah, it's Kotaku doesn't have employees, it's kindergarten? I don't know. It's a kamikaze, it's saying they're suicidal. Wait, it's a kamikaze? No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No? No, no in 5 different ways. I'm pretty sure you could have said this picture was from Star Wars and you would have been wrong. You would have been less wrong than saying that. Anyway, so this is kind of what all happened. Lies masterfully slipped. Plunkett concluded his rant by highlighting a historic World War II era of 356 Fighter Squadron commanding officer James Howard sitting on his fucking Mustang. Yeah, Mustang. Look at that. It's like my car. Showing off his victory markings, detailing his confirmed kills against both Nazi Germany and, more specifically, Imperial Japan. For the record, this is how I feel about publisher blacklists. Players and Kotaku employees can get their copy of Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom when it officially releases on May 12th. Why do gamers hate us? The guy's mentally unwell. I do think this guy probably needs some sort of a wellness visit or something like that. I hope he's okay in the head, because I see something like this happen, and this is this is not the machinations of a sound mind. This person is completely off their rocker, and I hope they're okay. I also hope that Kotaku can try to distance themselves from people like this and prevent them from hurting their brand anymore. Kotaku already has a really strained reputation, for a number of different things, some things more deserved than others. And I don't know why they want to hold their ground and employ people that are constantly sabotaging them. It doesn't make any sense, and it's just harmful. Starting a brand, they're in the ditch for a long time. Yeah, and now they're digging the ditch deeper. That's the point. Like, for example, there have been a number of like kind of news places and things like that that they have improved a bit, and they're not as salacious or as bad as they used to be. And people in general recognize that there has been a bit of a trend of a shift. Dexerto, I'd say Dexerto has improved a pretty good amount. Sure, I think that's a relatively good example. But all I'm saying is that, you know, whoever is in charge over at Kotaku, they really need to have a come to Jesus moment with everybody and realize that everybody that works there,
I don't understand like why they did
all
that.
of their jobs are on the line because of people like this. I don't know. I think this whole thing is bad. It's very bad.
I can't believe they published an article about like how you can, I mean, like Nintendo games. That's fucking hilarious, dude. Part of the thing is like you need access, which is getting harder and harder too, since like a lot of game companies now, they're not participating in like E3 and stuff like that too. They're doing their own thing now. And that happened as a result of the pandemic. So I don't know what more like you can do in regards to that.
Guardian, we've received intel that Bracca's
A senior writer for
I saw that he made a response yesterday, so I was like, oh, let's watch it on stream together with all my friends, all my homies.
The homies, baby.
Listen, I'm sure I don't have an absolutely massively in-depth understanding of the situation. I've seen a few videos, I've reacted to a couple different things. It seems like a lot of moving parts here. But frankly, the fact that this is still going on is silly. It's kind of insane. And to be honest with you, I think it's a bit immature. I understand why Froggy Fresh would be very upset, considering this directly impacts him. But at the end of the day, this is my understanding. Froggy Fresh was supposed to fight at Creator Clash, that's what it's called. There was some happenings that happened where he put some stuff on Twitter. Frankly, I think Anissa's mom was being immature as well. They should have talked to her, but they might have behind the scenes. And he said some inappropriate things, or things that they perceived as inappropriate. iDubbbz basically asked him to take it down. Maybe indirectly, but you know, he got the message, he didn't, and then he got kicked from Creator Clash. You could probably argue iDubbbz being petty, maybe, I don't really know. Frankly, I don't care. I think that, hey, iDubbbz is being kind of annoying and petty. Okay. It's not that deep. I know that there's part of it has to do, I understand part of it has to do with Sam Hyde and iDubbbz having like a bit of a back and forth. But at the end of the day, listen, Sam Hyde, he's funny. I see some clips from him. He's also not somebody that mainstream individuals want to associate with. He has a bit of an interesting past, and he's really edgy. And this is an event, this is a charity event called Creator Clash, and even if it wasn't charity, it doesn't matter. It's a business that they want to run, and they want to break out of the YouTube sphere and make it into the mainstream sphere. The YouTube sphere is very big, but it is not the entire world, right? There are people with millions and millions of followers and viewers, and this is the YouTube sphere. It's huge, and this is the real life sphere. It's massive, and if you want to break out of it, you have to leave some of the bullshit drama in the YouTube sphere. And so unfortunately, Sam Hyde is bullshit drama sometimes. We all are. But if you want to break out, that's what it is. And so it seems like a hard line. We're going to disconnect from Sam Hyde. That's it.
He's not wrong about this too. It's fine. He just, like I said yesterday, like iDubbbz just like didn't do it like correctly.
You understand this. You don't have to like iDubbbz, but that's what it comes down to. It's a professional business move to disconnect himself from Sam Hyde in multiple capacities. I think part of it was that Froggy Fresh wanted to be like trained by Sam Hyde. They didn't want to pay Sam. That makes sense because they give them, I think, like $15,000 or something for trainers. It all makes sense. And this sensationalized drama farm out of the situation is so stupid. This doesn't matter as much as people think it matters. That's it. So iDubbbz decided to respond with his side of the story, and that's where I'm at. And that's the most normal human being perspective you're gonna have. Oh, this guy is really toxic, he doesn't want to associate with him, and he wants to grow his business. Oh, that makes sense. You know? So, Let's get it going.
And you were a pawn. It's like you came back and you were a pawn in some game of 4D chess, and I think you found out that iDubbbz and Anissa don't play games.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. Brief update, I am healed from Creator Class 2. It was a success. Alex Wasabi beat me up. He won his fight fair and square, and I have all the respect for Alex. He's a good competitor.
Wow, iDubbbz just keeps getting his ass kicked. But God bless him for keep taking the licks and doing another Creator Clash. It's a dry drama month. Maybe, but that's the problem, is people keep looking at things through drama. Like, oh my God, we need... Dude, my advice, because this is something that has been a big part of my content for like 6 months, is like one of the things that I did I took like this weird step back and like restarted the channel and whatever, is because like I had a channel that centralized around like some form of drama, and if I didn't have like a good video, I didn't know what to talk about, and then you unintentionally
I'm not getting radiant. I think that's the issue.
Sensationalize them, and you go like, "Oh my God,
yeah, okay,
this
I don't
actually
have
is a thing," and you start talking about it, blah blah blah, and it just kind of steamrolls you, and it makes you look like an idiot overall. Now, if I don't have anything to talk about, what did we do? What did we do yesterday? What did we do the other day? We watched we watched Jesus drill rap. The video didn't do amazingly, but that's okay. That's okay. We have a little bit of Illuminati stuff. Ooh, Jesus drill rap, some crazy influencer girl, little Hassan. Did a video reaction to a Jubilee video. Those are always great. Little low tier God action, another Jubilee video. Tess Holiday, water TikTok. I watched a water TikTok video. Hey, you just do it and you have fun. But you don't need to constantly force drama. It's embarrassing for you.
I have respect for all the other fighters on the Creator Clash card. And thank you to all the fans who came.
Is this like a back way in?
I'm very happy.
No, right?
Very
no.
happy, very emotional. Awesome experience. I'll never forget. Having said all that, you guys are here for the juice and the grease. So I'm going to give you guys the grease and the juice. And that all has to do with Froggy Fresh. The reason I didn't address any of this sooner is because I was terrified of jeopardizing the success of the event, because there are a lot more people involved in this than just Anissa and I.
I just don't believe that. I believe that it's because he just wanted it to like go away by itself, but it's
well, let me go ahead and just update. These guys will be fine. We're not me for a couple of minutes.
And have historically sensationalized every part of their life, and for some reason people love listening to these types of people. And it's like, this is just stupid. It should go away, but they've been constantly jerking it off. And to the people who are, very controlled or very by individuals who have had a history of hyper sensationalized content and absolutely no credibility, think about that. Think about what it means for you as a career, and also the way that people look at you and your dignity as an individual. So.
And I didn't want to fuck it up for them. These are people that I really care about, and I felt like it would be very selfish if I was like, I understand public perception right now, guys. I'm just gonna make a quick 10-minute video, and I'll squash all the rumors, I'll squash all the beef. I have no idea what public perception for this video is going to be. That's why I'm doing it now, right? The event is now over with. I can risk it, I can air my grievances, and we can see where it goes. I need to bring you guys up to speed on where I'm at as a person and as a content creator. My philosophy for a while was, well, people will figure it out through the videos I make. But the problem is, the videos I make, I sort of avoid speaking from the heart. I'm just gonna focus on—
Hey, thank you so much for the 3-month small gut. Are you gonna watch the H3 Ali interview today? Yeah, I think so. That's on the docket, so.
Thing on a piece of content. I think I have bad associations with sharing my life on the internet. I'm like, no, that shouldn't be my thing. Like, leave that up to the vloggers. But I think it's important to share where I'm at. So none of what I'm talking about in this Froggy Fresh video feels like I'm being hypocritical or, I'm misleading you in any way. I think a lot of the content I've made has been irresponsible and misguided. And I think I've hurt
and that rubs a lot of people the wrong way when he says that too, to be fair.
Entertained by it. I'm not trying to take that away from you. If you feel like you've learned important lessons or you have grown as a person because of the content I've made, I don't want to take that away from you. With some good can come a lot of bad. And I think I've done a lot of bad, and at the bare minimum, I've just put a lot of negativity out there in the world, and I'm working on not doing it. I plan on expanding on all of this in a further video.
I mean, I think we've heard this plenty. Like, he used to make very edgy content, and he got older, and he's like, wow, I wish I wasn't so edgy. It's not just getting older, though. It's getting older, but it's also understanding that there are like 100 different spheres and or 1,000 different spheres of different people. When I first started making content on the internet, I'm an edgy guy that means well, and people around me are edgy people who meant well. And so when I would make edgy content, I always knew I meant well, and I always thought that everybody interpreted it pretty well. And then as you move on, you realize that that's not always the case. That there are people who are like legitimately like bigoted, that like they think that you're being racist and they love it. So it puts a damper on it. You know, I still make my edgy jokes now, but what do I do? I do it in a very long form, you know, type of a way, so that this way, you know, you see an edgy joke in a 40-minute video, you're not going to think I'm some kind of like a whatever bigot or something, because you know you see the rest of it. So, but that's pretty much it. Not really that
That's
deep.
if unless it gets clipped.
Also, as you get older, you should change. If you don't change as you get older, you're kind of a loser. It's really weird. It's not something to brag about. How, oh, I haven't changed. I haven't evolved. Wow. Very impressive. You know, embarrassing stuff.
I think there's a lot of content from over the years and some behind the scenes that I'd love to share with you guys. I think it would give clarity to where I'm at. But in this video, that's probably about all I can say on any of it. I don't want to detract from what the focus is. And the focus is kicking Froggy Fresh from the Creator Clash card. The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde.
Okay,
and,
there you go.
For anyone who's been following the story, that's fairly obvious. Froggy has explained his side of the story multiple times. And unfortunately, he's been perpetuating a narrative that it's about OnlyFans, or that it's about Anissa's mom, and that's extremely deceptive because he knows why he was kicked from the card. The one indication I gave him was Sam Hyde, and I wasn't unclear about that. Anyone who's mentioning the fact that Harley trained with Sam Hyde for the year previous, that was before Sam was saying this about my wife.
I don't think so, Anissa, bitch. Oh, look at Anissa. What an ugly piece of shit. But look how beat she is. Oh, nice jack-o'-lantern teeth. I can't wait to see what she looks like when she's 32. Her teeth look like a pumpkin head. Like it's
okay, so it's more personal than I was saying. I mean, I thought it was because he didn't want to have that being associated with him because, you know, Sam Hyde is like a lot of bad shit around him. But this is also a perfectly fine reason. This is something I talk about all the time. Like you don't talk about like another man's wife like that. That makes you not a man. Hot take. So, okay.
It's the Anissa Joma hole stretcher.
It's not like that. You can make reasonable criticisms, but just being like toxic about somebody's wife is just like childish shit.
I'm sending this to Anissa's OnlyFans. It goes directly into charity. Yeah. Everybody hates him and his wife's a slut.
So yeah, now that this guy is on the daily insulting my wife, I think it's pretty fair to, not want to associate with him in any way. We did ban Sam from the first event, so it's not as if he's confused about where he stands in all this. I don't like him. And Froggy knows that. Froggy knows that I don't like him. Of course. That's why he was...
Also, let's be real. Harley, I don't know if it was like an official training with, but Harvey is also a bigger content creator than Froggy Fresh. Froggy Fresh, isn't pulling the same as he used to, and that's not an insult. That's just kind of a reality. And so, like, you're not going to get as many liberties. That's how the world works. If you're not as big, you get fewer liberties. That's why I get lots of liberties, because I'm super big. That's pretty much it,
Banned. None of this is like...
Kill Storm super chatted $5. Hey Papa.
What's up,
Would love to see you react to more finance videos like Caleb Hammer.
Okay.
Watching you react to entitled adults who are bad with money is fun.
Okay. I might just do that. Thank you.
News to Froggy. Froggy knew all of this going into it. For anyone who's under the impression that Froggy has been like reasonable and chill and respectful through this whole process, he hasn't been. He's been a piece of shit. I'm not happy with how he's behaved. He's talked mad shit about me.
Ian doesn't want people who are bigger and more talented than him upstaging him. That's what it is.
Anissa.
Ian's masculinity has been completely removed via Anissa.
Participants of the event.
This is really a lot of weird, tender, soft people. Creator Clash people are real like these type of people. You know what I mean?
Wow, how embarrassing for him. It's what a weird thing. I can't even describe to you what's happening right now. Like, bro, this is I mean, listen, I have to say, I have to respect iDubbbz for what he's doing. He's trying to cultivate a real thing that's taken seriously, the Creator Clash. Whether you think boxing is cool or not, that's what he's trying to come down to. And like for Froggy Fresh, to him, it's like, oh, he feels wronged in some capacity, and I understand that. You know what I mean? Because you know what, even if you're not necessarily wronged, but you feel wronged, I get that. Because sometimes things are unfair. And I think that Froggy Fresh probably has this idea that like Sam Hyde's this like really awesome guy, and that iDubbbz is being so stupid and irresponsible, and that it's blah blah blah. And I get it, I understand. Sam Hyde is still LOL edgy fun. And I get a giggle out of some of his stuff when I watch TikTok and shit. I get it. But at the end of the day, man, like I don't know what to tell you. And now what you're doing is you're just kind of destroying a bridge with somebody. And you're taking this hardline stance in like a pro Sam Hyde case, and it's fine to be friends with them or whatever, but you're destroying the rest of your shit. And you look unreasonable. Like, I'm just letting you know. Like, I don't care. Hot take. I think I'm the most normal person on the internet, and I'm weird as fuck. And that's not because I'm normal. It's just because everyone on the internet is fucking psychotic and terminally
That's
online.
true.
And, like, that's how people would look at you. That's how normal people would look at this. Go like, oh, you're kind of being stupid. They're going to look at you like, oh, that's dumb. Like, that's what's happening. The only reason you don't think that is because, like, you're friends with online people. And people online, you know, they're different. They're online. They're online people. People online are very involved in this bizarre fucking sphere, so...
The event itself.
This is really like the patty cake league for like social media boxing.
He doesn't like the culture of Creator Clash, and he mentioned that.
And Chris Raygun and all these people, it's like some big ethos worshiping party at these things, and I don't get it. I don't get what all this shit is all about. But everybody's there to worship ethos or fucking ethos or like touching ethos.
That was like weird, man. When he was like, I know he was like, he's playing up a character too, but like, some people like just don't understand that. Like, some guys are playing up a character.
That's the culture that you want. You want the non-sissy, you want the macho dude traditional boxing culture. So go over there and box for them. You don't even have to miss that many months of training. You've been training. So hop on one of those cards. But unfortunately, Froggy doesn't want to hop on one of those cards because he thinks the skill level is too high.
Personally, in my opinion, I think the talent at Misfits and Happy Points is in a different league that is out of my league.
Damn. That's a low blow. Showing Boogie. Damn.
And then right here is down. You stop. I mean, come on. It turns quickly from boxing to assault.
Why didn't the referee stop that guy sooner? What the fuck?
Just fight someone who's weaker than you.
So I'm done with boxing. I can fulfill my current obligations. If for some reason Creator Clash changes the line, I can fulfill my current obligations. I'm not interested in going further in any of the boxing.
It's such a fucking cop-out that you're like, all right, I'm such a victim for getting kicked off the Creator Clash event when I knew what would get me kicked off the Creator Clash event. And now you're like, I don't want to box anymore. It's like, come on. If you look at my text exchange with Froggy, it's very clear that I didn't want to kick him from the card. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that, so all right, I'll look past it. I don't want you making content with Sam Hyde, but it seems like that's a real deal. But
okay, I gotta read those text messages now. All right.
Going further in any of the boxing.
It's such a fucking cop-out that you're like, all right, I'm such a victim for getting kicked off the Creator Clash event when I knew what would get me kicked off the Creator Clash event. And now you're like, I don't want to box anymore. It's like, come on. If you look at my text...
Hey, dude, I just want to clarify that I'm not mad at you. I just want this event to go well, and part of that is trying to be proactive about things. I just want to find out a solution. I really appreciate your friendship, and I don't want to feel like I've upset you. I don't understand what's wrong. Can I not work with Stan Hyde? He's been very nice to me. It's just a tricky situation. I personally have been hurt by a lot of things he's done. If he's your friend, that's totally understandable. I just don't get along with him, and I'm afraid of having him associated with the event. There are others involved in the event that also aren't comfortable with, and that says view all, but I can't see the rest of it. Yeah, he's my friend. I don't understand what me going to Rhode Island to work with Sam has to do with anyone who's uncomfortable with him. They don't have to see or work with him, right? But it's just the idea that the understanding, and this is part of the reason people like Sam Hyde, is because he trolls the fuck out of people. Like the first Creator Clash, before he was banned from the event, he wanted to show up, and then he couldn't. And so since he couldn't show up, he had like people there selling Sam Hyde shirts or whatever, giving them out. He's there to troll the event. That's why people like him. That's just objectively. Like, that's just what it is. That's why you like him. You like Sam Hyde because he
this is like, Papa's like right about this. People like him because he's just like troll. And I think that like, because of that too, he fulfills like that kind of like that dark trollish part, like the internet too. And like iDubbbz was like sort of like a part of that too, with like his edgy stuff with like content comp and like the unboxing stuff, like things like that too. Even with like Ethan, like back in the day too. But those guys like kind of grew up too, and Sam hasn't grown up, and there's still this part of the internet too. And even like with younger people too, they think that's funny. But I'm gonna tell you right now, if you do this shit like outside of like the internet, regular people who see this shit, and I've talked to people, I've shown them this stuff too, they think it's fucking crazy that people do this. And like you might think it's funny too, but you do this in a regular like everyday like person's life, they might like do something, like they might retaliate in like some way that you may not expect, especially in America, because you know everybody's got a fucking gun in America, so you gotta be careful with like shit like that too. But it also seems that, like, I said it before too, iDubbbz has grown up. Guys like Ethan have grown up, and they've kind of like looked at it and said, yeah, we did this thing too. Now we kind of want to move on to it too. I think part of it is, see, like, they're kind of ashamed of like the stuff that they used to do, and they kind of want to like move on from it too. And I think that some people are like, no, we want you to continue to do it. No, like, I've grown up and I want to move on from it too. And like, they looked at Sam, and like, Sam's like that last like bastion of like that sort of like edgy content. But like, if you look at like where he is now, he's not on like a lot of platforms as far as I know. He's still on TikTok, but I think he's got like some of his accounts have gotten banned. I don't know if he's still on YouTube, but like, you know, that sort of content is kind of like gone by like the wayside now. Some people still do it if they can still like stay within the terms of service, but a lot of times they can't do that content and stay within the terms of service and still maintain like a decent audience. And I still think to this day, like, being kicked off of like Cartoon Network really like fucked with them too. Like, that really bothered him to like no end.
Does these things, and he's very open about it. Sam Hyde will be like, yeah, I was there to fuck around, and people are like, no, he would never do that. It's like, yes, he would. So that's the fear. He was going to last time, he might again this time. It's just a fear of somebody who's not a positive public figure making Creator Clash look like a joke. Could you imagine if there was this? Just think about it like from this perspective. Imagine you like.
That's the thing too, and Papa's about to go into detail about it. Now, it's that I think that iDubbbz wants a certain level of legitimacy now that he's grown up, and he wants Creator Clash to be something that's taken like seriously and have like serious sponsors. I think that a lot of his older audience, that hold on to like what iDubbbz used to be, they don't want that. They want it to be a bit of a trolley thing too. They want it to be like this like shit show. No, he wants like creators who are serious about boxing to get into the ring and like, you know, have like a legitimate boxing match with one another too. I think he wants it to be something a little bit more legitimate, and that's fine. That's something that he wants. But I think that people who like were former fans, if you don't want that, there's probably other promotions out there that you can like watch. If you don't want that, unsubscribe from him. He's changed, and if you don't like that, unsubscribe from the guy. I don't know what to tell you. The guy grew up, he's married, he's a little bit more of a serious guy now. He's trying to do something a little bit more serious and be taken seriously. And if you don't like that, then move on from him. But like, he did create like part of the environment where like these trolls and like people who really like Sam Hyde's content, he thinks that like they think that's funny. I think he's moved on from it. I think he's grown up from it too. And like, it's one of those things where like when you grow up, like you move on from stuff like that too. And like, I would like to like a lot of people who still shit on iDubbbz today. I kind of wonder like where they are in their life, where they enjoy his old content. You know what I mean? Like, where are they in their life right now? I do question it. I don't want to fit people into a stereotype, but I want to know like who these people are too. Where like you can't accept the fact that that guy grew up. He grew up on the internet. He's grown up. He's gotten married, and he sort of like moved on with his life, and he's an adult now too. And he's kind of put that stuff behind him. And like, I don't know what to tell you other than like, listen, he doesn't like the fact that people are like insulting his wife like that. He fully knows that his wife has an OnlyFans. He's okay with that. He's made that clear, right? But guess what? It's kind of a normal thing, guys, that like you insult the guy's wife, he's gonna get annoyed about it. All right? He doesn't care that like people know the fact he's OnlyFans. They want to take an insult, but like I think it's like the constant like insulting, and then Hyde's fans and iDubbbz fans, older fans at least, who miss his older content, keep bringing it up too, and it gets to him, and it kind of eats at him too. I think he didn't make that clear. Like, it hasn't like eaten from him, and I frankly don't think you should bring that stuff up, either like insulting another man's wife, or like talking about your feelings and being open on the internet about your feelings and how things like affect you. I think that you should keep that like to yourself. And I think that iDubbbz's overall approach, I was critical of it too, because I think he approached it the wrong way, because he should have been able to control the narrative from Jump Street, from the very first Creator Clash. And frankly, I don't think he should have done that documentary with Sam Hyde, because the more you watch it a couple more times, you kind of see he's trying to get some level of validation from Sam Hyde. That's never going to happen, because Sam will never give him that validation, because Sam knows that iDubbbz wants that validation from him. So that's that. I'll let the rest of the video from Papa play.
The Creator Clash.
Make sure I drop a link in there too.
Very public, right? And more people are looking at it. and you have this huge drama where some dude shows up and starts doing some wild shit, and people start going like, what the hell is this? And you start looking at the Sam Hyde, and you start seeing the different information about Sam Hyde, which is very edgy. There's some people who talk about how he like donated to a Nazi or something. I don't really know about that. I'm not going to say that he does, but the point is,
he's not a Nazi. I'm gonna die on this hill, and Assad fans and like a lot of people on the left are gonna hate me for this. He's not a Nazi. He's a troll. He did it to be a troll. He did it to be like have like this edgy humor. He's not a fucking Nazi. Okay, it's the same thing with like that photo of him. I think people thought like he was like this shooter or something like that, and then somebody did it as a joke. He kind of played it up too, but like people keep bringing that up too. It's nothing. That's a nothing burger too. Somebody was being trolling and he kind of played into it, and that keeps bringing up too. And then like the news now has every time there's like a shooter, somebody brings that up now as a joke, but the news has kind of like, this is not like active shooter, you know, this is just like an internet troll that like was brought up like years ago for this other shooting, but this is not the person in question.
is that spirals out of control, and now all of a sudden people are Googling Creator Clash. Sam Hyde's the first thing that comes up in the news, and then you're looking at Sam Hyde, and then you see Sam Hyde's a bad guy, and then now you're like, well, this is not a very legitimate business. It's a destructive thing to the business. Like, I don't know what else to tell you guys. Capitalism poggers. What do you want me to tell you? Like, that's what it comes down to. Anyway, that's what it is. So, I mean, the Sam Hyde pipeline, yeah. And Sam Hyde probably knows that. He knows it'll be good for him and his person and his business and whatnot. So he's also pulling in a capitalism, LOL, you know, very poggers, guys. I'm not saying that capitalism is bad, by the way. That's not what I'm saying. Okay. Anyway, I agree. Privately, what you do is absolutely your only business. But because we are running a public charity event, we have to be careful about these things because you do represent the event in some ways. That's absolutely true. Harley, you can work with Sam Hyde, but it ended up attracting a bad crowd. And I got harassed online about it a lot because it went public display. That's nice of you to give Harley permission to work with Sam Hyde. I didn't know I needed your permission as well. That's just very passive aggressive. You can tell like Froggy Fresh is being passive aggressive here. Oh, I probably should. I'm blocking it a little bit. I'll unblock it. But you see, yeah, I mean, Froggy. It's not about permission. He just called and asked if it would be cool with it because he was making content around it. Oh, so the guy asked him. That makes sense. The first guy, Harley. So what are we actually discussing?
You can tell like Froggy's getting annoyed like throughout the text too. But I think iDubbbz Ian, like, he wasn't very clear. He should just said from Jump Street, hey, listen, I don't like the fact that you're working with like Sam. I have no problem with you being friends, but I don't want this guy like working with you because I feel in my heart he's gonna like do something. He's been harassing me since the last time, from the last Creator Clash too, and I don't want my wife want nothing to do with it. He's insulting my wife. I don't like it. Please do not work with this guy. If you continue to work with this guy, I'm gonna remove you from the card. That should have been like his very first message to him, to be very clear. And I think he's kind of he wants to say that, but he wants Froggy, because I think he knows that Froggy's gonna take that very personally and leave too. And I think Froggy wants him to say that too. That's why he's being passive aggressive too. But I think, I'm telling you, with YouTube, with Twitch, with Kick now, and with these social media platforms, and when there's like money in these social media platforms, there's a lot of friendships that are involved too, right? Like some of these people are friends, but then when the business aspect of these platforms comes into contact with the friendship side, guess what happens? The business side starts winning out more because there's a lot of money in these platforms. You see it every day when you watch us content creators too. I'm a small content creator. I got nothing. I got no subs or anything like that. I just got my sub button. Please sub and follow. Thank you very much. But when there's a lot of money involved too, that's a real fucking test of your friendship right there with these people too. And what people are finding out now, and it's just been happening for God knows, like over a decade plus now, probably longer than that, since these platforms like it first exploded, people realize I can make some money off these platforms, is that when money starts getting involved too, your friendships start getting really strained. And then all of a sudden, you know, you look at your bank account, you see all those zeros, and you're like, I don't really need this person as my friend anymore because he's going to cost me all these zeros. I'm telling you. If you're watching these content creators, realize that I understand that there's friendships involved too, but there's an undercurrent of money that's always been involved in these platforms too. Don't think that like, oh, why could he do this to his friend? This is his friend because one, he wants Creator Clash to be considered a legitimate event that people can that sponsors can continue to sponsor, and so he can continue to make money off the event, and that people take seriously because it's something that he cares about clearly. And two, there's money involved. I don't know how much more I can tell you than that too. some of you guys, like, sometimes, like, I want to talk to you guys online too. Like, it's so strange that, like, you guys don't get this. Maybe because I'm older too. I'm in my 30s. Like, I understand this too. I've gone through, like, the phases that you guys have gone through too. Maybe you're younger, you don't know this yet. But, like, money changes a lot of things. And if you think, oh, like, that'll never change me, let me tell you something. You first get that check with a whole lot of zeros next to it, you change real quick. Okay? And, like, I don't know what more to tell you other than, like, when there's money involved, your friendships deteriorate really quick. Right? So you might think that's scummy, that's wrong. That's just life, baby.
Discussing right now. I'll work with Sam Hyde. If I work with Sam Hyde, are you going to prevent me from fighting in the event? He actively makes content about wanting my marriage to end, that my wife is evil and hasn't respected my boundaries. I don't feel comfortable having him associated with the event. I'm wondering if you can understand where I'm coming from on that. Bro, this is totally respectable and normal. This is like actual adult shit. Like, I know that online people struggle with boundaries because they're dumb fucking babies.
That is true.
This is like real shit. And this is something that I have to respect because he's asserting a boundary and he's being honest. Hey, this guy has been harassing me in some capacity and he's bad for the event and he makes me uncomfortable. He talks shit about my wife and my marriage and I don't like that. And I hope you can respect that. How the fuck can you not respect that? It's a childish baby babbling fucking piss brain to not look at that and go, I understand that and I can respect that. That's a very normal human being thing. It's just setting a boundary. Hey, I don't like this. Yeah, this is pathetic drama. You know? It's just like, fuck, like how much more? Hey, I don't like, I do that I've done that before. I stopped talking to people who talk shit about my wife. Okay. I just don't give them any more, I don't care anymore. Like, okay, I'm not going to
for example.
It's not a hot take. It's a very stern boundary. And there's people who can't respect that. Those people are very immature. So I don't.
And I'm gonna be honest with you too. I don't really like understand like people who don't like get that too. Like I just don't. Maybe because like they don't have a lot of experience with relationships. Let me tell you something right now. You feel a certain way when like someone's like insulting like your partner, all right, or like a parent or like a sibling, things like that too. Like I don't know how much more like clear I can like explain that to you. Like you feel a certain way about that too, and you have every right to feel that way too. You start insulting like my partner or something like that, or like member of my family, I'm gonna tell you to stop. I'll give you the one warning. After that, I'll just cut you off. You know what I mean? Especially if like in this content creation game too. I'm just not gonna like even like mention you anymore. I'm just not gonna talk to you. So you can say whatever shit you want too, and that's like I'm gonna be honest with you. That's like the ultimate like fuck you too. Imagine for a second like you're doing content with this person and then they cut you off too and you just don't respond to them. That's the reason why I told you about the Twitter mute button. You can mute somebody on Twitter because they want you to block you because they can like get that block is like a W to them in their community. So you just mute them. I learned that from like Dylan Burns too. I mute tons of people. I never block them because I never want to give them that self-fulfilling W. You know what I mean? So just mute them. And in the content creation game, cut them off. Never mention them. Never review. Never react to one of their videos. Never talk about them again. Too. They'll keep bringing you up too. But let me tell you something. If it's just like one sided like that, they can keep talking about you. It's never gonna get brought up. And then if like their trolls start coming into your chat, just ban them. That's it. Quietly just ban them. Like Vosh once said, just quietly ban them. I see him all the time doing it too. Like I think his mods come in and like they'll say something to him. They'll show it to him, and then he'll do it himself.
Associate with them. It's not a hot take. It's not very in-depth.
It's absolutely not a hot take.
You know, this is a normal, real-world thing.
Exactly.
Why would I associate with a child? You're a child. If you insult somebody else's wife like that, you're a baby. You're a child. You don't deserve respect. So why? Like that's my value as a person. So why would I care? I can understand that the way you feel. I'm sorry about that, but you also have to understand that he is my friend. Okay. I wonder if he would have been his friend if he, truly speaking, if Froggy Fresh, this is a question, I mean, you'll never watch this video, it's not going to get a whole lot of views, but what the question really is, do you think he would have been your friend if you weren't attached to iDubbbz? Do you think that he would have been your friend if you weren't within proximity of iDubbbz so that he could get closer to him? Ask yourself that real question, man. Do you think that you guys are like these awesome LOL friends, or is it just like, oh man, Froggy Fresh is attached to iDubbbz. Here's a weak link that I can exploit to try to get closer to the event and closer to fucking with iDubbbz. Ask yourself that. Do you really feel like this is a true friendship, or is this just because you're within proximity of a person? You know?
That's true. That's just true. That's just
I'm
facts.
just saying,
That's just facts.
So I can't just tell him I can't be friends with him because Ian said so. That's why I'm asking you if I work with him, are you going to prevent me from fighting Career Clash 2? It's not a reflection on you. It's just a very painful and difficult thing for me that I'm dealing with that I need to keep a distance from, and it includes this project. I would just appreciate a yes or no answer, man. I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to be boxing practice tomorrow or not. It kind of depends on what your plan is, because Sam Hyde is banned from our event. If you want him to be there, we cannot accommodate that. My plan is to go to Rhode Island, hang out with him. So again, I asked, if I work with him, are you going to prevent me? This is a power play that Froggy Fresh is playing with right now. iDubbbz is being very real and very raw. Very human, and Froggy Fresh is like looking for iDubbbz to say you're banned from the event. That's what he's doing. Like that's just the normal human being read. That's the you could disagree, but you're wrong. This is a power play, and he wants to get kicked from the event at this point so he could prove a point. He could prove Sam Hyde's point that he is tacked onto. If I go to work with him, are you going to prevent me from Career Clash 2? I would appreciate a yes or no answer. I've talked to my coach about practice. Well, I'm not sure I understand. Does that mean you aren't expecting him to be at the event? Are you going to make content together? What happened? Oh, I hit the wrong button.
It's a
he has not mentioned attending the event. I don't believe he's attending to do so. I have not discussed it with him. I do intend to make content with him. Now that I've answered your questions, would you be respectful enough to answer mine? This event is really important to me. I'm just trying to understand everything so I can make the best decision for everybody involved. I need time to think about this. I don't want to be rash. So I'm going to schedule practice this week. Not knowing whether or not you're allowing me to fight in the event because I'm going to hang out with somebody you don't like. Okay. Yeah, it's just childish, bro. Froggy Fresh is kind of being a baby. This convo, wait, was this convo before the public drama on social media? I don't know. I don't understand why you're talking to me like this. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I explained to you the awful experience I've had with him. It potentially leads to another year of harassment. For Anissa, I can't really take that stuff lightly. Can you guarantee that's not going to happen? He didn't hit the view wall, but okay. This isn't just something I don't like. This is someone who's dedicated to disrupting an event we're running for charity. Absolutely. Harassing its two main organizers and sending his fan base to do his bidding. Yeah, I want you to fight. I just want you to know that pain he's caused me and Anissa in our event. Dude, because you're trying to tell me who I can and can't be friends with, I'm going to Rhode Island to work with Sam, and I'm scheduled my practices for this week. If I'm being removed from the event, please let me know. Dude, Froggy Fresh is a baby. Whatever, man. Okay.
Clear.
I never said you couldn't be friends with him. I would just prefer you waited till after the event to post content with him. Yeah, that's weird. It's not weird. It's very normal. I'm not the type of person that can just make do whatever you want or what is convenient.
That was like a weird response. I'll admit that.
I'm going to work with them. I'm trying to cook dinner for my kids. Sounds like your personal problems are interfering with your business. Bro, what a baby. Wow. Jesus, what do you mean all this kind of proves it's not about charity? What does that mean? Sounds like your personal problems are okay. It wasn't my intention to dictate things to you. I just wanted to give you a perspective because we haven't talked about this topic before. Ultimately, it is your decision. I'm sorry the combo went in this direction. Okay, I'll fight. Thanks.
That I didn't.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, sorry, but Froggy Fresh is being kind of a baby. So what did you mean by all this kind of proves it's not really about charity? Hot take. I'm curious about what you mean before I respond to that.
Want to kick him from the card. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that, so all right, I'll look past it. I don't want you making content with Sam Hyde, but it seems like that's a real deal breaker for you, so I guess I'll look past it. It came to the point where I was like, can you postpone releasing content with Sam Hyde?
Look, you know me and Sam don't get along. You know, we put a lot of time and energy in this creator clash thing. I don't want it to be about Sam Hyde, so just don't let it hurt the event, all right? Go train with him, have fun, but don't let it hurt the event. Don't make it about Sam Hyde. That's what I would have said to you if I was iDubbbz. Right.
Well, that sounds like what iDubbbz was saying. So that's pretty much exactly what iDubbbz was saying. What do you mean? That's exactly what happened. Okay.
Guess what? Like, I didn't even plan on releasing another Sam Hyde content until after the event.
If you know who Sam Hyde is,
I love that. I didn't expect. Dude, I hate people who do that. It's such a it's just a childish thing. This is something that you could all relate to. Is there are times where somebody will do something wrong, and then they'll say something along the lines of like, oh well, I was gonna do this for you if you just like were nice to me or whatever. It's like a manipulation tactic. Like, it's okay.
Whether or not you love him or hate him, you have to recognize him as he's the most talented comedian alive. He's the most talented comedian of our generation. He's gonna probably be the greatest comedian of all time. He's insanely, he's a genius. I got a chance to go out there and train with him.
Listen, he's funny. I'm not gonna lie. I can't take that away from him.
Yeah, he is funny. Come on, man. Come on, Froggy. Come on.
No, never. He's edgy, and that's cool, but it's not like he's like, what? What do you mean, dude? What do you want to suck his dick? That's fucking wild to me. Come on, bro. Listen, comedians are gonna be subjective. If you had to point to one of the greatest comedians, you could probably say something like George Carlin, right? Some people might say like maybe Norm Macdonald, maybe Jerry Seinfeld, I guess. There's a lot of people that talk about David Letterman. I say Jon Stewart, right? We all have our perspective, but like it's never, bro. There's no way if you think this, God bless you. God bless you. Fucking Mater from Cars is probably a little bit of a better, you know. Eddie Murphy, yes. Willie Mack, no. Willie Mack is pretty awesome. Billy Mack, Bernie Mac. Fuck, I'm racist. I'm fucking racist. Shit. Sorry.
He's got a good mic, man. He's got to put like a noise filter on
Bernie
on that
Mac.
mic, or like a noise gate rather.
It's up there. Chris Tucker's all right. Relax. All right, relax. Definitely Eddie Murphy, Bernie Mac.
Old school Eddie Murphy, yeah.
Right.
Some of those jokes. It's fucking hilarious still, man.
Incredible comedians. Here. All right. Yeah, Papa Gut, definitely up there. Yeah, tier 1, brother. Tier 1.
Welcomed me into his environment. He paid people to train me.
You moist critical.
He welcomed me into
Oh, brother, stop being hysterical, Hassan the Hun. I just want to change the way you look, whatever.
his environment. He paid people to train me. I didn't even plan on releasing none of this.
Dave Chappelle's good too.
Until
Yeah.
after the event.
Didn't you tell them that? I thought you told them that.
Ian requested it through text. He requested that I did that. What I didn't like that he requested that because that's not. I don't think that's appropriate. I was like,
he didn't think it was appropriate.
Yeah, well, it is. It's appropriate. What do you mean? I don't. What do you? Why do you find that to be inappropriate? Hey, this guy is like really toxic for my event. Could you just not make content? Okay, it's not really inappropriate. Okay.
I do not think that is appropriate. Do you think it's appropriate that, I don't know, 30-something-year-old man is publicly calling my wife a whore and a slut?
I think initially you can just buy that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this has got a separate Etsy page where she sells her pussy.
Yoko Ono was too concussed to fight in Creator Clash for the second year in a row.
Life is so easy for a certain gender. All you have to do is say that my uterus hurts. What'd she say this time? Her uterus hurts? Or uterus fell out?
Had another concussion.
Probably your uterus fell out from getting blown out so much by toys.
Is that appropriate, Froggy? Do you think that's appropriate?
I don't think that's appropriate.
No, guys, that's just comedy. Insulting another man's wife is just LOL comedy, guys. Oh, okay. That's like childish comedy. And like, listen, if you like that, God bless. But like, where's the clever aspect of that comedy? Insulting another man's wife. You can't talk about, you know, like, oh, men have it harder than women, which Sam just said, while not being a real man and insulting somebody's wife. Like, that's just, there's like different things that make you a man, and one of those things is like understanding that you don't insult another man's wife. Like, I don't understand. These are conflicting ideologies to me. To talk about how hard women have it while not being a real man, it's weird. It's so bizarre.
Okay, you don't think it's appropriate that I set boundaries. I don't think it's appropriate that you are hanging out with a guy who doesn't think women are people. Like, I don't think that's appropriate.
Well, he's right, though.
I don't think you should be telling me when I can't release content. Like, this is my career. It's what I do for a living.
You complied with it, right?
But I was going to anyways. But I didn't like people telling me that. I thought that was out of line.
Wow. I don't know why he's saying that he was planning on waiting to post Sam Hyde content. We have the Twitter timeline of him nonstop posting Sam Hyde content. It's fucking weird. I don't know if he thought it was like a loophole to post on Twitter about Sam Hyde. So I think in his head he was like, I was gonna wait to post Sam Hyde content. Parentheses, YouTube video.
Like, cause like it's not my problem that you have personal beef with the greatest comedian in the world. If I go to Providence,
I would have to see like a timeline. I would have to see like a timeline of the events as they happened. That's the only thing, too. If someone could like post a video of like breaking down like the timeline of events of like what happened, like that would be like incredibly like useful to go through like how everything here just like completely deteriorated into like a complete shitstorm.
I want to know.
True.
Is it because it's a woman? It's because it's a woman, isn't it?
I wouldn't play too much into the it's a woman bullshit. It's not going to help you like your case. But like, yes, Froggy Fresh is a very big Sam Hyde simp. You know, hey, but how can you not be? What is it? The Irish laddie? The Candyman. I mean, come on, dude. Literally I'm a diabetic for the Candyman. You know what I mean? How can you not? How can you not? All right, that's real commitment.
Gross dude. It's okay. It's understandable. He's big and he's gross. As soon as you simp for someone who's literally your partner, your life partner, that's too much. That's kind of gay.
If I go to Providence, Rhode Island and get an opportunity to work with him, that could be my option when I release that content.
Oh, no, that's the worst line of the video.
If I go to Providence, Rhode Island and get an opportunity to work with him, that should be my option when I release that content.
That's the worst line of the whole video. And I know that you probably don't know why, but just think about this.
If I go to Providence, Rhode Island and get an opportunity to work with him, that should be my option when I release that content.
Okay, so he's framing talking to Sam Hyde as an opportunity, which it is. Yeah, for sure. You don't think it's questionable why the opportunity is arising right now? Why didn't this opportunity happen a year ago? Why couldn't this opportunity wait another 3 months? Why did this opportunity have to be satisfied right now? Like I was saying before, like, do you really think that you're friends with this guy, or do you think that this guy just wants to use you to be able to get within proximity of iDubbbz? Like, that's sad, man. That's sad. And like, that's the internet. It's full of performative relationships. And I think that this is what that is, man. And like, I think that you got used, and like over the next few months, you're going to see less and less involvement. Oh, how sad. Because I still love Krispy Kreme. You know what I'm saying, dude? Like I said, I'm diabetic. But it's like, damn, bro. I feel so bad because it's like you got manipulated, my brother. I hope that I'm wrong. You know what I mean? Because that's so sad. Like, I'm not trying to be like all cringe, but that's so sad. Could you imagine making a friend that you respect a lot? You could think it's cringe as much as you want. It's a little weird, but he respects Sam Hyde, and that's like, what a cool thing to be friends with somebody that like you look up to and you respect. Like, I would feel the same way if I was friends with like Jon Stewart or the State Puff Marshall Man, you know? And just imagine it turns out that that person just wanted to talk to you because, you know, you were able to be within proximity of somebody that you want to fuck with. You know? That's just hard. What a devastating blow. You know? That's terrible.
And it's got nothing to do with you. Not everything that people do with Sam Hyde involves iDubbbz, and I think that he misinterprets that.
I don't know.
We're not talking about people. We're talking about what you do with Sam Hyde, because you're in my event. I wish there were many layers of separation, so I really could be that disconnected. Unfortunately, I have to be around you. You have to fight at my event. I have to share the same space as you know, in the parties, at the event itself, and I don't want to do that. I have no interest in sharing that space with you.
So for him to tell me, hey, could you wait until after the event to release that? In my mind, I'm thinking, I mean, I could, but it's weird for you to tell me to do that because it's got nothing to do with you.
Another thing that contributed to Froggy getting kicked was that he tweeted at Nathan Barnett, aka Dad. He said, dude, I tried hyping you up at Denny's when we ate dinner, and they said they weren't fucking with you and that you were going to lose to AB. They don't even like you.
I wouldn't either. Dad seems like kind of a pussy. Sorry, no offense, but I'm just saying.
This is one of those things where it was like, oh, okay, so you basically don't have any good intentions here. You are just like, you don't like us. Like, I'm not here to play with people and give them warnings. Like, we're all adults on the card. I'm not going to give you a warning. Actually, no, I will give you a warning if I think you have good intentions. The problem is when you tweet shit out like this and you have the text message exchange that Froggy had with me, I don't think you have good intentions. You're like trying to like ruin a relationship between me and one of my friends. Froggy deleted that tweet, and I don't think he deleted it because he felt differently. I think he deleted it because he knew that it could potentially get him kicked from the event.
Pussy.
And would also make him look like an asshole. But he basically reiterated that same thing in a Twitter space.
When I was at fucking Denny's, I was all like telling them, yo, Dad's a fucking savage. And they're all like, no, Dad doesn't spar with high level fucking competition. He's gonna lose to AB. And I'm thinking, these motherfuckers are.
So who said that? Who said that?
Ian and Anissa, like that's the way these motherfuckers are. And then they got Dad like riding for them. They don't even.
Oh, they said that about? Did they actually say that about him?
And it's like I wouldn't be like this, but if everybody's gonna keep calling me out, like I'm the fucking person that's fucking shit up. Like that Dad's out here riding for them. They're all like they don't even fucking give a fuck about him.
And in the same Twitter space,
wait, what did he say about that? Was that?
Said that? And he deleted it because that tweet. You're like trying to have the text message exchange that Froggy had with me. I don't think you have good intentions. You're like trying to like ruin a relationship between me and one of my friends.
Oh, I wonder if that's true, or it sounds like iDubbbz like denying it without directly denying it. But okay.
High level fucking competition. He's gonna lose.
Yeah, that's like the thing too. That's the thing I don't know.
Who said that? Ian and Anissa, like that's the way these motherfuckers are. And then they got dad like riding for them. They don't even. And it's like I wouldn't be like this, but if everybody's gonna keep calling me out, like I'm the fucking person that's fucking shit up, like that dad's out here riding for them. They're all like they don't even fucking give a fuck about him.
And in the same Twitter space, where Frog.
No, I will hold it. I think that dad's a pussy. So sorry. I'm just kidding, dude. He seems like a nice guy.
He says this. Sam Hyde, Froggy's hero, calls Nathan a rapist like several times.
That Nathan Barnett guy, I guarantee you that guy would rape somebody if he had the opportunity.
Yeah, legally he would rape somebody in Minecraft, by the way.
In Minecraft.
Yes.
What the fuck? Why is that funny? What the fuck? Why would you like that goes along with like false accusations? Like, oh, that guy looks like a rapist. Why would you say that? Okay, cool. I guess he's being serious, or is he just joking? Maybe he's just kidding.
If he had the chance to rape a woman, he would.
Oh wow! Incredible.
In Minecraft.
No, not in Minecraft, Keem.
I don't want anything to do with Sam. I don't want anything to do with people that think what Sam is doing is okay. It is not okay. Here's part of the Twitter space where Harley is sort of questioning Tyler with why he wouldn't, respond to Anissa. And I think that's a very valid question because you ask any of our fighters and it's like, yeah, Anissa was the one who like solves problems. She is more communicative than me, and she's better at communicating.
Typical woman, am I right,
I fucking
guys?
suck at this shit. So Anissa is the one. She is the one to talk to.
How was I even supposed to know Ian and Anissa were mad when I get one call from Justin Tracy, then a text message, I respond to it immediately, say, could you communicate through text or email? I'm training, and then nothing else. I still don't know.
What's the last text you sent to Anissa?
It was probably some group message.
Okay, but what was the last text you said to Anissa, just you two?
I don't have one direct text from Anissa.
Anissa's never texted you.
With my wife and Anissa, there's a group chat.
Your wife and Anissa. So sorry.
That's not a group chat. No, stop it. You can't say that, dude. I know how this shit works. Listen, when you have a group chat with your wife as a married man, that isn't a group chat. Okay, understand something. Maybe this is just me, but it's not just me. This is how men work. I don't talk to even my own family. My wife is the facilitator of every conversation. Half the time,
not wrong about this, by the way.
My wife to get me to say something to her. Not because I don't love my mom. I don't know what it is. I'm just fucking weird. I'm just a guy. If you have a group chat, okay, that's what it is. It's because your wife is just communicating information. I don't want to be bothered to read and respond to text. It's so stupid. That's what that is. That's not a group chat, bro. That is a one-on-one with a fucking lawyer. All right, that's what that is. That's your lawyer on the phone. All right, stop that.
Okay, did anyone ever text you and your wife? What was the last thing Anissa said you and your wife to you and your wife's phone? What was the last thing?
Tense moments in the Twitter space as Froggy goes to see.
It's, hey, Tyler, I'm not with Ian. I'm home visiting family. Ian called me not feeling great, and I'm just trying to understand what's happening or how I can help.
What's the date?
Sunday, March 12th.
You didn't want to respond to that?
That sounded like Anissa trying to reach out and be like, hey, what's going on? How can I help? Wait, what the fuck, dude? Wow, what the hell? Which makes perfect sense. It's like, hey, I have like hey, let me deal with it. Let me talk to you. Let's get a different perspective in here. How can we resolve this particular situation? Bro, they're doing so much to resolve a situation with Froggy Fresh. That's wild.
No, because you don't know the context of it. You don't have the context. Harley, let me give you the context.
You can't do that. Like, listen, obviously context matters, but like half the time people say you don't know the context. They're just saying that word like it's a magical fucking like comeuffin, like it's magic beans that you plant in the ground. You just don't understand them. You don't get the context. Sometimes you don't. What's the context? You not responding to somebody for what? I don't know what at the time this Twitter space was happening. I don't know at the time at what time this Twitter space was happening. That's the word I was trying to say. But let's say it was a month. Why didn't you respond? I'd say you get a couple days if you're heated to take a break. Why not respond to that?
Fair enough.
But there's no context to anything. Respond to that message. Hey, what's going on? How can I help? Or something like that. Basically what that sounds like to me.
Burn our Twitter account instead of responding to that very serious and sympathetic text that was nowhere near threatening or aggressive.
Froggy wasn't able to give context.
Dude, W to fucking the Epic Mealtime guy, because he worked with Sam. So like obviously he seems to be friends with Sam, which is fine. You do you, but he still understands the professionalism that like is required in an event like this. Like Like, so he's not being biased. Like, Harvey is the least biased person here. He's friends with Sam,
Harley.
and he respects the creator clash like situation. Like, there's no other person that's better to weigh in on this topic than him. And if he's like, yeah, why didn't you like respond to try to resolve this? And he's like, oh well, you know, there's context in it. It kind of makes you look
What
bad.
happened to all these
He didn't respond to Anissa's call and text message.
See where Zur is
in the
today.
Twitter space. Harley ended up leaving. The conversation went elsewhere. So he uploaded a Twitter video to explain the context for why he didn't respond to Anissa.
Anissa's last text.
Oh, they unbanned Amaranth already. Damn.
Okay, which right there is like, hey, I'm not going to be influenced by what Ian has to say or think about. That's what that means. Like, I mean, if you read between the lines. I'm home visiting family. Ian called me and not feeling great. And I'm just trying to understand what's happening or how I can help. Yeah, that's pretty much like, hey, what's up? Like, how can I help this situation? Wow, a hot take, huh?
Checking on me. Anissa's concern text of hope everything's going okay was a way for her to try to manipulate the situation to try to do further investigation into my friendship with Sam Hyde.
Wow, this young man.
Zur's rooting for Titans.
He's lost. He's so lost. The reason I say that is because what he just said was that like Anissa was just trying to pry. She wasn't trying to be a positive force, and maybe that's true. But to have that instantaneous assumption without anything else, that's not context. That's you having brain rot because you keep hanging out with Sam Hyde.
Yeah, I think he's on Nessus.
I have friends who say wild shit that I don't agree with, and I'm still friends with them. But it sounds like you're not friends with Sam Hyde. You're his little bitch. You're a little submissive pee-pee poo-poo baby. You're not like friends. Like, he doesn't respect you one-on-one. You just have his opinions. That's not a friend. That's not you making like your own independent thought. That's his perspective. He hates Anissa. He hates iDubbbz. Fine, fair, no problem. But like, you have no reason to do that. So you're just listening to his perspective without knowing why. And then you're like, no, she's trying to be manipulative. What's the experience that can cause you to believe that? What's the experience there? What have you experienced? And like, listen. I understand, like, you know, your
Zur's gonna be in like one of three locations.
My friend told me this person's a bad guy. Me personally, this is how I operate in life. I don't really do that. Somebody could tell me that this person's a red flag, and I could feel it or I know it from experience. And I say, well, I have to experience myself. That's very normal for me. There's multiple people that my wife is like, you shouldn't associate with this person. You shouldn't talk to this person. They're this. And she's right most of the time. But I still experience for myself because I think that that's what you're supposed to do. So, like, you have no reason to feel that way or think that way. You just, except for your friend, well, like, I don't know, the guy you look up to told you to do that, I guess. So...
That was not an "Are you okay?" text. That was a Ian is not able to break your shell. Maybe a vague, concerned, manipulative text from me will be.
He thinks this text message is manipulation. No, Froggy, we wanted to solve the problem. Let me just say, Anissa is just trying to exist. You know, she doesn't want anything to do with the drama. She doesn't want anything to do with his shit. And I have brought a lot of it into her life. And I take responsibility for that. But unfortunately, a lot of people who think that I've changed or
oh shit, I abandoned the quest? Really?
They've decided instead of saying that I've changed and that
that's actually not a bad role.
The decider of my future, it's that Anissa has changed me. So
yeah, that's fair. Like it's they almost treat him like a little baby. They're not like, oh, you've changed, you're this, that, and the other thing, you're a pussy now. It's like, oh, Anissa has manipulated you, right? This woman has made you weak.
This is really good. This isn't that great.
Which is like weirdly sexist.
You should get this like deafening whisper though. If you're looking for like a waveframe.
You kind of almost treat him like a little baby. It's kind of weird.
So she has been the target of a lot of hate. And I think it's really shitty. And hearing Tyler talk about her in this
bro, the hate will go away if you just make the OnlyFans free. That's all you have to do. Make the OnlyFans free.
True.
And tell her not to shave her armpits for a month, and you will get, everybody will like you again. Everybody likes that kind of stuff. I don't like that kind of stuff at all. That's... I hope my wife's not watching. But a lot of people enjoy that kind of interesting content. That's very art. The art is really what I call it. That's, well, I wouldn't call it. I think it's disgusting, but some people would call that art. Right? So.
Reminder where it's like, Anissa's trying to manipulate you? What the fuck was I doing?
I think this is the role I have. Killing Wind.
Like, you should probably come out and say that.
That's actually not bad.
Because it seems really fucking sexist and creepy.
Epic sexism.
These things.
You know what I feel? I'm gonna be honest with you, and I really didn't buy none of this.
That's not that great. Hipfire grip.
I was living in it. I kept always hearing people saying like, Anissa ruined iDubbbz, Anissa ruined iDubbbz, and I was always like, nah, whatever. Like they can work out their
polymer grip.
And I was in bullshit. But I swear, when, like once you live an event, it's like, okay, I think Ian met the wrong person. I honestly think it's just like, I think sometimes you bond with the wrong person that can take you to make the wrong decisions, maybe.
Are you projecting, or is that how you actually feel? Because okay, I mean, I guess that can happen. We've all had bad relationships before. It's possible. They seem like they're pretty, I guess, happy together and long term. So
I met my wife. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I met my wife. I got better the more time I spent with her because she like was honestly a better person than me. But I feel like, dude, honestly, it seemed like so when Ian, as soon as he starts messing with Anissa, it's like Ian goes from the person who would be dogging people, who would sue people, to then like his event that he's running is suing people. It's like a complete flip.
I'm so
By the way, we weren't suing Froggy. We have no interest in going to court over $15,000. We wanted that $15,000 back, but you know, he wasn't.
It's not worth the legal costs, so that makes sense. They're just going to cut it. And well, I mean, listen, if you have that much money, they're so rich for a normal person. But if you have that much money, if you're a millionaire, maybe $15,000 is, you know, if it's like $300 to me, you know, that's what it probably is, like $300 to me. That's 15,000 of them. It might have been worth it. You know, maybe it was worth it. You got to, you know, 15 grand to get rid of somebody that's not great. It's unfortunate, but
giving it to us, so we have to leave it at that. You know, we're not suing him.
Froggy, if you're let back on, it's not like you're gonna make another OnlyFans joke about Anissa, right? Like,
no, I mean, like, if they make me sign a contract that I can't, then I won't.
You know, I find it so strange because
so he's saying that he would still make fun of his wife unless they force him to sign a contract. Oh well, why would they want to work with you? I don't understand. Like, if you can we humanize this for everybody that's like doesn't understand where it's coming from. Imagine that you worked a regular job. You worked at the local fucking McDonald's, and the manager's wife came in, and you start talking about how she's a disgusting fucking piece of shit, bitch, whore. Do you think that maybe the manager might not like that? They might be like, "Wow, like you're a piece of shit." I would understand. You know, you might say, well, that's not a reason to fire somebody. Well, if you're saying it publicly, actually, it might be. It's inappropriate workplace language and technically considered sexual harassment in some capacity to talk like that, or some kind of like, you know, whatever. But the point is like, you know, it's very normal to talk shit about like your boss's wife. Like, they're not going to be happy with you. So I don't understand. Why is this like a hot take? Like, this is weird. And I know that they're not bosses, but he is kind of like, he's the boss of the event, and he's like, you're representing his company in some capacity. Like, that's what's happening, right? We know that. That's normal. It's obvious. So,
like, you know,
that was a joke. That was a joke. Obviously, I wouldn't do any more OnlyFans.
Okay, good.
I don't think Froggy respects
At least
sex
that.
workers. I think he has some really old, tired opinions about people who do sex work. I think
whatever. I
he
don't care
has
about that.
a lot of weird opinions as well about.
I guess. Listen, I understand people that have like those ideas about sex work. I get it. I don't really care about that. Like, yeah, I'm a little bit more like liberal when it comes to sex work shit. I get it, because the work itself can be pretty fresh. Like, you know, it's gonna tear you down a little bit. But I don't think that that's relevant. I think in the way that you could say that I don't care about sex work, or I don't like sex workers, you should be able to replace, like, to also still respect the iDubbbz enough, if you want from the male perspective, to not insult his wife. You should respect her and not insult her, but from like a man perspective, you shouldn't be insulting another man's wife like that. Like, it's just not, you know, she didn't do anything to specifically prompt it. It's not like she's going around saying Froggy Fresh is a big ugly fucking idiot or something. If she was, then it's fair game, but she's just existing, so you can't really do that. And if you've never had any interaction with Anissa and you still think that she's like a toxic dumb bitch whore or whatever, like, I mean, like, that's your issue of not operating like a mature person that experiences people individually, instead of just makes broad assumptions based on like your friends making those assumptions as well. You know, we're on the internet, man. We're in a huge online hive mind where, like, there is, depending on the sphere that you're in, you're only allowed to think one way, or you get like harassed relentlessly. And so there's going to be people who are going to think that Anissa is an amazing, awesome, cool person, and there's going to be people that just think that she's a dumb, tired hoe. Anissa is probably just kind of like a little annoying and like a little, you know, like she's probably a little bossy. She probably does have more, like a little bit more of the primary control in iDubbbz's life, but that's not wrong. People, you can have that relationship. He seems happy. Who gives a shit? You know, that's it. But she's not like this hyper manipulative, like, I'm gonna get you, like, I'm the booger woman, the boogie woman, you know. She's just like probably just kind of a bossy woman, and maybe part of us interprets that as being a bitch because of the way that, you know, women who stand up for themselves are perceived as bitchy, or maybe she's kind of a meanie-head. And I don't mean to say like bitch in like a super derogatory way, you know. I have a very strong-willed wife. So you don't have to like her, but it doesn't mean that she's like a literal fucking demon. She's a fucking demon. Destroying iDubbbz's life. He probably just likes a girl who she probably just does more shit for him. He probably just doesn't want to think about his own life. You know what I mean?
I was not paying
Especially
attention.
now that he's got all those concussions from getting his ass kicked like twice at the fucking, you know, Creator Clash. So that's pretty much it, man. Not that deep.
Masculinity and shit.
Ian's masculinity has been completely removed via Anissa.
A lot of it's not explicitly said, but when you listen to the jokes, it's like, oh, that's actually just your opinion phrased in a comedic way.
There was some type of nerd fight last year, and Chris Raygun and all these people, it's like some big ethos worshiping party at these things, and I don't get it. I don't get what all this shit is all about. Like, everybody's there to worship ethos or fucking ethos or like touching ethos, titty or pussy. It's always that, and it's just like, what happens is people get all excited about it. And I think Chris Raygun was like, he probably thought he was gonna go there and beat some fucking nerd up, and he was gonna win. Like, I don't know if they're giving. I think they give away like OnlyFans girls there at these events. I don't know what kind of top shit going on. Like, if you win certain fights, I think you get to own some of these girls for some of the nights.
Awesome.
I don't know how it works, but I think Chris was like he had plans to go beat up a nerd and however he gets to like at least one of these girls, and so like he got there. Well, Ian was probably thinking like, because I think man, I need to just stop all this probably.
No, Froggy, keep going. I think you should keep going. I think the women of the world need to hear your opinions on these things.
All right, relax.
Talk more about how...
Relax, iDubbbz. You're acting like what we like to call in the music industry a munch, okay? Relax. But like, yeah, sure, it's sexist. It's just like weird. It's like weird hearing it like that. I don't know. Maybe I'm just maybe I just don't respond well to that kind of bullshit. But it just sounds so weird.
Sex workers are property. That's a funny joke. It was super funny the third time that you referred to women as property.
Unfortunately, most sex workers, like real sex work, not OnlyFans, that's cheating, are property of their pimps. It's really unfortunate. So that's tends to be a space that leads to abuse, but not OnlyFans. That's just kind of like whatever you're showing your gooch or whatever to do on the internet, is whatever.
That was the funniest one, because when you said lease, I was like, yeah, I know what a lease is. Even if you didn't do any of the Sam Hyde stuff, why would we want you at our event? Like, if you're just gonna blatantly disrespect sex workers and other fighters, saying that they're here to touch ethos, like, it is so disrespectful and shitty. I don't want to share the space with you. I don't want other people to be uncomfortable because you're there. Like, you don't get the vibe. All right, the vibe is sex workers and fighting, I guess, and you don't like the sex workers part. I don't think Froggy is doing Sam Hyde's dirty work by shit talking Anissa. I think it's just pretty clear that he holds similar opinions to Sam Hyde and similar opinions to Sam Hyde fans. Hero is saying
you have to ditch Yoko Ono.
Drop Yoko Ono, bro. It's got to be over. It's got to be over.
And leave the girl. Ditch the girl.
I think Ian met the wrong person.
Ditch the girl,
I think
baby.
I think sometimes you bond with the wrong person. It can take you to make the wrong decisions.
She's probably a succubus that's like sucking the life out of him.
Sad to see you didn't make the card again. When will I?
I mean, succubuses are like, that's like a sexual thing, right? So I mean, hey, give me that succubus. You know what I mean? That succubussy. That's what I'm all about, brother.
Break free from that succubus that is holding him back.
Ian's masculinity has been completely removed via Anissa. Anissa's concern text of hope everything's going okay was a way for her to try to manipulate the situation.
I think initially you can just buy.
I have a genuine question. What is how are people taking this? Because this makes Froggy Fresh like look really silly, immature, and like conspiratorial.
It depends on who you ask.
Are they like, what's the? Because I'll never go on Twitter again. So like, what's people saying? How are they looking at this? Are they like, oh my God, he's iDubbbz is such a sussy baka? What's the public narrative? What's the public flow looking like right now?
You can buy that.
Yeah.
I'm sending this to Anissa's OnlyFans. It goes directly into charity. Yeah. Her anal bead package came out, and it was $100 to look at pictures of her with anal beads.
I think they give.
Hasn't moved the needle. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's life.
Way like OnlyFans girls there, like you get to own some of these girls. They get to like at least one of these girls.
So Ian really embarrassed himself, and so he didn't want Sam at his event because Ian doesn't want people who are bigger and more talented than him upstaging him. That's what it is.
Is Sam Hyde bigger than Ian? I don't really know. But like, I don't know, man. I don't think that that's reasonable. Even if Sam Hyde is bigger, which I don't think so, but I could just be wrong. again, this is more, well, one, that he's insulted his wife, but like more than that, it's just like this is a public event, and Sam Hyde, like I said before, attached to the event in some capacity is going to make it look bad and make it look unprofessional. Like I said, if there was going to be this big blow up with Sam Hyde, which is Sam Hyde's goal, he constantly says it, that's going to be associated. You look up Creator Clash 2, Sam Hyde and iDubbbz stuff come on each other. Who the fuck is Sam Hyde? You look at the Sam Hyde, you start seeing some wild shit. Like, you know what I mean? It's not going to look good, and that means that the charity organization is going to fail. And then that means that they're not going to be able to help people in the future. And then you kind of see how that goes down the rabbit hole, right? Have I ever ate up dog? What's up dog? What is that? What is up dog? Oh, dude, you got me. I'm gonna go. I'm literally gonna hang myself. I'm just kidding. That was a joke. What's up dog? I like that.
Tyler is like repeating all of these narratives about how I've changed for the worst. The person responsible for my my change in a bad way is Anissa. Anissa is a manipulative person. Ooh. Oh yeah, that I'm like concerned about getting upstaged by Sam or people who are more talented than me, which is insane to me because I've put on this event twice, me as the main fight, and I've lost both times. That's pretty upstaged. As a side note, Sam Hyde has...
Yeah, I guess he's not picking the easy fights. He's getting his ass beat constantly, so... Plus, for those people, I don't know who he's fighting, but those people get like a nice career bump. iDubbbz is a pretty large figure, no? Like, I feel like he's pretty big up there, no?
Made it a habit to try to sound like a reasonable person by saying, if Ian and Anissa just asked, I'll stop harassing them.
Yeah, if Ian ever hit me up and was like, hey man, can you leave me alone? Fuck it, I'd stop talking about him. Whatever, I don't care that much. If you ask me to stop, I'll stop.
Well, that's that's just weird. That's just not true. I don't know what to tell you. If you ask me to stop... that's Sam that's just trying to get in contact with Ian. Do you? Whatever. That's just what it is. Like, you have to know that, right, guys? Like Sam is just trying to get in contact with him. He's like, I would have just stopped if he just said, hello, how are you? It's like, no, that's not gonna happen, bro. It's another tactic to try to get closer to the guy. He has this like really bizarre fixation on iDubbbz. I wonder what it is. I wonder if it's because people don't like iDubbbz, and so it gives Sam like, he feels like he can go after this person consequence free.
On its face is already an
like for like consequence as far as like his followers not disliking him for it.
To say. Of course, no one wants to be harassed.
If they let Froggy back on the card, I won't tweet at Ian or Anissa ever again. I'll shut up forever. How about that?
Damn.
I get to bring back someone on the card who doesn't respect me, my wife, other fighters, and in return, I have the chance of not being harassed by Sam Hyde. In case I have to make a future video, you heard what Sam Hyde said. If he's a respectable guy, he's not going to continue to harass me because he says, by his own admission, he doesn't care that much.
I don't care that much.
This is my request. I would like you to not harass me or my wife or anyone that we're friends with.
No, well, you have to say it to me personally. And then after he texts him, he's like, okay, well, you got to say it to me in person. And then after he sees him in person, you know, he does like one of those things where he's like, oh, do you like the flower on my lapel? Is that what it is, a lapel? And then iDubbbz's like, oh, and he's like, it smells good. He sniff it, and iDubbbz goes and sniffs it, and a pie comes out, and it hits him in the face. He's like, I gotcha. There's anthrax in that pie. Then he'll then he'll stop harassing him. Then it's gone to the proper point. Hey, right there you go.
Also, harassment encompasses all the little loopholes, all right? You can't just then like refer to me as a goblin and be like, I didn't say his name, I wasn't talking about him, I was talking about a goblin. That's not acceptable. Another thing I want to make clear is that the decision to kick Froggy from the card isn't just for like me and Anissa's comfort. There are a lot of people who don't want anything to do with Sam Hyde who are fighting on our card. There are a lot of people who are our fans who want nothing to do with Sam Hyde. So we're trying to protect
I mean, I can believe that. When it comes to like more toxic like trolling spaces, you know, saying I don't like this person, it isn't necessarily going to make you look great. It's just going to be like, oh, let's target this person for harassment now and give him the old Skeledilliungus. I don't even know what that means. But and so like those creators probably feel that way, but they're not going to express themselves publicly. So
we're trying to protect the environment that we're in, and we want it to be comfortable for everyone. I truly believe if we had Froggy participate through the rest of the event, it would have made the event worse, like noticeably worse, because we are all trying to work together to make the show as good as possible. And I think if Froggy doesn't fuck with what we got going on, he was going to make it difficult. One way or another, it was going to be difficult. In closing, I want to say that Creator Clash is probably the single best thing that I've ever done in my life.
All right, relax.
It has, brought so much joy to me and Anissa. It has brought the most awesome people that I've ever met. It's brought them into my life, and I'm super grateful. And I want to keep doing it. And this event means so much to me.
All right, relax.
And I'm going to protect it. And I'm going to protect the fighters and the people involved in the event. And
well, if the way that you protect them is anything like the way that you fight, apparently you're going to lose. Okay.
Goddamn, Papa.
So.
I'm not, when it comes to people wanting to fuck around and mess with the vibes, I'm not going to tolerate it. You're going to get kicked from the card if you're being a piece of shit, and if you're not communicating and if you're not cooperating. And I want nothing to do with Sam Hyde as well. So fuck that guy, and thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.
I paid money, I'm on the floor seats, and I see like some shenanigans going down. I take a photo of it. It's just people holding up a sign. It said Froggy did nothing wrong.
Okay. Like seemingly innocuous.
Yeah, right. I go to this like after event, and Anissa comes up to me. She comes up and says, that tweet was really not cool, and I just apologized. I felt kind of like a bitch. I was like, why the fuck did I apologize?
I don't know what he's talking about.
Masculinity has been completely removed via Anissa.
Damn. I don't know what the fuck was happening there, but that was kind of funny. All right, yeah, man. Listen, at the end of the day, this whole situation is kind of... How the fuck are you evading? You're a crocodile. You can walk onto the water. Out of the water, you fucking bitch. Sorry. Anyway. This whole situation seems kind of silly. It seems like a dumb little, like, war going on. Silly doo-doo little poop war. Like, whatever. I don't really care about anybody in this situation. They're all kind of cringe. But that's that. So Anissa runs the whole thing while IW trains. Oh, okay. So there you go. Cool.
Is that it? That's literally the entire video. Yeah, he just ended on that. Let's see. You got anything else? I got like a whole bunch of shit. Come on. Let's see. David. This is on. I was watching this yesterday on IRI's channel. Let's see. LGBTQ rates. Or we'll do something a little bit more. We'll add this to the watch later playlist, and then we'll go hit with this. Vosh.
Let's take a look at like Aang's character flaws, okay? Aang's character flaw is that he's a 10-year-old boy, so he's like kind of immature sometimes. Now let's list Aang's character benefits. Okay, so he's incredibly strong and peaceful and wise and noble and has an innate tendency towards being kind to others. And he's got an intuitive sense for feeling out other people's emotions. And also he's like at the center of a grand conflict. And also he's like the most powerful thing in the universe. Also he's like introspective and constantly adapting and like fixing stuff. But everyone loves Aang because even though he's like amazing, and he is, he still faces a lot of adversity, and he gets his ass kicked pretty often. Because, again, a Mary Sue isn't the character that's amazing. A Mary Sue is the character that is, whether or not they're amazing, the story is twisting itself into knots to try to make you seem like they're super cool, because, like, all the adversity is unwinding itself in front of them, you know? Like, you guys understand what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, Aang's not a pacifist. He just doesn't want to kill people. Aang loves fighting. He does it for fun. Yeah, he's not really a pacifist. He just doesn't want to take life.
And
which,
tigers
again,
complete the
that's kind
sweep.
of a reasonable character trait for like a young monk. Vosh, I don't know if anyone else brought it up, but please, for the love of God, I know it's massively flawed, but the MCU is full of these characters. Thor, Captain America, to a lesser extent Iron Man, later on Doctor Strange. None of these characters are aspirational to me. When I watch Thor, he's just like another Marvel movie muscle comedy man. I don't look at Thor and go, wow, Thor's righteousness is inspirational to me, mostly because these aren't real characters. These are shit tier Marvel movie characters that are developed only enough to smash toy figurines together and like fill ticket seats and whatever. They're not like real characters. They're not developed upon anywhere near as much as the ones that we're talking about here. Yeah, there's not really an ideology to Marvel movie characters. The closest you really get is like Captain America's Civil War, and even then it's not really developed. It's really, really dumb. People much more say this shit about Korra. Korra's not a Mary Sue, but also Korra isn't that aspirational of a character. Like, Korra ends season 1 contemplating suicide and begins season 4 like suicidally depressed. All of Korra's story is ups and downs, and I still think she's a great character, but what I'm talking about is like, I think it's good to have characters who just rock. Not like they rock asterisk, here's this deep trauma or like moral conundrum or failing of theirs. They just rock. They can still have flaws, but I mean characters that are larger than life, that are larger and stronger and cooler and better than most humans really can be. Because I think it's nice to look at that and like, I don't know, kind of reflect. Here's a good example from something that isn't animation. Maybe some of you will or won't agree with this, but I think this is an easy cinch right here. No one would call him a Mary Sue, but I think a lot of you would agree that this guy is larger than life in a lot of his tendencies. Captain Picard.
Picard, yep.
It's a 7-season show where he demonstrates what is, I think you could fairly say, like a superhuman degree of patience, clarity, tenacity, a bunch of good traits. He's not perfect. He has mistakes, and he has character flaws, and attention is drawn to those flaws. He faces adversity, but for the most part, he is like a resolutely admirable, admirable figure. And I think this is something that distinguishes him from Benjamin Sisko of Deep Space Nine. Benjamin Sisko is also a really good guy. He's a great guy. He's a great commander. He's admirable in a lot of ways. But the story of Deep Space Nine with relation to Sisko is much more about his flawed, yes, you have to be bald to be in charge in Starfleet. It's much more, does anyone here who's watched both agree with me? You understand what I'm talking about, right? It's not to say Sisko is a better or worse character than Picard, though I personally prefer Picard more. It's that Picard's like stateliness and wisdom elevates him above regular human behavior in a way that's obvious even in The Next Generation.
It helps that he has a
all the other like
British accent
on the Enterprise in The Next Generation are, let's be fair, kind of lesser to him. He is so clearly like the sensei. He is like the wise master, like on the hill, like the guys. How many times over the course of The Next Generation does another character in the show do something bad and they get a talking to from Picard? It happens all the like almost every episode. Somebody else will have a big dilemma and they'll be like called into his meeting room and he'll be like sitting there at the far end of the table with his little like iPad thing in front of him, and then he'll like look up from it and he'll be like, all right, what are we doing? What's up this time? And he'll give them a pep talk, and he'll be right. He's not always right, but goddamn, you know. Oh, I hope you guys understand what I'm getting at here.
We must use this opportunity wisely.
Oh, you know what? I'll do another one. One more, and then we're getting back to it. One more, okay? This one's a little bit more controversial, but I would stand by it insofar as what I'm talking about, okay? He's flawed. He's not perfect in any way, shape, or form, okay? Nobody would accuse him of being those things, and he probably wouldn't appreciate it anyway. But I still think that he's meant to be an aspirational, larger-than-life character who's not burdened with flaws as a way of making them more, quote, like, relatable. Han Solo. Dude's cool as and they never try to like, okay, he's cool as but like also he has trauma from a bad relationship with his father. They don't try to do that shit. He has flaws, he makes mistakes, but none of them are meant to like detract from him being larger than life cool. I think you could also probably do this with maybe to a little bit of a lesser extent, but I think you could also pretty fairly do this with Indiana Jones. Yeah, like Indiana Jones, because Indiana Jones is again also larger than life cool. Wait, but they're the same character? Yeah, I guess. Do you think characters with trauma can be done well? Of course. I'm not saying it's bad to have a character that has flaws or trauma or anything. I'm just saying I like characters that are larger than life, that are aspirational, that are meant to be a bit bigger than we are. And it's good to... I like looking at them and thinking, you know, wow, they are really cool in a lot of ways. Maybe in ways humans can't necessarily reach, like, realistically, but it might be possible, and I want to think that there's something to learn here, you know? You guys get what I'm getting at, don't you? I hope so, at least.
No, they don't. They don't. Their media takes are horrible. His audience. It's mostly his fault.
No. You can look up to any characters, and not all characters with positive vibes meet what I'm talking about here. I am specifically talking about an unreasonably high level of competence, proficiency. They're strong, they're smart, they're wise, they're self-aware, they're charismatic, they're engaged, and the story doesn't see these things as alienating characteristics that it needs to compensate for by adding negativity or fault. They aren't trying to drag them down or bring them back down to earth, you know? That does not happen here. That does not happen here. I think a lot of people just find characters like that kind of intimidating. Any female version of these characters? Ooh, oh man, that's, wait, I know for a fact that there are. I know for a fact that there are. Oh, yeah, I can think of at least one. Hold on. Not to remind people of any recent, you know, any recent treason on my stream, but the whole, so again, haven't played all 3 games. I've played more than half of one of them, and she's insanely badass the entire way through. She has flaws and problems, but I don't get the feeling that the narrative is trying to drag her down or detract from how cool and competent she is. She's incredibly, dude, the last cutscene we saw was literally like her racing ahead of the journalist's car to dispatch with a bunch of demon angels, and then she flips the car and like stands outside of it, and then like she's styling on everyone all the time, you know? What about Xena? I haven't seen any media. Sorry, I've seen a warrior.
Charges on.
How can you tell the difference between a character with flaws and a character compensating with those flaws? Every good character will have some flaws, because it's not really possible for a person to be flawless.
Took out their firepower.
For me, the difference is, are their flaws a detraction from their weight as a larger-than-life admirable character that you can look at as a kind of like a beacon of competence and exemplary such and such? So, for example, Rick Sanchez is the smartest and probably most dangerous entity in the universe in the context of his show, but the viewer is constantly reminded of his flaws, not only in a way that serves the narrative or the plot or even a joke in any given scene, but also as a way of dragging him down. I don't think anybody here would really say that, like, Rick Sanchez
I didn't agree with this.
How do I put this? Well, nobody would really say he's admirable. It's more like, okay, I don't really like this manga. However, the only comparison that I can really think about here is this. Between Rick Sanchez and this guy. This is from the Dr. Stone anime. It's not bad. It's okay. It's probably good. I don't know. It's fine. Though the mangaka doesn't know how to draw women, so all women look kind of like mutant, doe-eyed kitty monsters. It's kind of weird. It's actually very strange. It's actually very weird. The women are like at a different art style. Example, please. Okay, so this is a scene from the anime, and here's a woman. That's not a joke. That's actually...
Yeah, he's actually right about that. The men look great. They look like fucking badasses.
Yeah.
But like,
yeah. I wasn't kidding. This is how she's drawn in the manga. Kind of like a fish-eyed. Yeah. You can actually see it even in the splash pages. Literally, look at how the guys are drawn next to the girls. It's actually insane. Literally. Look, there are like a couple of visible guys at the front here, and they all look fine. And then there are two women here who both look like fish mutants. It's actually like kind of crazy. It's actually kind of wild. It's almost endearing, to be honest. It's so bad that it crosses over into being kind of. This is less egregious, but you can see it here too. Like the two guys here on the left look like normal anime guys, and then on the right, she's. Oh, and in the manga, their titties are massive. I think they toned it down in the anime, which is probably for the best. Like, this is meant to be a caveman woman. Cave woman? I think this is actually meant to be, like, the main desirable female character. I don't know. It's bad, man. It's wild out there. Oh my god, wow. You just Googled Dr. Stone Woman manga and you, whoa boy. Good lord. Oh my god, what is happening there?
Had to be their leader.
That's crazy.
Now, so to speak. You're clear to bring down those engineers. Then that engine is all yours.
Holy shit. This is like advanced. Look at this. The effort has been put. Meanwhile, look at what the mangaka is capable of drawing when they want to. Look at this. That's a nice looking panel. This indicates a pretty high level of understanding of like lighting and
destroy the engine and take down this
inking.
ship.
Marakel will bring us back safely. Complete your mission.
Why did I bring this up? Oh, right. For any of you, for any of you who have seen both Rick and Morty, but also read or watched any of Dr. Stone, this guy is basically like a genius who got frozen in the Stone Age. It's complicated.
It's sometimes like his recaps of like stuff like this is like so off.
And
essentially there was like this
basically every problem.
Essentially what happened was, this is in the modern era, like take it like maybe like in the mid 2000s, and essentially what happened is there's like some sort of like event that happened that turned essentially everyone into stone. So fast forward like I think like a century or so, and everybody else, or certain groups of people, start coming back that were essentially petrified or turned to stone. And then these guys, like him and some other people, come back and they're trying to rebuild society. The problem is, it's exactly what you think. There's conflicts amongst like different groups of people. Some people don't want like the old society to come back. So he's trying to like use like science as a means to bring back some level of technology back to like this more like prehistoric world. Like, because there's not like a lot of people who are like scientists that are like coming back too. And that's all it is too, and it's like all the conflicts, all the human drama and conflicts that come from it too, but basically like in an anime form. Need So that's essentially like what happens too. I forget if like there's like a civilization that's like still there, because I haven't really kept up with the manga or like the anime, but I don't believe so. I think everyone's like from like that time period.
That he encounters, he's like, well, we can simply overcome
Well, I was like that
this
time from
with
like our time, from modern times.
citrate. All we need to do is build this like 17th century level factory to produce it. Like it literally, like they make gunpowder, they do this, they do that. It's all about like chemistry and how to make stuff. I think it's kind of cool, like premise-wise. It's very larger than life. This guy has plenty of flaws, mostly that he's a but I don't think that he's like Rick Sanchez in that sense.
No,
because
he's
the
nowhere near as
flaws don't
nihilistic.
really make him any less of this bombastic, overly competent character. But Rick Sanchez is both bombastic and overly competent, but I still feel this way. I don't think that I'm wrong. I think that I'm failing to understand how to convey my feelings on this. There's something about the way Rick Sanchez is presented where his flaws are a detraction from the traits that I'm referring to, whereas in this case, they aren't. The flaws either complement or don't affect the things that make him a larger-than-life aspirational character.
What?
Maybe it's just the extent to which Rick is constantly up and is a horrible piece of shit all the time.
Did you guys see that? It said like Guardians won like this week, but Warlock's got the most medals. Let me see. So Trials is up. Let me get this. I need... Best in no longer best in tower. I was literally best in tower for like a second. Oh, okay.
It's you.
Sword, bow. Okay. Hunter's got Polaris. I might just like drop this back off to my Starfire Protocol Warlock. Yeah.
I don't know.
Stay safe.
Doesn't Puss in Boots count? Oh my god! My friend, you're right. This might actually be one of the reasons why I like Puss in Boots so much. Because Puss has flaws, obviously, watch the movie, but...
That's true. That movie should not have been as good as it was, believe it or not.
Okay, like, I guess the way I would put it is, like, at the end of the movie, is he not basically, like, almost flawless, kind of? He's ultra competent all the time, with no exceptions. He's incredibly strong and competent, and over the course of the movie, his main flaw is his fear. That's still a real flaw. It's not saying it's not there. It's just like...
What was it?
Does anyone understand what I'm trying to get at here? Is he not aspirational? I aspire. Dude, absolutely. I aspire to be Puss. Puss. In booze. I aspire to be Puss. Okay, sorry, this has gone on for a long time, but all of this circles back ultimately to how I feel about Superman the character. That's where all this kind of like originates from. It bothers me so much that if you look at, like, literally Google Superman right now, here's the first image you get of a rendition of Superman in the comics. What feelings do you get when you look at this? Apart from, like, muscle Superman guy, right? Handsome, whatever. Optimistic, hopeful, uplifting. I immediately get a feeling of, like, competence from him. You know what I mean? Like, there are problems, but he's here to help. He might not be perfect, but, like, he's like a douchebag? Douchebag? Okay, maybe people are going to read into this more than I want them to. But, like, for me at least, he looks like a Boy Scout. He looks like an optimized, idealized version of what people strive to be, in the form of a muscular guy in underwear. And then look at the photos that come up from the movie adaptations. Oh, well, this looks a little bit more like grimdark. Why is the costume so dark? Why does it have that weird, like, film thing over it? Okay. And then you realize, wait a second, this is actually the least grimdark Superman live action image that pops up. Oh. Okay. Well, he still looks like a muscular guy, but, like, I don't get any feelings of this guy being hopeful or even a good guy. Like, this could literally just be, he looks about as trustworthy as a Homelander does in any given frame. Here, he's on trial here, or something, I don't know. Okay, why does he look like that? Why do you look like this? What? Can't we have a story about hope? Again, I'm not trying to be sappy here. He can have flaws and there can be drama. But it speaks to me to incompetence on the writing team if they aren't confident they can create a compelling, dramatic narrative without Superman being some kind of Batman wannabe, like, edgelord reject. Look at the next up comic drawing of him. I hate how the face is drawn here, but you can still tell what emotions the artist was going for, right? Like, leaving aside your feelings on the way it's drawn. Like, okay, like, clearly we can see what mood is being brought about here. Here's another comic rendition. Wow. Again, he kind of looks like he's pinching one off, but, like, I see what's being done. I see what they're going for here, you know? Why do we have to... You guys get me, right? Wow. Oh, how refreshing. A take on Superman where he's actually a dark, twisted loner haunted by being isolated. I can tell people isolate him because who would like a 6'4" white ultra muscular chiseled superhero who saves people? I can tell he's tormented by his dual identity between being an Earthling and a Kryptonian, even though he was sent from Krypton when he was an infant and has no memories, and the only legacy of Krypton that he has with them is his parents leaving him a voicemail telling him to get along with the Earthlings. Man, he must have had such a traumatic time growing up alongside people being recognized as a very handsome, muscular, tall white guy who is also physically invulnerable. That must have been so hard for him. Like, Jesus Christ. It looks like a Homelander scene. It looks like he's being tried for killing a baby here. Why? Oh my god. He's like on trial for war crimes here. Like, it doesn't have to be this way with movie adaptations, man. Even in Superman Returns, which I think came out in like 2005 or some shit? 2006, okay. Even back in Superman Returns, which is, mind you, not a good movie, okay? But like, look at how he looked. Maybe you think it's a bit outdated. And also, I think the S on his chest is kind of weirdly small. I get that. You know, I think we could do a bit more with the costume, but like, he looks like Superman. You know? I would rather a little bit of corniness with this than whatever the f is going on here. I would much rather, like, oh, haha, he's such a goofy Boy Scout, than I would whatever the f is going on. He doesn't look that bad, honestly. A little bit of more ornamentation on the costume, or maybe a bit more muscle definition, and I feel like it would look a little bit less, goofy. You like Batman? Well, Batman's not meant to be seen as like a Boy Scout, so a lot of his renditions are fine. I liked the Batman, yeah. What about the original movie? Superman original movie. Okay. Okay, this is a quick retard check. Does anyone in chat have a problem with how this looks? Because if you do, I have bad news for you, your parents, and the state employees who will have to look after you. Maybe this is me being a bit nostalgic for some of the shit that I would watch with my dad, but like, this to me is so good. And a lot of it is just Christopher Reeves, sure, but is like, does it all have to be this? Like, which would you rather? Like, hey, you know, we're gonna make a Superman story. For me, like, this is like an obvious which one I'd rather go for, like 1,000,000 times over, like easily, you know? I think the cape could taper better. Keep in mind this movie came out in '78, like almost 50 years ago. We could probably, you know, improve the aesthetics. Here's a comparison, okay? I think this shows it off best. Look at that. No comparison, we're downgrading. No, literally, like, I think you'd have to be insane to go like, yeah, dude, the Snyderverse has improved on the character. Now, you know, now he has little diamond doodads on his thing. Yeah. They all suck? You think the Christopher Reeves version sucks, man? Really? He doesn't even look like Superman on the right. He just looks like a generic cape shit villain.
I tend to agree. I don't like the costume.
This guy on the right is only identifiable as
the caval costume. It's just
like
like it doesn't fit Superman.
Off this guy's chest, he would just be like another baddie of the week in any low tier DC TV show. If you took the S off Superman's chest, which he does, by the way, in the second movie, he would look like Superman. I feel like I made my point a while ago. Just like, I don't know. I just like having characters to look up to. Pardon me for my apple cheek, rosy-eyed nostalgia, but don't you feel like this world would be a better one if, like, you're walking down the street because you're about to get groceries and you see some, like, 10-year-old kids kind of, like, zipping around a wide sidewalk patch and they're like, dude, Superman was so cool, wow, and they're like holding their arms out to fly, and this was the guy they came back from seeing? Wouldn't that be nice? I don't know. Like, I'm not even trying to do any good old Americana stuff. I just feel like there's something kind of fundamentally missing with all the cynicism we artificially pack into our media because we're afraid of coming across as hopeful. Because it's so uncool to actually care, because everything is South Park pilled now, that like every piece of media with a message has to undercut it. Every piece of media with a hopeful character has to drag them through the mud. Every piece of media with like a super competent character has to reveal that actually their competence was fake, or that there was some other flaw or whatever else. Like there can never just be like a plain and simple message of something to look up to. It like we mistake complexity for like quality when it's not true. Like things can be simple but excellent. They don't. Okay, never mind. I'm done.
Data that can only be opened by those you allow to. Now that is an art form.
I never thought I'd live to see the darkness return.
I agree with Vosh. There's really nothing for me to say there. Sometimes his like his takes, his media takes, his audience's media takes fucking suck. They really do. Let's see here. What else? Got that Papa Gut video.
Want me to look at this video?
On May 1st, Jordan Neely, a homeless busker in New York City, was acting erratically on the F train, yelling about how he didn't have food or water and saying he didn't care about going to jail, but not, according to witnesses, assaulting or threatening to assault anyone. A 24-year-old ex-Marine then choked him for 15 minutes until he died. This ex-Marine, presumably trained specifically in methods for killing people, killed someone, enacted lethal force on them, and continued to do so after they were incapacitated. In the wake of this, Matt Walsh, an extremely...
Yeah, that person should go to jail. I mean, I get it, homeless people are annoying, but like, what the fuck? That's wild. There's no way. That's insane.
The influential conservative pundit said the alleged murderer was a hero.
What?
Bro, that's nuts, man.
He isn't just in the right here. He's a hero, but sadly, heroes get punished in our sick deprived society. How is he a hero? Because he killed a homeless man that wasn't... Like, I have to look into it now. But, like, to me, the fact that we even have homeless people...
Still more to do.
What the hell?
Some coffee.
What's happening here?
A good Samaritan, claimed that it was a shame he might be punished for what he did, and that Neely's...
He should go to jail for murder if this is what actually happened. If the guy wasn't being violent. But either way, you have, like... Even if he was being violent, to choke him for 15 minutes until he was dead, he should still go to jail. Because that's beyond reasonable force, and you're a trained person who knows how to handle these scenarios, so that you have a higher expectation on you. What?
Death was seemingly on its face justified because he was a homeless person with a criminal record. Sometimes it's important to say the obvious: law and order is a figment of the conservative imagination, a fantasy and nothing more. They have no desire for a fair or just society. Rather, they just want a world where their sadistic impulses can be enacted, a world where a world where, quite literally, murder is legal. Rest in peace, Jordan Neely, and goodbye.
Okay, I have to look into this.
Outrage over the chokehold death of a mentally ill man on the subway at the hands of an ex-Marine. More protests are planned for today across the city. Like this one that you're going to look at in just a second, that was held last night inside the Broadway Lafayette station, where that deadly incident unfolded.
So the death of a homeless man who allegedly had threatened passengers aboard New York City subway and put in a chokehold by one of the riders has been deemed a homicide. Oh, then he should go to jail. If it was deemed a homicide by police, then it should go to jail. He should go to jail for murder. He murdered a person.
People watched why a homeless man was killed.
True.
We failed him in so many ways. I just feel...
We failed him for being homeless in the first place. That's a failure of our institutions. Not letting somebody who probably had mental illness. What we're seeing is people deputizing themselves and not having a compassionate approach to mental health and homelessness, said one of the speakers held at the station when the altercation occurred. Here's the thing, dude. This is wild. Okay, like, listen. If the guy was being threatening and he went to attack somebody, I get it. But like, if you're a Marine, which this guy was, right? If you're a Marine and you have training beyond mine and your abilities, there's a higher expectation of the way that you interact with society. If you get him into a chokehold and he passes out, you're not really supposed to chokehold people, but like, okay, let's say you put him in a chokehold and then he passes out and you stop. You incapacitated to the best of your ability, and he happened to pass away. That's a different story. Then we're like, okay, you know what? Like, that's really messed up, and this is unfortunate, but there might be a problem. But 15 minutes? He murdered this man. This guy is a murderer. This person murdered a person. 15 minutes?
I feel so devastated by that. I've seen this person dance. You know, we all have. That's the Michael Jackson stuff made me remember.
All right, so 30-year-old Jordan Neely.
This is the guy?
Jackson impersonator, known to so many subway riders, and this morning they are demanding justice. So joining us this morning is homeless advocate Shams Tabaran, also known as the homeless hero. Good morning, Shams. Good to see you this morning. Good morning. Good morning. So unfortunately, under these circumstances here, now we know the city medical examiner just ruled this death a homicide, right? From your perspective, first and foremost, when you looked at the video and you watched this all unfold.
Just so you know, just because like I understand what Papa Guy was saying before about it being ruled a homicide. Just because they rule it a homicide doesn't mean like he's going to get arrested and get actually charged with like with a crime. That's still left up to the prosecutor. The prosecutor who's in charge of the case, or the district attorney like in that area, is going to be has to make a determination as to whether or not they're going to charge him. Technically, I think it's actually Alvin Bragg. They're going to have to make a determination as to whether or not it's actually worth the prosecution or not. I think they are actually ultimately going to prosecute him. Now that I'm thinking about it more and more too, I think that like if you watch the video, and I still haven't watched the video and I don't want to watch the video, but from everything I've read, I'm reading a couple more articles while some other videos were playing, it kind of looks like it was unreasonable to put the guy in the chokehold for as long as he did, for like 15 minutes, and then and choke him out. It doesn't seem like he was also like doing anything. Like he was being loud and he was like saying a lot of things, but I don't think like a reasonable person would then in that situation assume that that person was acting, was making such a threat where you would use that level of force to take the person out, or in this case like kill the person. Now if there's more information that comes out, I'll gladly review it. I think it was disproportionate from like what was actually happening too. I think ultimately I'm gonna have to like watch the video to make that determination, but I'm trying to avoid watching because I don't want to see like watch a man die. It's not like fucking John Wick where you know it's fake. You know.
What were your initial thoughts?
It's
kind of emotional.
I don't know if I could watch the video on stream, but
you can't.
They could watch it here. Oh, is there? Oh, that's not really showing anything. I'll keep watching this.
Even speaking of it and seeing the footage of Jordan, like right now, I'm traumatized. Seeing that footage of him being choked to death brought back memories of the George Floyd footage, which I've only was able to watch one time. And I deal with people in the streets. Live that life.
I'll say like one thing. Like I understand, we can't hold everybody to the expectation of knowing how to deal with like a mental health person. No, this guy's like this guy kill. I'm watching I'm not going to show the footage. Like once he passed out, let him go. But this is wild.
I know what it's like to be out there and to need help, to ask for help.
Being put in a chokehold for several minutes. I mean, like, for what? You'll pass out in like 40 seconds, no? How long does it take to pass out?
Properly like applied like chokehold, yeah, you will pass out in under a minute.
To pass.
I forget like what artery it is here. Like you press a person right here and they'll like they'll just get like knocked out.
It takes 2 to 10 seconds. What? 2 to 10 seconds to pass out from a chokehold. Or something like that. 7 minutes? That's wild.
Yeah. I know how to decide.
Like I understand people don't have to like, not everybody has training to deal with mental health. People, I understand people with mental health issues. I understand that, but holding this guy down in the way that he is fucking insane. This guy was murdered. It was disproportionate, especially for somebody that's trained in like the fucking military, dude.
And into mental illness and how hurtful that could be. And painful.
And by the way, like I see some people playing some race narratives. I don't want to play the fucking bullshit race narrative game. Like, yeah, the guy that choked him out was white, and he was choked. The guy that got choked out was black, and they mentioned George Floyd. And the article that I just read, like on the side, or the video I was watching, and there was like, oh, a white man choked out a black man. Who cares about who's white and black, bro? A fucking homeless man was murdered by somebody with intense training to be able to handle these situations without killing them. That's where it's at. You don't get to have disproportionate reactions. Like if a kid walked up and hit me with a plastic lightsaber and I fucking like just punched him so hard in the face that his like entire face shattered. You know, this is insane. This is a dude with an anger problem. This is a person with an anger problem. It's crazy.
See that this.
Yeah, and then there's a bunch of by the way, there's like 3 of them restraining him. Like you don't need to have your. It's fine if you want to hold him, but around your neck, you're gonna you killed the guy.
Young man lost his life as a result of just not being able to access the type of help that he needed.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we heard that woman say we failed.
And that's like a systemic issue for sure. Yeah.
What do you think that this says about?
We have an issue with homelessness. We need to conquer this problem. We keep talking about fucking trans people every day. Like This is the real problem. Homelessness is a problem, and most people who are homeless that are disproportionately men with suffering from mental health issues. You want to be a male advocate? Let's talk about fucking homelessness. Let's talk about how you have like people making billions and trillions and fucking millions of dollars every day who don't need it, and some people are just on the street. It's more complicated than like the some of the progressive of give them a house. You need more than just a house. People that are homeless are usually mentally ill in some capacity, or they have a massive dependency issue that's corroded their mind. You need more than just a house. You need like direct support professionals. You need to pay these people well, better than they get paid now. You need a bunch of robust infrastructure, mental health infrastructure. All this stuff is worth it. Like from a societal perspective, like how good can a society be that doesn't handle its people?
Yep. Yo, he's exactly right on the ball with this.
We need to help people that fall through the cracks. Like I just
unironically enough.
That you think the military is a problem? I don't know. Like, you know, listen, you look at the statistics and you got people in the military and police officers are like disproportionately like violent and more angry and committing domestic issues, domestic abuse issues. I mean, fuck, like this may have been this guy's this military person. He just wanted to kill somebody and he felt justifiable. Like he felt justified in murdering somebody because they were annoying. Like restrain the guy, but to kill this guy is wild.
The city's way of handling mental health illness, and we're clearly not doing enough.
Well, I know that the mayor and the governor are doing historic things in terms of funding and focus. But there still is so much more that needs to be done. And I think that
it's implementation and the best way to like reach these people in these situations too. That's another thing.
In these issues would do better at fueling the focus that needs to happen. And then we have to humanize these things.
Right.
You know, it's hard for me to come here and speak about my own personal experiences, and then to have to relive it through other people's experiences. But I do it because I feel that if we are able to get those in leadership to understand.
Yeah, but the military is also the cause of many homeless people, many homeless men or veterans. You know, that's actually a good point too. You went in a different direction than I was. So that's my wife. That's true. Like after, like that's what happens after. I don't think this guy was in the military. The person that was killed, that was murdered. Let's be very clear. But like the military chews you up and spits you out too. You go into the military, you come out PTSD. The military tells you go fuck yourself. You end up on the street homeless, looking for just to try to live. There's so many problems.
And what we actually go through, it would fuel their ability to
PTSD
them to be able to actually address it in the way that will actually address it.
Yeah.
Will work.
That would work.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, this is an ongoing conversation, right? And mental health and the crisis that we're seeing play out on the streets did not happen overnight. But when you watch a video like this, obviously it brings emotion, and then there's a certain outrage that so many are feeling, as we saw in that protest, right? You've had close connections to the administration, the mayor's office. There's a lot of calls on both sides on whether or not to press charges and move forward. What are the conversations?
Absolutely should. 1000%. You have to move forward. You have to press charges. He needs to go to jail for murder.
If you've had with some of the electeds about how to handle this case.
Well, I don't. First of all, let me just say this. Condolences to the family of Jordan Neely and his loved ones, and we as a city and as a country are definitely in mourning. I don't want to come here like the expert in law or anything like that.
He murdered the guy. He needs to go to jail. There's nothing else. There's no magical bullshit. He needs to go to jail.
Clearly.
New Yorkers are very much divided on this issue. Let me tell you what.
The coroner declared this as a homicide. That's a crime. We can't be engaged in a city in a way where the response to someone dealing with a mental health issue, the response to someone asking for help, the response to someone who is homeless, the response to someone who's in need, we can't respond like that by coming from behind that person, putting them in a chokehold. And
you can't say isn't a race factor. Well, I can say that if I want. I'm saying it's irrelevant. We don't need to focus on the race factor because all we're doing is adding too many elements here. Here's what happened. A homeless guy was acting out in a way that was wrong, and the trained military professional murdered him. He didn't just restrain him. He choked him out for like 15 minutes. He murdered a guy. It was deemed a homicide by the coroner. He needs to go to jail. Fuck the race element right now. It's a distraction. It just causes us to be like, oh, this race. We don't need to have a race conversation. It doesn't matter. I doubt that there is a racial element. It doesn't matter if there is, because right now, like, unless you can objectively prove it, if the guy said, I killed him because I hate blacks, there's no reason. It's a distraction. It doesn't help the conversation. With the people assisting in the military as well, I have no idea. I'm more concerned with the guy who choked this guy to death.
Choking them until the life leaves their body.
Yeah. What do you think?
And sorry.
No, go ahead.
Let's not negate the fact that there were 2 other people holding.
Yeah, sure. They should get something. Maybe they get like.
I forgot about that too. There were actually 2 other people like holding the guy down, and shit, I don't want to watch the video, dude. Like I'm not gonna watch it. Obviously, I'm not gonna watch it on stream. I can get away with it on Kick, but like I'm not gonna do that. And I hope like no one else like does that too. It's fucking disturbing. Like I said, this isn't like John Wick where you know like everything's fake. This is like an actual like person too. But I can tell you right now from the conversation I had with my fellow New Yorkers, it's like a 50-50 split. There's like, listen, I know like when I say this too, people are gonna roll their eyes. I think it was disproportionate like what this guy like did too. But like I'm also like. I'm not like a tall guy either, but like I know how to handle my weight. I'm like 5'10". I'm like the average height, but like I'm a bigger guy. And generally speaking, I'm an older guy too. I got a beard. I kind of like mean mug people when I'm out there like in public. Like I'm not really smiling. Like I look serious. I got my hat on. Like it's a low profile hat. And like when people are around me, like they know that like you don't fuck with a guy like me. You know what I mean? But like at the same time though, like. Bro, I don't think they needed to like kill the guy. That's the thing. I really don't think they needed to kill the guy.
They would get like fucking manslaughter. I don't know.
This man down.
I'm not really concerned with the other 2 people. I'm concerned with the trained military professional who knows how to disarm people murdering somebody. You know what I mean? Like that's my focus. We're not talking about like you or me on the street. We're talking about a guy that's basically like an off-duty police officer. Like you expect more out of people with these type of professional training.
So it's not just the one person that the media is describing as a former Marine, so as to create the climate that this is someone who served the country. He's a Marine, former Marine who was trained to kill.
1,000%. 1,000%.
We should not forget that.
1,000%. He knew how to act in the situation in a way that wouldn't cause violence.
Gentleman was trained to kill. He knows what a chokehold is going to do.
And what can do the potential.
And what the potential
absolutely
can do.
Well, let me ask you this, though. Everyone has heard that Jordan had a criminal history, but he also had a history of mental illness.
What criminal history? Like, what did he do? Did he rape a kid? Then I don't care. But, like, what did he do? I mean, what is it?
I think most of it was like petty crimes, from what I understand.
Like this, then?
Well, let me say this. First and foremost, if you're black in America...
All right.
Maybe. Ask the question one more time.
No,
I just don't think that the race is going to be productive in this conversation.
Wondering, because he had a history of mental illness, how was it that he was able to fall through the cracks?
Okay, so you said criminal history.
Also,
from what I say is that from what I'm hearing, there was a...
All right, he had 40 prior arrests, which makes sense for a homeless person because homeless people, they might want to get arrested to have a fucking warm bed at night. I'm not even kidding. I have a friend who's an NYPD like officer. I actually have 3 friends. One of them moves to Texas.
That's true too.
I still have 2 friends. This is shit that happens, and especially now. What you guys don't understand is in New York, the last time I heard, they absolved this unit that would help to take homeless people to a homeless shelter. They used to have like the funding, and they would take a homeless person and they would bring them to a homeless shelter.
They've cut costs to like libraries, schools, and social services in this last like budget too. And this has been something that's been cut like multiple times in like past budgets and like from like past mayors too. And this is like a big critique of like de Blasio too, from like his right too. He was trying to like refund this stuff too. That's why de Blasio gets like a bad reputation. He saw like internally the city needed like help, and he said like over policing like wasn't a big thing. That's why the cops fucking hated him like so much, because he's like, listen, we need to fund like these other programs like in the city. But like people didn't a lot of people like in the, whether it was NYPD or people to the right of him, saw it as like, oh, he's attacking like the police, he wants to defund the cops and everything like that. And this was like doing like Black Lives Matter, the height of it. So like they used that and they tacked it on to him too. He also is married to like a black woman as well, so that was like a point against him as well, and that was used against him as well. Trust me, look it up. And that's been and that was an issue too. So I don't know what to tell you. You know, you can keep pushing these people out of the cities. Eventually you're just going to have like these caravans of like, you talk about caravans from like south of the border, you're going to have caravans within the border of like homeless people just going from like town to town, city to city. They're just looking for like a place to stay because like you're not offering like them any sort of like help whatsoever. And you're like, well, why don't you get a job? Well, if you haven't showered for a couple of weeks, hell, like a couple of days, guess what? You're going to start to smell. If you don't have any like way to wash your clothes like reliably, guess what? Your clothes are going to start falling apart. So how are you going to be able to go to an interview and get a job? And then how are we getting a job? How are we like applying for jobs right now? I've been applying for like a new job for the last like month now, and like I'm going on Indeed, Career Builder, all these other sites too. I'm getting constant emails from like recruiters applying for jobs. I'm looking for like a government job now, so I can get benefits, really good benefits by the way. And like I'm going online and doing it too. Where do they have like a reliable place to like go online and do it too, where they're not going to get shamed out of doing it too? Maybe like a recruitment center or something like that. But like if you haven't shot for a couple of days, you know, are they going to let you in? I mean, this is like the truth.
If the homeless person like called the cops or whatever. Now they can't do that. So all they can do is bring you to the hospital. So there's nothing you could do. So now Jordan not only is he homeless, but he can't even go to a fucking like you used to be able to call to go to a fucking homeless shelter and get some help. They might release you in a couple days, but at least you can get there. Jordan doesn't have that anymore. Now Jordan's just like, I want to get arrested. That's what it sounds like to me. So Jordan's getting arrested so they can go to fucking jail for a few nights and get some free food. Why do you think this happened? What are the
That's true too. Like Papa like mentioned it earlier too. Sometimes like a homeless person will just get like arrested on purpose because like especially during the winter, like arrests during like the homeless like during like the cold months here like New York City, like arrests go up, and it's mostly homeless people too, and it happens in LA too, like all the time. Sometimes homeless people, if they don't feel safe, they'll like get arrested on purpose, and a lot of times the police officers know that too. So there's like almost like a catch and release, like a lot of the times too, where they'll like arrest the person. They'll like say, okay, we're just gonna, and they were like, no, like wrestling, no, we're not gonna do that because they know that they know what it is. They know that like they want to be put through a system, but they don't want to do the paperwork. So they'll just like take them away, bring them to the precinct, and then bring them to the precinct, and then just like release them from there, and maybe give them a sandwich and like a cup of coffee or something like that, and let them be on their way. And then this cycle just repeats itself over and over and over again. You know, so. What are you going to do? You have to like find like a solution to this too. And like, but the solution requires like time and it requires money. Two things like no one wants to invest in to the homeless in this country. So I don't know, like, what are you going to do? You just keep pushing them out. And then where are they going to go? They're going to go from like town to town to town then eventually. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. People like make fun of me when I talk about this, but it's the truth though. You're going to have this like caravans of like homeless in this country. And let me tell you something. There's plenty of people out there who live paycheck to paycheck. One bad car accident, one bad trip to the hospital where you lose your job, or like, what was it? We were talking about this like earlier in the week or like last week about like Arkansas who were making like severe cuts to like a couple of like the medical programs, to like Medicare especially too. Like it was an experiment they were doing too, and it fucked over a whole bunch of people. They were on Medicare. They stopped doing it like a year or two ago, I think it was. I got to reread that article again, but like it fucked over a lot of people because some people were like, they got sick, they couldn't go to work, and they needed like medication, they couldn't afford the medication. Otherwise, what Republicans want too, with these cuts to Medicare and Social Security, by the way, that they're proposing, and it fucked over so many people. And then what happened? Because they couldn't get their medication, because they couldn't get Medicare, because they couldn't get reliable access to like, the Social Security, guess what happened? They lost their jobs, and some of them got evicted from their homes. It's just it's a fucking cycle, man, and you can't do it. So you need to like find like actual reasonable solutions to this too. Now the right shit says pick yourself up by your bootstraps. Well, what happens when you lose your fucking bootstraps, man? So the government has to come in and do this too. And a lot of people don't want to hear this, but the government is the solution. Charities are not going to solve this. Charities go only so far as the person who's cutting the check wants to continue to cut the check. Because at any time that check can stop getting cut, and then you're SOL. So guess what? Government has to play a role in this too. And we, as a society, yes, that means all of you watching here at home or on your laptop or tablet or your phone or whatever, have to like take part in this too. We do have to take part in this too. And that's the reason why. People don't like paying their taxes, but it's not because they don't like paying taxes. It's because they don't think their taxes, that their tax dollars are being used in things that they believe should be used in too. That's why you elect people that you believe are going to fight for things that you want your money your money, your tax dollars to be used for too. And I don't mind my tax dollars are being used to like help the homeless in this country. So I want these people to get better and be productive members of society. It's really that simple. Okay, but you do need to help them. Okay, you want like not the subway not to smell like urine all the fucking time and sometimes feces. Guess what? You need to help these people, get them off the streets, get them the help they need, and get them back to work so they can become productive members of society. It can happen. There are programs across the country that have been cut over the years, but have shown like real proven results. Okay? But we need to invest in these programs for the long term. And it's not going to work just like that. It's going to take time to work. But we can't just give up on them because we're not getting immediate results. Okay? So, all right, back to Papa Gun. I might pause anything way too much in this video.
So, like, what are the 40 arrests are most likely due to?
This just like makes sense.
Like just being a little asshole. But I would be too if I was fucking homeless. I'm trying to look specifically what it is.
Arrest record. If you're black in America, 9 times out of 10, you had some type of interaction with the police. You have been arrested. It starts with the school to prison pipeline for us. And so the notion that, you know, he's been arrested is of no consequence. That doesn't justify, you know, him being killed.
Well, no, it doesn't. But okay. Sure.
In terms of, falling through the cracks, is, you know, this is rooted in generations of failures of city, state, and federal government. And I would say, that this is rooted in systemic, structural, and institutional racist policies.
Let me ask you this. We're almost out of time here.
Maybe. Again, that might be true. This is just not the time for the conversation. This is the time to talk about homelessness and poverty, not to talk about... I don't think it's...
I understand where Papa Gut's coming from here too, because when you bring up like that sort of stuff, like that guy's like talking about too, and this is specifically concerns, no offense to like the white audience that's watching this too, but most of you motherfuckers, it goes over your head too, and your eyes just glaze over like, oh, they're bringing up the race card, the black guy's bringing up the race card again too. I get that too. So you have to know like the audience that you're talking to. Now this is on Pix 11, it's a local channel too. Guess what? I think he understands like the audience that's watching this too. So if who would have guessed that like Papa Gut or like myself are going to be watching like something like this here too, that has like an audience that can like reach out to like anyone in the world that's like watching this too. There's a time and place to bring this stuff here too, but usually with something like this too, with homelessness, if you're talking to a national audience, you kind of want to like step away from the race card too, because homelessness touches and crosses a lot of different like quadrants, right? Doesn't matter if you're white, black, Asian, Latino, doesn't matter. You can be homeless, okay? And you've seen it too, right? So the race card in that way doesn't really matter, because like I said before, there's a lot of people in this country who are not that financially secure, and it takes one bad medical trip, one car accident to fuck you over. Next thing you know, you're evicted, you're on the streets, and you're wondering what the fuck happened to you. And you could be easily in Jordan Neely's situation, just like that. And you know people like that too, and you've probably been in that situation too. I don't think too many people in the 1% are watching this stream or Papa Gut stream. Or maybe you are. And if you are, vote for the right people. Vote for people like Bernie Sanders, who actually gives a shit about the working stiff in this country.
Have here. I just really think it's going to take away from it. It's going to give conservatives the ability to be like, oh, look, see these fucking idiots. It's going to, and I'm not saying that they're dumb. I'm just saying that this is what's going to happen. I don't even think that, I would just focus on the homelessness. The guy fell through the cracks.
I want to get your perspective.
For everything that I'm seeing, I can't find anything specifically about his arrest, but he got arrested. He didn't get convicted or anything. So he probably got arrested for some like disorderly conduct or something, because he's a homeless guy on the street with some kind of mental health issue. And then they let him back out after a couple days.
Many folks, we're talking about the mental health crisis in the subway system. And there are some folks on the other side who they see somebody struggling with a mental health, and there's a fear on how to actually interact.
Sure, but the military agent doesn't get that ability to do that. He's a vet.
Having a mental health crisis. You've been on the front lines, right? Kind of help us understand how someone who may be having a mental health episode, and if you're somebody else riding the subway, what is your perspective on how that interaction should go?
Well, as a volunteer, I go out almost every day and deal with our people to try and get them into safe havens and other facilities. The advantage of working with the administration is that I can make a call to the commissioner, to any one of his agency heads at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. I encounter people all of the time. And many are in distress, mental health issues, etc. I would say that the best way to engage, if you're going to engage, is with care and compassion.
I mean, listen, like I said before, it can be difficult to deal with somebody with a mental health issue. It's hard. If they're threatening you, regardless of what reason they're threatening you for, it could be very scary.
That is true.
Okay, and so
that's true too. And most people, listen, it's just like a car. I use the car analogy because it makes the most sense too. Most people have like an empathy gauge to a certain point too. You could have had like a bad day at work. It's Friday. It's like 5 o'clock. You're out. Like, I just want to go the fuck home, back to like Brooklyn, Staten Island, to like Manhattan, to my apartment, and just drink and watch the Mets disappoint me again. And then you run into somebody like Jordan Neely, and you're just over it. We've all done it. If you ever lived in New York City and worked in New York City, you've done it. You've dealt with someone with like a mental health issue, or someone you perceived as a mental health issue, or you thought had a mental health issue. You dealt with like a homeless person, and you just walked around them and ignored them. I've done it plenty of times too, because some days I don't want to deal with it too. I have compassion for them. It's easy enough for me to stay here in the comfort of my home, in my office here in my home, streaming here and talking to you about it too. But I acknowledge that reality that we're in too, and we need to do more too, and we need our legislators to do more too. That's why I encourage people to get involved in like city, municipal, local, and state politics too. You need to care about this stuff too, because you could be Jordan Neely. You might say, "Oh, that's never going to happen to me, Rogue. That's never going to happen to me." Let me tell you something. Unless you're telling me that you got a comfortable 6-figure salary and you're doing well for yourself, hell, even then, the market could not go your way, and you're going to be in Jordan Neely's shoes just like that. You should care, because we live in a better society when more and more people are not in Jordan Neely's shoes. You don't hear stories like this, which seems like it's a regular occurrence now, and it should be a regular occurrence in the richest country in the world. We can solve these problems. That's the thing too. These are problems that can be solved. That's the thing. Think about this for a second too. Okay, you own a home, right? You see a leak in the roof. You know that if you allow that leak to continue, there's going to be water damage, you're going to get mold, and that leak could worsen, and then next time there's a major rainstorm, part of your roof can collapse, really, if you let it foster. If you see a leak and you acknowledge that you need to fix that leak, shouldn't you have that same attitude, that same mindset to solving something like the homeless problem? But by the way, most of the homeless too in this country, guess what? They're vets. They are. Don't you think that you should have that same attitude for something as simple as seeing a leak in your roof? Shouldn't you want to solve that problem? Should you want to solve all these other problems too, or at least build the foundation where your generation may not be able to solve the problem, but you built a solid foundation where the next generation, your kids and your grandkids, can then solve that problem too? Don't you want to solve these problems so that your kids and your grandkids also don't have to deal with these problems? There's always going to be some problem or groups of problems. But these are problems that we can solve, and we should want to solve them. Not just because these are fellow Americans and you should care about them too, because it's better for us. It's better for our society when there's less homeless people out there, right? Where the subway is not smelling like urine on a fucking hot summer night on a Friday after you come back from a Yankees game or a Mets game or the Knicks game. You know what I mean? Like, it just, think about that. It's better for us. I'm going to appeal to your selfishness right now. It's better for us and for our society that we solve these problems, okay? So you don't have to deal with these problems. So we solve them now, or at least get to the point where these problems are so minimal, it takes a phone call to fix these problems, right? On our end, at least. It's better for us. So if I can't appeal to you on the moral high ground, let me appeal to you in the selfish way then. Let's solve these problems so it can make your life easier, so you don't have to deal with someone with mental illness all the time when you're trying to get on the subway, getting back from your work, from your job.
Understand that, but the issue here isn't that this guy had a mental health issue and that it could be difficult to navigate somebody. It seems like this guy didn't even attack anybody. He was yelling loudly. Some of them were threatening. That's not a good thing to do. The military guy choked him to death for like 15 minutes and he killed him. He murdered him. He murdered this guy. He didn't disable him. It's not like he got him on the ground and like had him in a chokehold for like, 30 seconds and then like he let go and he was just holding the guy. He choked him out until he died, and that feels very intentional to me. He's a murderer. He murdered somebody. That's what it is. There's no debate here. He's a fucking murderer. He's a guy's a murderer. He murdered a guy.
I do that, it tears down whatever pain the person is going through. And that I've had just recently, a few days ago, I got someone who everybody moved away from on the train. I sat beside him. I started talking to him, and he started talking like the pain was coming out. It was loud and coming out. And I just started telling him, I hear you, brother. I hear you. And he started crying, and he grabbed me, and he held me. And he said, thank you. I just needed someone to listen to me. I just needed someone to listen.
Sometimes that's all it takes. All right.
And compassion.
Yeah. Sham, thanks so much for being with us this morning. Appreciate your time and your insight as well. Outrage.
Cooperstein, and we're going to start with that death on the subway in Manhattan. We're learning more about the man who died after police say he started harassing people on the F train. And disturbing video shows the moment a bystander subdued him. Police say this right here is a look at the moment a former Marine put that man in a chokehold. The Marine was questioned by cops, but then let go. Now tonight, we're waiting to find out if he'll face charges.
There's 3 guys there. What's the need to have him in a chokehold?
Questioned
How did it even start this chokehold?
by cops, but then let go. Now tonight, we're waiting to find out if he'll face charges. Also tonight, we're getting a closer look at the man who died. His name, Jordan Neely. The Manhattan Borough President, Mark Levine, tweeting this video saying he often saw Neely perform on the subway, dancing and impersonating Michael Jackson. News 4's Miles Miller, live outside the Broadway Lafayette stop in Soho, where this happened. Also, where a vigil for Neely turned chaotic today, Miles, and people there, they say he didn't deserve to die.
That's right. That's why the vigil turned so chaotic. They wanted to be able to mourn downstairs. A lot of the people who came to that vigil knew him from his time as a subway performer. Outrage is mounting from them and from elected officials say he did not deserve to die this way.
A black man was killed by a white man here. Okay.
On the Uptown F train platform at Broadway Lafayette Street, a vigil for Jordan Neely, a 30-year-old homeless New Yorker who was put in a chokehold after passengers say he
was put in a chokehold by a trained military veteran with 2 other people helping restrain this guy. Nothing here is appropriate or necessary, and he knows this.
began acting aggressively and threatening riders on an F train Monday afternoon.
Instead, what we're seeing is people deputizing themselves and not having a compassionate approach to those who are struggling with mental health and homelessness.
Neely was placed in a chokehold by a...
That's not what I'm saying. I mean, that's part of it. This guy wanted to murder a guy, and he murdered a guy. That's what I'm...
24-year-old...
That's as simple as it is for me, and he needs to go to jail. I don't give a fuck about what conservatives say. I don't care. Well, what do you think the political climate could be if this guy goes to jail? I don't care. What he did was wrong, and that's what matters, and he needs to be arrested and needs to go to jail for murder. He needs to be charged with murder. He murdered somebody. Maybe even charge these guys with, like, some kind of an issue, too.
Subway rider for nearly 15 minutes as passengers waited for police to release. A spokesperson for the Manhattan District Attorney tells me, quote, "We have an ongoing investigation," end quote. Governor Kathy Hochul reacting to the video this morning.
Well, that was deeply disturbing, and that causes a lot of fear in people. And actually, the mayor and I are working so hard to restore...
Imagine that we didn't have social media. Just imagine that for like 1 second. If we didn't have social media...
I mean, he's right about that.
I don't think that this would have been a thing. I don't think.
No, it wouldn't have been a thing.
And maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like the only reason that we're really talking about this is because we have footage of what happened. We have we have the situation that happened, and then we have the coroner saying it was homicide, and then we have the video. We have the video showing us, like, what the fuck is this? You know?
That sense of safety.
Neely was a well-known Michael Jackson impersonator seen here in this video. Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine noting he'd seen him perform many times and always would make people smile. The incident putting a focus on mental health issues and homelessness in the subways. Shams, the homeless hero, is formerly homeless.
I just broke down in tears because the greatest fear for me was dying while homeless.
And sources close to the investigation say the autopsy has been completed, but they are reviewing that video for any evidence that may show the cause and origin of his death. We are live in NoHo. I'm Miles Miller. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, man, the guy murdered him. That's the fact of the matter, and he should go to jail for murder. So.
All right, Papa Gut, making sure to let you know. Really? Guardians 3 sets the new franchise box office record. God damn. Jesus Christ. Fox host argues Jordan Neely deserved to be killed. Fucking nutbags, dude. See what David here says.
A man in New York City was placed in a chokehold and died. And there appears to be a debate about what happened. So, in this video, I will go over this back and forth between Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
I gotta tell you, a lot of people...
And all of the details
A lot of people don't
case.
like the mayor.
So, this is...
That's not a hot take, by the way. It's just... people just don't like him.
It's a debate. I'm not really sure what there is to debate here once the information all came through, not to mention the whole video showing what happened.
Yeah.
But let's start here. So, as the New York Times initially reported, a 30-year-old man died on the subway on Monday after he was placed in a chokehold. Witnesses said the victim had been acting in a hostile and erratic manner toward passengers on the train when the other man, 24, moved to
This actually really works well with
the restraining. Weird terminology here, considering it killed him. But here's the details of the specifics around what happened, so you get the full picture here. So Mr. Vasquez, who's the one that recorded the video of this happening, said in an interview that he was on the F train going northbound on his way to a date when the victim boarded the train and began yelling. Quote, "I don't have food. I don't have a drink. I'm fed up," the man screamed, according to Mr. Vasquez. "I don't mind going to jail and getting life in prison. I'm ready to die." Soon after, the 24-year-old man grabbed him. Mr. Vasquez said that the rider who was screaming was frightening but had not assaulted anyone. Very important point here, had not assaulted anyone. Quote, "It was a very tense situation because you don't know what he's going to do afterwards," Mr. Vasquez said in an interview Tuesday night. Mr. Vasquez's video shows the man being held down for at least 2 minutes before he stopped moving. The men continued to hold him down for about 50 seconds before releasing him.
Fucking
"He'll
nuts,
be all
dude.
right," said one person on the train as several others looked down at the man's motionless body. Now, I've read reports coming out since then, since this reporting, that he was held in that chokehold for about 15 minutes. The video didn't start shooting till he was already in the chokehold, so we didn't see from the video what happened before then. But I'm about to show you a screenshot, so in case you don't want to see anything from this, skip ahead about, 20 seconds. But here is a screenshot from the video. Here he is being held in a chokehold here, and this is what ultimately killed him. Now, Jordan Neely, I'm not sure if I've said his name yet, but Jordan Neely is the man who was killed. Mark Levine here, and I've seen a lot of even higher profile Twitter accounts mention how they knew who this was because he's a Michael Jackson impersonator. He does his routine on the subway, and so as Mark writes here, "I saw Jordan Neely perform his Michael Jackson routine many times on the A train. He always made people smile. Our broken mental health system failed him. He deserved help, not to die in a chokehold on the floor of the subway."
Yep.
So this guy apparently a well-known street performer here, and very talented. Now, a little more. So in terms of Neely's background, so you properly understand his situation, or what his situation was. Neely was homeless and had been arrested at least 40 times before he was killed. His mental health deteriorated after his mother was strangled by her boyfriend in 2007.
Jesus Christ.
Found in a suitcase on the side of the Henry Hudson Parkway. In addition to grieving his murdered mother, Neely had to answer questions directly from her murderer when he represented himself at trial in New Jersey. Chris Brewer, an attorney who worked in the courthouse at the time, recalls the unsettling experience of watching the questioning unfold. Quote, "It landed in my bones to sit there," she recalled. The defendant would refer to himself in the third person or would refer to the murderer as someone else, and Jordan would correct him and said, you did X. So he has, this clearly had an impact on him. Afterward, he was never the same, according to his aunt, Carolyn. It had a big impact on him, she told the New York Post. He developed depression, and it grew and became more serious. He was schizophrenic, PTSD. Doctors knew his condition, and he needed to be treated for that. He did not get the help he needed either. The whole system just failed him. He fell through the cracks of the system, she said. How many times have we heard this? They fell through the cracks. You know, when this happens so often, there are no longer cracks in the system. It is the system. The system failed him because the system is not set up to help him. And that's ultimately what led him to be in the position that he was in. Now, later on Wednesday, this was ruled a homicide. So the medical examiner investigated what happened, discovered, yes, he was choked to death. This is a homicide. He was killed. And there has been no arrest. So as Common Dreams writes here, Neely's death was ruled a homicide by the New York City medical examiner late Wednesday, but the 24-year-old former Marine who was filmed placing him in a chokehold had not been arrested as of Thursday morning. So as of recording this, it's Thursday afternoon. Maybe things have changed, but usually a homicide, there's a second part to that, right? Someone gets charged for committing the homicide, but that has not happened as of recording this. Vocal New York here, which is a organization in New York City, writes here, sorry, just to get their proper line, grassroots organization for healthy and just communities. So they discuss HIV, drug policy, incarceration, and homelessness. They write here, Jordan Neely's murder is a direct result of the sustained political, systemic abandonment of people experiencing homelessness and mental health complexities, fueled by press coverage that clearly influences policies and emboldens vigilantes. And in terms of this, the press coverage, I think they're referring to how, you know, the fear-mongering, how the solution to everything is more policing, even though that tends to never solve anything, just makes things worse. But the way coverage of these stories normally are, and how it tends to, as they write here, emboldens vigilantes. Now, this is where AOC comes into this. So she quote tweets the original story here that I showed you from New York Times, saying Jordan Neely was murdered, and we now know that, in fact, yes, a homicide. But because Jordan was houseless and crying for food in a time when the city is raising rents and stripping services to militarize itself, while many in power demonize the poor, the murderer gets protected with passive headlines and no charges. It's disgusting. She goes on here saying, it is appalling how so many take advantage of headlines regarding crime for an obsolete tough on crime, political, media, and budgetary gain. But when a public murder happens that reinforces existing power structures, those same forces rush to exonerate and look the other way. We shouldn't. Now we get to Eric Adams. So he was on CNN last night.
He's a fucking idiot, dude.
His reaction to a couple of responses, including AOC's.
To you. This is a response from the comptroller, Brad Lander. He tweeted this: New York City is not Gotham. We must not become a city where mentally ill human can be choked to death by a vigilante without consequence. There's also this from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the Democratic Congresswoman. She said, Jordan Neely was murdered. What is your response to what they're saying here?
Well, both the Congresswoman and the controller is a citywide leader. And I don't think that's very responsible at the time where we're still investigating the situation. Let's let the DA conduct his investigation with the law enforcement officials. To really interfere with that is not the right thing to do. And I'm going to be responsible and allow them to do their job and allow them to determine exactly what happened here.
Can I just ask you, though,
Yes,
I mean, on the question of vigilantism, what do passengers do in situations like that? Is it appropriate to take matters into your own hands?
Each situation is different, and how a
No.
passenger...
The answer is no, my guy. Come on, man.
Passengers assist of the riders. We don't know exactly what happened here until the investigation is thorough. And each situation is different. I was a former transit police officer, and I responded to many jobs where you had a passenger assisted someone. And so we cannot just blatantly say what a passenger should or should not do in a situation like that. We should allow the investigation to take its course.
All right. Yes. Allow the investigation to take its course. Also, this was filmed. Now you could say, well, maybe something preceded it that would have justified holding the man in a chokehold when he was already restrained for several minutes at the very least, that ultimately killed him. It's one thing to restrain somebody that is maybe being actually violent, physically violent, and ensuring they don't hurt anybody. It's another to continue holding them when they are limp and murder them. I don't even know how there is any debate around this. Don't kill people. Especially, I mean, don't kill people generally, but especially if they are not a threat. I've been in many situations where I walk down the street and there's somebody acting erratically, and do I go over there and kill them? No. I avoid them. Now you may say, well, it's a subway, so it's confined area, confined space. People felt uncomfortable that this guy was angry. Okay, but did he show signs of actually hurting anybody, or that he was going to do that? Was he physically violent towards anyone at all in the situation? Was there a violent incident that was stopped because of it? Not according to the guy that filmed the video. He was there the whole time. He said he was not violent. That's what he says. So
there you go, folks.
Had not assaulted anyone. This guy was there the entire time. I just don't. What's even more, I would argue, even more insane in terms of Eric Adams and his statement is what he says here. So this is a new comment, or it may have been that night, the same night, but here's the statement that he released. Any loss of life is tragic. There's a lot we don't know about what happened here, so I'm going to refrain from commenting further. However, we do know that there were serious mental health issues in play here, which is why our administration has, this is amazing, which is why our administration has made record investments in providing care to those who need it and getting people off the streets and the subways and out of dangerous situations. And I need all elected officials and advocacy groups to join us in prioritizing getting people the care they need and not just allowing them to languish. We're going to get to the care that he has been so generous with in the city, the care he has offered these people. But the idea that advocacy groups are claiming, oh, just leave them alone, allow them to languish, using Eric Adams' words here, as opposed to, no, getting them the help and services they need. I mean, that is all you need to read to know how full of shit Eric Adams is. Claiming that advocacy groups are saying, just leave them alone, as opposed to, no, maybe try and help them. So in terms of Eric Adams and all the help he has, the record investments he has done, this is, before I get to AOC's response to this, I got to read this. So Adams' method of getting people out of the streets and subways, announced as part of a new initiative late last year, has relied heavily on the New York Police Department rather than social services and has been condemned by human rights organizations. The mayor has empowered police to forcibly commit unhoused New Yorkers to hospitals, placing struggling community members at greater risk for violent police encounters, according to Human Rights Watch. We're talking about Eric Adams, the investments that he claims to have done are so terrible that human rights organizations are coming out and saying, hey, don't do this. This is ridiculous. This is against all data, all science. What you are doing is making things worse. Meanwhile, Eric Adams claims these are his record investments, putting money into policing. So a little more on that here from Human Rights Watch. They write, let me just zoom in. They write here, the push for involuntary treatment is not evidence-based. Studies of coercive mental health treatment have not proven positive outcomes. Instead, involuntary treatment risks further traumatizing people with mental health conditions. It is discriminatory and can lead to multiple human rights violations, including the practices of seclusion and restraint. This new policy also risks increased violent police encounters. People with mental health conditions are 16 times more likely to be killed during a police encounter. This risk is particularly exacerbated when the person living with a mental health condition is black. And even on Eric Adams and what he has claimed to have done, this investment in policing, there apparently is a ton more police now in New York City subways, and where were they during this entire incident?
There's a lot more
even
police.
If you want to claim that was your solution, well, your solution that you invested heavily in was not even on the scene. And I don't think it would have helped the situation either if they were. Now, let me get back to what AOC said in response to Eric Adams. So she replies saying, "This honestly feels like a new low, not being able to clearly condemn a public murder because the victim was of a social status some would deem too low to care about. The last sentence is especially rich from an administration trying to cut the very services that could have helped him." Now, a few more things here. So, over the past 24 hours, neither the governor nor the mayor have at all condemned the killing of a homeless man on the subway. And AOC replies to that saying, "I cannot even begin to state how much of a profound failure of leadership we have seen in the last 24 hours regarding Jordan Neely. Virtually every one of us is closer to being in Neely's shoes than we think. How could any leader struggle to condemn violence? Being poor or sick is not a license to be killed." And this is a very important piece here. This idea that we should just, like, what's the argument? We should be allowed to put anyone in a chokehold who yells something on the street. We should be allowed to take them down and kill them. Because that's what apparently some people are arguing. As you can see, I don't have a lot to say here because to me, it's just, this is so obvious what has to be explained. Last thing here. Kimberly Crenshaw says, "Being black and poor in America should not be crimes punishable by vigilante death. Jordan Neely did not just deserve to live. He deserved to live a better life than what our society decided to afford him. We are devastated by his loss." And this is the African American Policy Forum's full statement there as well. So I don't like covering these stories. I really don't. But the idea that there's any debate at all about between the elected officials over what happened here or what should be done, where the investments should be, I don't know how much more evidence, science, information, experiences, stories people need to see. It's all very clear.
That's from David there. Damn, I gotta pick something up tomorrow over at the pharmacy. Let's see here. All right, you know what, folks? What I'm gonna do is I'm going to end stream right now, but I'm gonna come back later tonight and actually stream. So I'll see you guys in a couple of hours. I'm a little tired. I'm probably just gonna grab something to eat, take a little bit of a break, probably take a little bit of a nap, then come back. Then I'll be streaming exclusively on Kick. We're probably gonna watch a couple of things that maybe you cannot watch on YouTube, but you can get away with it on Kick. So as always, stay frosty, touch grass, and see you very, very soon. Oh, let me go to the actual scene here.